Good morning. It is morning, even though it's noon here in Tallinn. It's poker morning, right?
Certainly.
Andreas Hoglund here, joined by George Sanford. And today we're in for a treat. It's your bread and butter game we're starting with.
Yeah, my main event of the week, really, in terms of commentating duties. It's going to be the 1K 4-5 card PLO event. And expect to see lots of Finnish players, as they are pesky, the Finns, one of the best in the world in this format. So over the next couple of hours, at the very least, we're going to be working our way down to that final table. And we've got some a big name, at least one, on the main table.
Yeah, the first we're starting with now, we have Kai Lehto, a known Finnish high-stakes player, and he's been on many of the feature and final tables that we have broadcasted from Tallinn through the years now, and now we're seeing him back today again. And yeah, looking at the others on the first feature table, we of course go through the old Hendon mob, and we didn't find too many scores. I spoke to a few of the players as well, saying they're rather unexperienced actually, although they're now playing the 1100 PLO, and a few of them are in their first or second PLO tournament ever.
But still not a bad spot to be in, kind of under the radar, maybe a little bit underrated by the seasoned pros that we're going to see. As the cream rises to the top in this format, you do tend to see a pretty tough final table.
Yes, so let's head over to the table and let's get started with this almost unofficial Finnish championship, because out of the 29 returning today, 18 of them had the Finnish flag.
Absolutely, and it's Michael Karim as well, flying the no-filter poker flag.
Yes, number 5.
Representing Sweden, I believe.
Yep. Yes, and we are playing six-handed this event, so there are 6 of them at this table as well. I think we have one person sitting out actually for the first few hands.
Over in
number
seat
1.
Yeah. Didn't quite make the start of the day. There were some festivities
yes,
after
maybe.
Drea Carlson's win last night.
Yeah. And yeah, if you weren't with us yesterday, we had the first stream of the week from the ladies only ring event, €350 buy-in and 74 runners, and the one with the ring, Drea Carlson of Norway, took down the first ladies only ever ring event in the circuit here in Tallinn. Now then, nice start for Michel, at least pre-flop with the aces.
With the aces, tri-suit, a little bit of connectivity towards the bottom end, and Alexei here with this connected hand. Definitely, if we are employing this sort of small raising strategy, the benefit of that is that we get to call the 3 bets and kind of keep a little bit more playability post-flop, and he is going to continue here. Good connected holding, if only single suited. Plenty of reason to continue. And wow, look at that. So trips out of the gate. Quickly checking it over.
Yeah, and of course, normally with the aces, you like a paired board. This might smell some trouble for Michel, who was one of the players I spoke to just before they got started, and this is his second ever PLO tournament. Plays a lot of no-limit hold'em, and you saw him maybe from the No Filter Festival a couple of months ago. You see he has the hoodie, and he's one of the co-founders for that new tour.
Yeah, so with maybe a slight lack of experience in Omaha, be interesting to see straight out of the gate how he's going to approach this spot. Just a little side note there, Alexei checking his cards, and you do feel as though the check raise is coming. I don't think I'm yet to see someone bluff after checking their cards and check raising the flop. It's a bit like, oh, I've hit that. Yeah, you know. And yeah,
there are some tells.
Here comes that inevitable check raise. It looks like he's gone to 52,000 over the 18, so just under 3x here, trying to keep in these overpairs, these flush draws, but also looking to seek the value as well. You're going to see less small raises in Omaha because obviously having more cards, there's going to be more equity in our opponent's range. It's much more likely that they've hit the flop in some way, shape or form. So 9-9 deuce is a board where we do like to play aggressively. As the pre-flop caller out of position, we're going to have a lot more sort of connected hands. Our opponent's going to have a lot of hands like aces, kings, ace, king, king. And this would be a really shrewd fold if you can find it. Quite difficult to think of bluffs. You have to be quite creative here. You're going to have to use something like pocket tens with some backdoor clubs that could get a better overpair to fold. And Michel does sniff it out nicely. Well played.
Yep. I don't know if we mentioned that we are doing the 4 and 5 cards.
Yes.
It's not only PLO, it's 4 and 5 cards. And how does that work, George?
So they're going to be doing a round of each or a level of each? I'm a bit rusty on the exact one, but I'm pretty sure it's a round of each,
It
right?
should be, yeah.
Yeah. So each time it goes round to seat 1, they will change the format and an extra card will be added or taken away.
And now when I see who joined in seat number 1, I'm not surprised actually it was a bit late. I think he might have been part of the festivities.
Yeah,
or
he
at
might have
least
been lurking in the background of the footage that we saw last night, but let's see how fresh he is and what kind of game he's going to be bringing to the table.
Yes, absolutely. And Mariusz, our friend from Poland, folding his second hand of the day. And as you might seen already in the top corner, 185 entrants in the day 1 yesterday. Now they're coming back for day 2. So this is the very first hands they are playing today. And 29 coming back.
Yeah, once again, just an excellent field outside of Vegas. You're not really going to see too many PLO events much bigger than this, and that's the benefit of the action that we get here in Northern Europe. So much Omaha on the schedule, and so many Omaha lovers, of course, with the Finns, the Swedes, and the Norwegians, almost all favoring that format in these days to Texas Hold'em.
And also confirm that we are doing a round of each. So
Perfect.
we have that cleared. And yeah, if you watching the stream, maybe you haven't played too much PLO yourself, George, as being the expert you are in this game. If you compare the Hold'em to the PLO 4 and 5 cards.
Yeah, we're just looking for, a lot of the times when we've got 2 cards, of course you want the hand to work together in some ways, but it's even more important in 4 cards and especially 5 cards as well. In 5 cards there's so many different combinations of hands that you need to be quite selective with the ones that you do enter the pot with. Just putting a premium on the connectivity, putting a premium on the higher suits as well. Especially at the deeper stack levels, you're going to find a lot of spots where you're facing multiple streets of aggression with a medium flush. And in Hold'em, you're pretty happy to play for it all. In Omaha, it's a slightly different story. Going to be under a lot of pressure with the 3rd, 4th, and even 2nd nut flush in many different situations. So there's definitely an importance for these guys to make sure that their pre-flop hand selection is nice and solid. And of course, then you get away from the theory side, you get the exploitative side as well that we saw in the ladies event, for example. Drea Carlson, Jenny Westmoreland, the type of players that were opening up their ranges when they saw fit with the table, not really fighting back an awful lot. So you're going to see the more experienced players, such as Kai Leto, kind of go after these guys a little bit. Early on in day 2, just kind of getting a feel for the rest of the table, seeing what styles we're up against, which sort of players are, and what sort of game they're bringing. And that's going to be the onus for these guys for at least the early levels as they kind of settle into this final day of the 1K45 card.
Now then, Samir under the gun, raised with a yet-to-be mystery hand. It seems like no one wants to tangle, so picking up the blinds and ante. We are on the 2 and 4K, small blind, big blind, and of course the 4K big blind ante, which means that the big blind pays the ante for the entire table. And not long, how long, but it's been the standard for
I
few years
think
now?
It's been a welcome addition because we've commentated on PLO events before without the ante, and it was painfully slow at some points, right? You did tend to see people just playing too few hands. So the addition of the ante in terms of PLO certainly makes the pace of play and kind of the intensity of the game that little bit more enjoyable for us, the viewers.
Yes. And for the players, it's all about that, having not to think about that you put in this case, 8K. Those are gone. Yeah. You should not think about that you're in for 8K if someone raises you, right?
Exactly. That's unfortunately is just part of the game. You have to put it in, right? So the game starts after the blinds are in, and you adjust as you do. So Michelle opening up on the button with the double suited hand. Nice open. Samir He's going to defend with this low single-suited holding. And it's going to be a board where you expect to see a lot of c-bets, although Michel, you know, when we do have a lot of hands like this from the button, probably going to be opening at least half the hands that we get dealt in this situation, fighting for that big blind ante. Would have really liked to see some aggression from Samir there. He's got bottom pair, he's got a gut shot. Could be a nice one, because I think you're going to see players just automatically bet this board. All of a sudden, hands like kings, hands like king high, hands like tens and jacks are going to be in a really tough spot versus that check raise. So if we are going to defend a fairly wide range, we're going to have to find some moves post-flop to you know, make up for that. And yeah, a bit of a miss in my opinion there. Would have been nice to see some early aggression, but early stages, no, nothing too untoward in terms of playing a slightly more conservative game. And just as I said before, getting that feel of the table, you know, getting a little bit more of a solid read on our opponents.
So not much action yet from the guy now next to Act, Kai Lehto, the most experienced player on this table by far, at least from the live scene. Yet staying quiet, but as you can see, he is the table chip leader just ahead of Michel.
Yeah, and not a surprise in many ways. In this very generous structure at this stage of the tournament, you're seeing a lot of players over 100 big blinds. Going to see a lot of the guys that are very capable and playing lots of cash game formats as well actually really shine. Whereas the, you know, the tournament Omaha players more used to sort of 30, 40 big blinds as you would online. It's going to be somewhat uncomfortable for them to navigate the streets in these deeper stack situations. So expecting to see the more experienced players apply a lot of pressure and just kind of carve through the field, picking up a lot of pots that maybe get missed by some of the other guys less accustomed to deep stack play. So we've got a couple of draws. I believe that 9-8 has just improved for Samir there. Snap checking though. Does lose to two different straights, King 9 and Ace King, although in a limp pot blind versus blind you would tend to discount a lot of Ace King. And he does allow his opponent to fire a bluff here. Akilu's, is he value betting the two pair? Is he bluffing? It's hard to say.
Hard to say, right? But he gets called and Samir will take the pot with the straight.
He showed his cards quite confidently. I think he thought he was value betting there, trying to get called by a worse two pair. That's fair enough when the ranges are wide, but with the 3-liner completing, lots of different straights available. He does have the 9 blocker. Certainly a high tariff value bet if that's what he was going for, by the looks of things.
Bit calmer on the rail today so far. We had a big party yesterday with Drea Carlson's team on the rail.
Yeah, expecting to see a little bit of a quieter table aura today. Can't really match yesterday's. Yesterday's was rather chaotic at times.
As you can see, we're down to 28. Have an elimination on one of the outer tables. And if you're familiar with the setup here on the Hilton, they're playing the outer tables just beside this one, so players can see the entire field. They're not in two different rooms now where they have the TV setup, so it's all combined and located in the same area, this tournament.
Already a couple of hands there. I think players are going to tend to be slightly less familiar with the 5-card format.
Yeah.
A couple of hands there, I think I certainly would have assumed to be standard opens, just kind of getting snap mucked. That could be a theme that you tend to see. People are going to take a little bit more chances in 4-card. Maybe they've got a bit more experience. 5-card is very much a growing game, but still, of course, far away from being solved as Hold'em and chess. Kind of dominated by the engines these days.
Exactly. Now, as I spoke to Michel as well, he said, of course, he's played one tournament before and a lot of cash games in PLO, but not much 5-card at all, and not ever in a tournament format. So, of course, it's a bit different. But now, second aces of the day already for him. Not a single suit though this time.
Yeah, just the second nut suit, and so you know, still aces, and still he's got some 3 broadways there, decent connectivity. The ace-4 could play for some low straight potential. Marius, see if we can get a read of those cards. Can be quite difficult to get the whole 5 cards across the scanner, so we'll let him off. Kai not going to be looking to get involved. This type of hand to, and maybe a new player of Omaha, double suited, somewhat connected, could look somewhat advantageous, but just offers a lot of trouble, especially coming in from the small blind, being out of position. Going to be finding a lot of trouble with that one. Second nut draws and can get it in with very bad equity there.
Another paired board when Michel races with the aces now then.
Yeah, and I think another time that he's up against it. I believe Marius has an 8.
Yeah. Yes, that's the case again. So this time Michel is first, and of course he will be continuing with this paired board. Normally, as we said before, a good flop for aces, but another time the opponent has the trips. So
yeah, a pretty loose peel here from Marius, just with that. You know, when I was talking about 5 card, the extra card, so much more importance to have the hand connected. That deuce really doing absolutely nothing for his holding, essentially playing 4.5 card Omaha there with that kind of hand, and with 4 players behind as well. A rather speculative peel, but he does flop gin and even turns a straight draw and a flush draw.
Yeah, he's got it all right now. As you can see, Michel down to the 1 out, ace of hearts.
Yeah, and the c-bet on the flop, it's a bit more of a hold and play out of position on this paired board. Again, with aces, we're not going to be ever be able to play for 3 streets here, so betting the flop, it could be more natural just to check and try and navigate to a turn card. Then we can start to seek the value from hands like kings and queens. Having a king and a queen makes those hands less likely, so one of these types of combos that would have been maybe better suited just to employ a little bit of pot control out of position. However, we do see another small bet here. I guess what he's doing now is designed to seek value from worse overpairs, worse draws. Also kind of a bit of an information bet. If he gets raised, I think he's going to know exactly what he's up against here. Marius, happy to come along. Doesn't really need any protection with his 8. He's got so much additional sidecard equity with it.
Oh! Wow.
And how about it, huh? We were saying in the booth before, we've been seeing Michel Karim in a hell of a run recently. And when you're running hot, that's the type of river that you just find out of the sky.
Yeah, and of course no way for Marius to get out of this one since he has an ace himself as well. So putting maybe Michel on the kings or something worse than that, and yeah, this is just
puts him in. He's going to get
unfortunate.
Called.
Yes.
You really can't put your opponent on. And
you see Michel like almost embarrassed to show now. Then, like, sorry, man.
Yeah. Yeah, 1 outer, bro.
Yeah.
Happens.
All right, so our 28th place finisher then, Marius, is leaving the table. At least he's in the money, and he will get some euros for his effort.
Yeah,
and
didn't see much of a resume on Hendon Mob, and that's a tough welcome to the game of 5-card PLO.
Yeah, I think he had 2 live scores overall, so not very, maybe not playing that much live at all, but now at least he got a score in this one, and a flag, of course.
The flag.
The Estonian one.
The Estonian flag, it's a good one to have.
Yes, certainly. And one guy who has many flags to his name is coming into the booth soon. Or right now we have the poker manager of Olibet from the Olympic group, Christer Larsson. Many of you may heard him before, and he's a PLO specialist himself. So I'm going to let you two guys go at it. Have at it. So you guys listening and watching this, you're in for a treat as well. These guys have played more hands of Omaha in their lives than I think possible.
Well, yeah, it was a misspent decade, I'll tell you that much.
All right, so I'm handing over to Chris, and then George, I'll see you a bit later.
Absolutely. So, Krista, how are we?
Couldn't be better. And sitting here in the studio with you, George, it's always a pleasure. And also watching these kind of hands, it's kind of crazy to see. But this is 5-card PLO.
It's a brutal format, and you know, most of the time it's going to be played in deep stack cash games, but in tournaments, and especially with the 4-card involved as well, it just adds that element of chaos every orbit.
Yeah, it does, and it also, you can have so many different strategies in this game depending on the players you are playing with at the table. So you can loosen up the game and try to steal a lot of pots, because normally you should be so connected with the hands, especially in 5-card, right? And
yeah, there's a premium on that, and we saw a player like, for example, Riku, who won this event in 2024. We did a sort of bonus cut coverage where we were going through some of the hands in his run, and as you say, Krista, something I was really impressed with was him, and I saw he was on one of the outer tables in the money of this, no surprise to see him there, was just how fluid his game style was. Sometimes he was hyper-aggressive, sometimes he was maybe taking a bit more caution in the 5-card where the variance is high and he doesn't want to flip his way out of the tournament, just kind of playing the small ball, almost old-school style, you know? So there's so many different ways you can approach this, and I think the beauty of being in the commentary booth and watching these guys have at it on the main stage is just the difference in styles that you tend to see throughout.
Yeah, because also in tournament PLO and this kind of PLO games, quite a few of these players are cash game players, and you have maybe a totally different style of play when you play cash games and tournaments in PLO. And the more cards you have, 4, 5 or 6 cards, the more cards you have, the more hesitant you should be. You should be cautious and really, really careful, because especially if you play with these cash game players, it tends to be big pots.
Big pots, and they're looking to always find any weakness in your armor and just batter away at you. But yeah, that's the thing in 5 cards. If the money's going in and you've got the worse end of the draw and the worse end of the equity, the likelihood is the other guy who's shoveling in the money for you, he's probably got some of it, right?
for sure.
Whereas in Hold'em, you can never be too sure.
Yeah, that's why you need to be careful in this kind of game, because the volatility is also so high, and you better find your spots. And of course, these players playing in this tournament now here in Tallinn, this tournament tends to draw a lot of really strong players.
Absolutely.
And we from Scandi, Finland and so on, there's lots of good Omaha players.
Yeah, a lot of them congregated in Finland as well. And Kai going for the small bet here, trying to get called by potentially a worse flush or a straight. Instead, he is going to be shown the bad news. The 9-8 of hearts is going to get that one done for Michel.
He's running hot.
He's doing pretty nicely, isn't he? And apparently it's only his 2nd ever PLO tournament. We've seen him deep in the No Filter event. We saw him deep in the Kings of Tallinn, I believe.
Yeah, the 555. Yep. I think he finished the runner-up in that one.
That's right. He got steamrolled by, I think he had an 8-1 chip lead versus the Danish player. The name escapes me, but Benjamin something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that was quite the bout. But definitely seeing a lot of Karim in the live arena at the moment, and that's the thing, you got to take advantage when the cards are kind to you.
Yeah, it's been running quite hot the last 6 to 12 months time, and both out in Europe and also home in Sweden.
Absolutely. How about yourself? Are you playing much cards these days? Do you get time?
When I have time, I play, but it's way too rare.
Okay, yeah.
So and especially during these kind of events, it's just like you really want to dig in, and especially in this kind of tournament, this is my absolute favorite tournament
format. Yeah,
really wants to play, and also the mixed games here in Tallinn is also always good.
Are you contractually allowed to play? Is there a...
No, I'm contractually, but hey, come on, as an organizer of the event, you don't play, you don't put staff at, in any situational situation. So, of course, no, I'm not playing in our own
It's a bit
events.
of a conflict of interest, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, 100%. And also, I don't really have time.
Yeah, exactly. Flying around with other duties.
Yeah.
So Michel playing it safe here with the weaker aces combination in 5 card. That's something you're going to see a lot. In 4 card, you tend to kind of auto pot these almost any aces, and in 5 card, you need to be quite selective with this combination. He's got the Jack 5 suit, low connectivity, doesn't play too well in an inflated pot out of position. There's just not many great boards for him.
But you have this point that you also have the bluff ace, and also there's a huge difference if you're in a situation like Michel when he is in this control with the biggest stack at the table and so on. You can actually gear up a little bit because he knows that the other players are also quite decent and understands when the chips should go in, so he can actually play a little bit more aggressive than normal. Yeah,
and especially in this situation, surprised. Maybe he's trying to line up a check raise here. We see Kai going for a bit of value here. He's got options as well. He's got the Queen of Spades blocker, so it's slightly less likely that anyone's got some kind of half decent flush in their range, and he's looking to basically deny equity to random straight draws. So a hand like 7-5-8 in red is never going to be able to call here, but does still have a sizable amount of equity versus his exact hand. You know, any of these middling straight completing cards, and there are many of them, could see him not win the pot.
Yeah, but it's also quite good to make this kind of control bet to see if there are flushes out there, and also if you only get a call, maybe you can actually act on the river as well to push away a weak flush. So
so his hand has options, right? He can improve to a boat. He can still use the Queen of Spades as a bluff if he thinks that someone's in there with a weaker flush. Exactly. And also, I think it's quite an easy fold versus the check pot.
Yeah.
So.
No, but also that he can actually decide after, who is actually calling.
Yeah.
How what kind of status is that player in? So he doesn't normally. You kind of decide before you bet on the turn what you're doing on the river, but in this case he might even leave it open until he understands who will call or if he gets a check raise.
Yes, for sure. Gives him a little bit more information and something to work off of. Precisely. So Michel has quite a nice playable hand here on the button. Looks like he's going to raise. Makes it 14k.
Yeah, lots of options with this kind of hands. He will always have draws.
Yeah, he'll always have something. And I think it's quite nice because his suits aren't so premium. So instead of just calling and allowing the small blind and the big blind to come along, maybe he gets semi-coolered by a worse spade flush or a better spade or diamond flush. Instead he's looking to thin out the field a little bit and isolate Kai, which also gives him some nice options on medium boards where he might not even get some credit for hitting so often. Samir here with the double suited aces, just peeling, would have been a nice spot to go for it, I think.
Now you have a little bit set for Samir and all the opportunities for Michel as well. So
2 sets out there. Michel has the gut shot as well. An open-ender, the 8-7 is playing, so the 10 would give him the Jack-7 straight, the 5 would give him the 9 high straight.
But in this case it was a good bet from Samir to not raise the pot beforehand, because Michel would have, of course, with this kind of hand.
And the money would have been going in, and all of a sudden he's looking at a very unfavorable scenario. In fact, there's no 8s remaining, so he's going to need to find an ace. Or some kind of miracle running 6s. So a straight now for Karim. Things just get better and better.
Yeah, and also it's a big difference with double-suited aces in 4-card and 5-card Omaha. The value in 4-card Omaha is so much better because you're up against draws all the time in 5 cards.
You are, yeah. You do tend to run into a decent hand a lot more of the time in 5, that's for sure. But when you can get it heads up and move the stack to pot ratio down, I like to play the aggression with these premium combos and also some of these high connected double suited hands as well. So it does go for the 42k bet. It's around about half pot, just looking to seek value from flush draws, straight draws, worse sets as well, 9s and 8s and 6s, and he does do a good job of getting called by a hand that's in horrible shape against him. That's the check mark.
Yeah, I guess Michel will bet, and Samir might find the fold here.
Yeah, I imagine he goes for a quite small size here. Our hand's not really worth the full size of the pot. He does check back.
Oh, he doesn't want to have a check raise.
Just in case his opponent had something like tens with a missed flush draw that could put him in a tricky situation.
It's all about control at this stage as well. They are playing so deep now in this tournament as well. These guys with big stacks. So control, build slowly.
Yeah, I think that's very valid. And also having a set in his range, it means there's less two pairs and less sets that the other opponent can have that may hero call. So just taking it to showdown, winning another decent sized pot and moving in the right direction for sure. It's been a one-way traffic from the right side of the table to get this kicked off today. And building towers over there, look at that. Looking at yeah, getting close to almost 1 million, I would say, over there.
Yeah, with 2-4 blinds, so over 200 bigs.
Yeah, very healthy situation to be in. So not seen too much from Alexei. Ace 10-8-4 would be a nice one to open. With the nut suit, a little bit of connectivity. Did see him maybe slightly less inclined to get involved from a few earlier hands that he was dealt. Don't think we're going to be seeing Michel go anywhere. He's actually got 813, so yeah, over 200.
Yes, and also you will see, especially in 4 cards, but also in 5 cards, players here, they will fold decent hands in early positions, because in Omaha the position is so important.
Certainly is.
But for Michel at this point, when he's been playing both good and being a little bit of lucky, I saw the hitting the ace of hearts.
Yeah, the one outer, that was quite something. Yeah. That was the only card that could get him out of jail. And he found it when he needed to the most. So Kai coming along with the jacks, flopping the top set. Interesting to see if he does go for a lead here. Doesn't have much in addition to his jacks, so gonna just check it over.
He should actually protect his hand, I think, in this case.
I quite like a lead in these situations, yeah.
So Michel hits the trips again on the turn, you know, like.
Oh wow, yeah.
Set over set.
So he's got the overpair on the flop with the gut shot. Now he's got the check mark already. As Kai, one of the other jacks must have been folded. And Michel with the small bet on the turn. On a brick river, he could look to go for a slightly larger bet, but he rivers quads.
Oh, and this is so bad for Kai as well, because likelihood of him having, you know, quads here are actually.
It's just so low.
Yeah, it will be very hard for Kai to get away from this, because Michel's bet was also kind of, you know, I have a straight bet and
yeah, 10-8 kind of holding, it looked like on the turn.
Yeah, so this will be trouble. So the question is if Kai is leading out as well, just to get a little bit better control and understanding of what Michel has. I would do that.
Yeah, I don't think Kai expects Michel to bet a hand like Queen Jack on the turn very often.
No.
With the straights completing and with so potentially sets out there.
Yeah, so he's
lead.
Yeah, he should lead as well. Unfortunately for him at this point, it will be really bad. And I actually think that Michel can put in quite a large bet here.
I think you just go for the pot, don't you? And I think you know you're up against jacks or nines at this stage. We don't have a jack or a 9 in our hand. It would be a strange way for our opponent to play a straight. So they're representing a hand like Queen Jack. We have 2 queens, so they can't have that. So what's left? It's jacks or 9s or a bluff. So
I would think that he will raise up to 160 or something like that, because you know, inclined to actually think that it looks like a little bit of a bluff or whatever as well. So and Kai, it's hard for him to get away from this.
Yeah,
he's getting away.
He does get away.
Wow.
He knows that his opponent is not going to be potting a worse hand for value. And bluffs are hard to find.
Yeah, but I think Kai played it optimal.
Yeah.
Lost minimum.
Look to get the value from a straight, seek the crying call, and instead he gets told exactly where he's at. And a very disciplined and professional fold. We've seen Kai show a lot of strong results over the years. Did very well in one of the Irish events, winning or coming in the top 3 in the 5K PLO there for a 6-figure score. And you know, small plays like that, which you know could seem standard to some of you guys watching at home. You feel like, oh, he's always going to be up against a better full house. It's easier said than done to find the quick fold there. Shows a lot of restraint.
Yeah.
Exactly. Makes it less likely he's got Queen Jack, and really he's only representing the quads and one combination of that. So
yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Good hands.
That's a good hand. Yeah. Had some fireworks. It's all getting hoovered up to the right hand side of the table, but at least it makes for fun viewing.
Yeah, close to 900k now, Michelle.
Yeah. We got Lee, the dealer, very experienced player in his own regard. Bit of an expert at open-faced Chinese.
Oh, really?
He's given me a couple of lessons downstairs in the foyer.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
he really knows his stuff. Really high level.
Yeah, and a good dealer as well.
Good dealer, and yeah, he's done quite well for himself, traveling and playing some of the mixed games and these slightly more eccentric formats. Seems to be his speciality.
Yeah, so you should basically come here to play instead of
Yeah,
work,
well.
right? Yeah, because this is the place.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I said to him. Maybe one time just come to play, but I think he likes it here. Dealers get very good
Yeah, it's a
opportunities.
good. Yeah, it's a good team. It's a good crew, and well organized by our tournament director Teresa and Olivier. So,
how many dealers are on the roster this week? Do you know a rough number?
My gosh,
Is it over 100?
Oh yes,
Yeah,
for sure it is. It's we have 80 tables up here, and then we have what is it, 18, 20 tables for cash games downstairs as well. So, and during the evenings here, as you know, it's crowded.
Yeah.
All over the place. So quite a few.
So we get it in here, and we see that Kai has bottom pair and Aklilu has middle pair, so it's actually quite a favorable situation for a stack off where we see bottom versus middle pair.
Yeah.
The money does go in a 3-bet pot. It was
Aklilu must be happy to see this.
absolutely. He just needs to fade, from what I can see, an ace or a 3.
Yes.
And now a deuce. But he does have
The
spades covered.
Mm.
And the queen is no good. Queen 4 will win it for Aklilu, and Kai, I don't think he's out.
No.
Should have his opponent covered, right?
Yeah.
Unless we've got the
No.
stacks the wrong way around. Kai.
No, he had 386. Was it?
He must have had a lot less because
Okay. How did the chips come into the middle?
yeah, it might have been a slight error from. He lost a couple of pots, right? He lost that significant hand versus Michelle.
That was strange. It's kind of, we are sitting chatting around here, and there's action all the time, and we're just missing out on this. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we were trying to give you a little flavor as to some of the workings of the staff, and instead chips are still flying in, and we are less equipped to give a fair assessment of what exactly happened there. But looks like Kai had slightly less than we thought.
Yeah.
Which would have made sense with that move there. It's not a move that you'd be making too often deep stacked with the ace, king, jack 4. Kind of more of a sub 25 big blinds, kind of push and pray type situation.
Yeah.
And getting picked off by his fellow countrymen there.
And I think we are 26 players still in the tournament as well, so we're getting down to more serious business soon enough.
Certainly are. When's the redraws going to be? Is that 24-12 and final table, or?
I think it's on 24 and final table.
Okay.
I'm actually not 100% sure.
Yeah.
I think we had done 3 redraws before, but I think we have actually switched to make 2.
Okay, nice. less hopping around.
Yes, and
Wow, look at this.
wow, big hands
This
across
is
the board.
the dream in 4 card. Aces double suited and all somewhat working together.
Yeah, and draws, and you know, like wow.
And Alexei, we've seen him be on the more conservative side.
Now might be the time actually, and this will be extremely unfortunate for him with the diamonds. Everything is covered. So
Everything is covered. I mean, ace high board. He's going to feel, you know, not 100% confident, but it's going to be a help. Don't believe he had an 8.
no.
So another paired board for Michel. This time he does check back, learning his lesson from a couple of those other situations where he ran into the trips. And now maneuvering to a 4 turn. Alexei really with no obvious equity here, just ace high.
Maybe he's trying, but he's not short stacked.
Yeah.
So actually, if he makes a bet now, he's kind of risking quite a lot.
He would have to follow it up with another one, more than likely.
It's 35.
35,000. So this will be a decision for Michel. Not an easy decision for Michel actually.
2/3 the size of the pot. Nice, healthy sizing. I'm guessing the idea is to be following it up with one more on the river.
Yeah, I guess he needs to push all in, you know, like on the river
Go
here.
for the full pot, and he hasn't sized up for the full pot. He could have bet a little bit bigger to allow himself the opportunity to do that. And the king is
It's good for Alexei. Really good.
well. Is it? I mean, it could. Michel could definitely have a hand like kings here, playing in this line, raising pre-flop, isolating the 2 players. I'm not sure. It would take a lot of cojones to find another bet here.
But I think he decided already on the turn.
That
He thinks that Michel is a little bit on the weak side. So by betting the turn, I think he's kind of committed himself a little bit to actually shove here. But I don't know. It's no. Actually, he gives up. Yeah.
7 checks. Showdown. Shows ace queen. Aces.
Yeah. So if you know, it's just trying to keep his chips in play, but he's now down to 25 big. So okay, it's fine. He can make that move on the turn, but I think it's a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta decide. It's you know, one bet doesn't do too much. You're gonna get called by a lot of overpairs there that are gonna forced to fold the river. You think it's very tough to think of too many bluffs. Yes, the 7-6-5 kind of straight draw element would have missed the straight. So you know, there are some natural bluffs there, but I think maybe slightly missing out on an opportunity there to pick up some chips.
Yeah, actually, when you have 137 in that, actually you can make a value bet out of this and still be in with 10 bigs if you get called. But you can also shove. But it's just to bet turn and give up. It's kind of I personally I don't like it. Okay, you get some information. Okay, I give up.
Yeah.
You still have 25 bigs, so you're still in play, so to speak.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
A bit of a one and done and kind of a hopeful turn bet rather than any kind of gusto behind it.
And also against the player with the most chips that actually can risk a little bit. So
yeah, and can call you somewhat light on the turn. Lots of players are going to have an 8 or a 4 there when they continue, and we know that Michel is going to be the sort of player that's going to stick around with an overpair, keeping the opponent honest, and he got exactly what he was looking for, navigating to showdown and taking down yet another pot. I can't remember him losing a significant pot at this stage. We've played about 3 orbits, and he must have won
50% of the pots.
Yeah, a good 7 or 8 healthy pots so far. Just the dream start for day 2. Samir here, we've seen... don't believe that's Aklilu. I thought Aklilu was this guy, but...
Okay, we have yeah, there should be some action. It's a hand, right?
Should be, yeah. We've got chips going in the middle and 2 guys with cards, so that's a good start. Ace, Jack, 10.
Action flop.
Samir with a bit of something, a bit of nothing. You know, you've got a top pair, you've got a 7 high flush draw, and improves to a flush with 2 pair. So quite a strong hand versus another check from the big blind if it does come. Looks like Ravnak has checked.
Yes.
And I think we can look to start seeking some value here. Some straights in there, some potential hands like jacks or 10s. We can look to gain a street from.
We can't see Ravnak's card, so
Yeah, he looks interested.
and have 77k, so it's kind of do or die at this point.
Yeah, could be thinking of a small raise and a river jam, which would be pretty spicy. Looks like he's got slightly less than 77 from my eyes at the very least. Those all red, so they're 5Ks.
Yeah, can I guess he has Queen of Hearts flush?
Oh, he's got a straight.
Oh, right, okay.
King Queen.
Oh my god, yeah.
I thought he had a blocker the way he was kind of posturing a little bit. He's going to call. He's unfortunately drawing dead at this stage, but he's slightly perplexed as to the turn check back from his opponent.
Now we might see check here.
Yeah, I don't think Samir's going to be able to find a bet with the 7 high flush.
He can only be called by a better hand.
You think so, right? I mean, it would be very ambitious to think that a straight can call you on this paired board. He does go for the milky bet and snap fold from his opponent.
You know, I don't like that bet on the river. It's just taking a lot of unnecessary risk.
It's a bit hopeful, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it is a river card that your opponent can improve to sometimes. Hands like Ace Jack, Jack 10 could very well be in there.
You will never be called by a worse hand than that flush.
Yeah, you'd have to think so.
It's not kindergarten, this, right?
No, there's some serious players out here, and these guys have been honing their craft over the years, and they're here to play. We do tend to see a pretty strong field, especially when we do get into the business end of these PLO tournaments. There's just so many strong players entering, 185 in making up the entry list.
Yeah, slightly less than last year, but on the other hand, there's so many tournaments going on at the same time.
Yeah.
And
So much to choose from. People, you know, you never know. Some people might still be in the 555 or have their sights on cash games or other formats of the tournaments.
yeah, and right now we have just started the 5K tournament out here with some good names in it.
A couple of tables going, is there?
Yes, I think I don't know how many it is right now, but I would think that it's like 20 players right now. So I think it will be quite good because it's a one-day event and players are coming in all the time to
late reg. Some of these guys with the big bankrolls, they're not in from the first level, are they? They're kind of plying their trade with the late reg.
Yeah, and there's also a starting day of the 1K 8 game today, later in the afternoon. So I would think that a few of these Omaha players will jump into that one later on tonight. So lots of action going on at all times.
Pretty wild hand here. The kind of slightly weak kings combo, the tri-suit with the 7-6, going for the 3-bet small blind versus under the gun, and under the gun is actually peeling with ace king 3 deuce, which to my eyes would be possibly one of the worst hands we could call a 3-bet with. Just so disconnected.
83.
Samir looks to be wanting to play for stacks here with the overpair, taking his chances, and Francisco has just bottom pair with the backdoor flush draw. He's going to get out the way. It's pretty tough to hit the board with ace king 3 deuce there.
It's very optimistic.
Yeah, I would say so. I think the open is okay, maybe on the looser side, but pilling the 3-bet there versus what you'd expect to be a lot of aces, a lot of ace king king, a lot of at least double suited connected holdings. Going to be up against it and struggling to navigate post flop.
Yeah, but maybe he was in the mood to play some high-low.
Yeah, exactly. That's a beautiful hand in high-low, right? Maybe Didn't quite check the format. So down to 23, 185 entrants, so almost 10% of the field left. These guys have locked up at least a min cash at this stage.
Yeah, which I think is like 2.5 or something like that. So, but these guys, they want the ring.
want more.
They want the ring. They want a 5K US dollar package to Bahamas and the glory.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you normally don't see kind of the same ICM play in Omaha as you do in Hold'em. It's a little bit. Samir picks up a decent hand.
Yeah, you still see a lot more multi-way pots and people not scared to get involved in Hold'em. Things tend to be a little bit more rigid, which is why I like this format of the game.
Oh, it's definitely more fun to watch, at least I think so. But that's also, I'm maybe a little bit biased.
Yeah, because it's your favorite. So flush draw for Aklilu on the turn with the gut shot and the overpair to the board on the flop with his 8s.
Oh,
9s.
Yeah. Oh, he hit the 9s.
Filling up, and what a river after a rather unexciting king of hearts on the turn for Samir. Now just double checking those cards and firing in a bet. Doesn't look too weak when players kind of do this kind of action at the table. Double check the cards, and now we saw him going for the smaller sizing earlier on when he was going for pretty thin value. Now we're seeing a bet towards the size of the pot, so eagle-eyed players at the table maybe looking to go back to see what he had on the break and kind of add to their repertoire of reads on this type of player where the sizings are maybe slightly indicative of the strength of the hand.
Yeah, Samir won a couple of pots now. Decent shape. They're still very deep in this tournament, so this might go on for some time now.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah, and later on tonight we will stream from the 5K, but that will be
Hopefully.
kind of the 8 game, or the 8 game will not
The
be
8
streamed.
game is quite tough to stream, but the 5K is the one-day event, likely to see a lot of big names, bringing in a lot of support and even fans from around the world. So that's always a good one to get on the stream.
Yeah.
We are hoping to bring you action from that, although we will be prioritizing the Omaha 4-5, and we'll be playing to a winner here. If there is some action to cross over to, that's going to be the plan. So it could be a long day in the booth, and it could be a long day for you guys at home. So get yourselves comfortable.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also the 555 final day is played simultaneously. It was like 744 entries
That's
into that one, and I think we're down to like 15-20 players in that tournament.
And how much is for the winner in that one?
Oh, I think it's something like 60
Beautiful.
plus.
Yeah. So an all-in between Tony and Alexei here. Aces for Tony, I believe. Alexei with this double-suited connected hand.
A beautiful hand.
Yeah, both hands are absolutely top draw, but someone has to win. So that's the only unfortunate thing. Guess there could be a chop with the Jack-8 straight, but that's all I can see. Diamonds and hearts on the left.
And the aces have quite a lot of blockers as well, so aces are quite in good shape here.
In pretty good shape, although that Queen of Hearts in the window, 2 pair now for the double-suited rundown of Alexei. Shifts his way into the lead.
And also now the hearts.
Yeah, it's not looking great for Tony, and that is going to be the exit for the Serbian there. Getting it in with the best of it. And as is so often the case in 5-card Omaha, dreams shattered by the river.
Yeah, but that was 2 premium hands.
Certainly was. And a little bit of afters as well with his table mate. Getting a telling off.
Yeah, I know. It's uncomfortable.
I might have been saying that he could see his cards when he's peeling them, something like that. And Alexi's response was that the rail was a bit high and it's quite difficult to get your head down low enough to kind of sweat them
Yeah,
in that regard. But
I guess we will see new players coming into this table as well.
yes, we've got 22, so we're going to have 5 tables right now. 4 tables? Yeah, 4 tables. 2 of 5, 2 of 6. So we might be sticking around with 5 for the time being, and then when we get to maybe to 18,
Yeah, true.
tables of 6.
Oh, Michel picks up a decent hand.
Yeah, it's got some connectivity. Try suit. It's quite a nice hand to limp. Don't have an ace, so it kind of means that you're going to get 3-bet that little bit more often. He's going to continue with his slightly high tempo style of play, liking to get involved with lots of holdings, raising a lot,
And, yeah, I'm pushing also a little bit.
thinning
You
out
know,
the field. Yeah. So just go wisely. Max, pretty poor holding there, and Alexei has just got too many disconnected cards there. The 9-7 deuce, all of the same suit. Really poor component for his 5-card hand. So it's all systems go for Karim at the moment, building even more towers.
Yeah, and blind's gone up as well. So,
Yeah.
and for Michel, this is always good. When even though the other players also have a lot of chips, most of them, you have to see one small stack at the table. So
Just means that those steals and those smaller pots just increase in euro value as you get deeper into the tournament. Stealing the blinds, winning these small pots, just increases your kind of equity in the tournament, your the value of your stack in many ways, and that's what he's going to be looking to do, just to keep accruing. You can't really have asked for much of a better start than this. He's been
sure not.
steamrolling over the table, rivering a one outer as well. Versus Marius, the Polish player that got very unlucky, played his hand exceptionally well. Didn't panic, just kept on calling, and unfortunately that's the way it goes. You can play the hand perfectly, get rivered and lose, and it's just part of the game. So Michel getting some respect now from the field, gets a steal through, now getting the walk. Feels like there's a magnet on the right side of the table with those chips, doesn't it? They're just kind of slowly coming over. So we're going to have 6 more minutes of this level, then another 30 minutes. We're going to have the first break of the day, and you can see on the tournament information screen there that the average stack is still well above 50 big blinds. So much play in this one. 53 big blind average.
yeah, and lost another player out on the outer table. 21 players in. So
Yeah, 21 in, and that's they're falling out. So that means that the average stack is just creeping up a little bit.
I don't know for sure if it will be a redraw on 18 or
12.
But it is also quite nice with this tournament that you can play this kind of tournaments quite deep in the end games. It's not a lottery. It's a lot of play.
A lot of skill, and that's what we like to see. We don't, never really been a massive fan of the turbo formats that you tend to see online and in smaller tours. That you just don't really feel like you're getting much value for the rate you're paying. Whereas here, for example, the ladies event yesterday, excellent structure. And I was speaking with Lena in the booth, and she was saying that you were a big advocate of giving the ladies a nice chance and a nice opportunity to play some poker rather than to be a 10 big blind all in. You know?
Yeah, but that's kind of what most others are doing, is putting in a ladies event because we must put in a ladies event, and then they do it a low buy-in and with a kind of
Turbo.
poor structures and just give them a chance. They are brilliant players.
Yeah.
Many of them. Give them a chance to play a decent tournament, and so they enjoy it here. And of course, we're also promoting the Queens of Tallinn, the ladies-only poker festival in at Olympic Casino now in the end of August. So that's good for us. So actually, we have another ladies event coming up on Saturday here in Olympic as well, which, if I recall right, it's a €200 buy-in tournament. So we are not just doing one ladies event during this festival; it's two of them.
Lovely. But only one event can have the ring.
There can be only one.
Yes.
And that goes to Norway, Andrea Karlsson.
Yeah, a very deserving winner. I think she's seen her around quite a lot over the last few years, and her game has improved massively. She's a very, very strong player.
Yeah, very controlled play. I watched the stream last night, of course.
Good man, doing your homework for today.
Exactly. And she was in full control.
She
I
was.
think. Yeah, she was actually quite unlucky.
Yeah.
And still in control. So
You know, some of those all-ins were really not going in her favor, but she managed to. The cream rises to the top. She stayed in control. She didn't tilt. She kept a strong, tight, aggressive game going, and that's what did her well in the end.
Yeah, but this is also a little bit of a testament to the structure of these kind of events. That you might be, if you are in decent position, you can be a little bit unlucky and recover from it. And in many other tournaments,
You're out. You're out, and you've just got a bad beat story for your friends at home.
Yeah.
And on the boat back over to Scandinavia.
Yeah, but it was a fun event, fun tournament to see. You also, I think it was 8 different nationalities on the final table, and players from all over the place.
Yeah, we had Colombian, Estonian, Norwegian, Swedish, Latvian.
Yeah, it was
a couple of others.
Georgian, no?
Georgian,
Wasn't it?
maybe in the final 11. Yeah, I don't think on the final, but
No.
still
Yeah.
a very well represented event. Which, for those of you wondering, why is there so many Finns in this tournament? Well, over the years, they've completely dominated this format of the game, and it seems to be a bit of a hub for budding PLO players.
Yeah. I remember back in the days when I was, like playing quite good Omaha back in Stockholm, and then coming over to the old casino in Helsinki and played versus the Finns and got totally smashed. You saw an Ilari Saham, he's 19 years old, long hair, and just like totally
running the show,
demolished.
Yeah.
I went home with my
tail between your legs.
Exactly. Okay, let's do some homework.
Yeah, exactly. Slightly a bit behind the curve of these guys. It's but that's a nice lesson to take, right? If you have the self-awareness and the accountability to say, hey, I'm not up to scratch. There's always work to be done.
So Francisco hits the 2 pairs and
with the 6 as
and
well.
straight draw, backdoor diamonds.
Could be a nice one to fire in a bet here. Wide ranges in play. Yes, there are 3 different straights out there, 6-5, 10-6, and Jack-10, but we can get called by worse 2 pairs. We can get called by straight draws. Get called by some
Backdoor for Akililu and the gut shot.
Yeah, I think we might see him stick around, although the bet is quite large, so out of position, just going to get out the way. The 5 is not a particularly great card. If the 5 was a bit more live and he could hit a set that might improve him somewhat, instead it would make the 4-liner to the straight. So I think a wise decision there. If his opponent had bet 1 big blind, then sure, let's try and fish for the 10, but instead showing some restraint.
Yeah, good boy.
Yeah,
right
exactly.
call.
Got to be keeping yourself in line sometimes. It can feel like a bit emasculating to just limp and then check fold the flop, but,
Yeah, but
that's something you got to deal with, right? That's the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and also when players are a little bit deeper, you know, pre-flop you can actually be a little bit more wide as well because opportunities might arise. So
Yeah. Exactly. All about sort of game flow control, stack preservation, but also knowing when to pounce.
yeah, I think we should have slowed down a little bit now, giving the others some space.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, he's had such a great start. He could probably go for a nap upstairs and come back down, and he'd still be the table chip leader. But Aklilu then missing I think a fairly clear open, ace 10, 9, 8 on the button.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
I know he doesn't have the nut suit, but we're playing the button. We do have two players here in the blinds with similar stacks that we could elect to put some pressure on. Alexi's going to go for the raise with his ace king 7 deuce, bit disconnected but doing pretty well.
Yeah, the spades, but yeah, blind versus blind. I think it's correct also to kind of control the pot a little bit and
set the tempo. You can check back the flop. You can navigate to a turn. You have all the options open when you play the aggressive route, and that's what he's doing here. 7 in the window, which is good for him, and another one. So ace king 7 deuce, flopping trips.
looking good.
And Francisco himself has, you know,
overpair.
a half decent hand here. Queens with the 9-5 gut shot. It's you know, blind versus blind. The ranges are wide. We certainly can't be surrendering this one to one bet. That's for sure.
Oh, actually, might even want to pop back. You know,
He
it's just
could.
call.
It would be a little bit of an overplay, but it would be, you know, certainly one way of doing it. The
Oh,
deuce.
then we have a full house. Right?
Yes, and that's the most innocuous full house possible.
Yeah.
With the deuce, you're not thinking that that's going to hit your opponent much.
So Francisco up to 2 queens only, but you know, this juice is good for Francisco, so he's in
He
trouble.
might stick around for one more. No, I think we want to be playing for stacks by the river here. We don't have any diamonds in our hands. We don't have any 10s, 9s, jacks, which, you know, can improve to straights, or at least have the, you know, the draws in our opponent's range are just not there. So, I mean, sure, if we've got ace king of diamonds and then 7 deuce.
Oh, Francisco's betting out actually with the overpair now.
I think he's turning his hand into a bluff here potentially, trying to get a hand like kings or aces to fold. I'm not entirely sure.
But
It seems like a very thin value bet,
yes.
if that's the intended outcome. And he gets the bad news from Alexei.
Yeah, but this could also look as a bluff. But the jack, of course, can give, you know, some straights.
Yeah.
But still, it's kind of, you know, he has it or it's a bluff.
Yeah, it's a bluff. Yeah.
So it's
hand like-
it's not a given thing that Francisco fold. Oh, of course,
No.
I think he will fold, but
But he beats Jack 8, right? Which could be a very natural bluff here. You know, you block a lot of full houses. You're representing a rivered hand like Jack's full,
yeah,
or Jack 7. So, yeah, I think that his
because he doesn't think that Alexei would make this bet with just a straight at this moment. So
Yeah.
so he has it or it's a bluff. So,
oh, he does call.
Yeah.
He's not. He's not
I'm,
giving his opponent the 8-7, the 8s, or the 7 deuce.
I'm not that surprised actually, because
Yeah.
it's kind of well
kind of a
played by
strange
Alexei.
line. Yeah, I mean he does get the value in the end. Finds a way to do it. Had Francisco been playing at the table a little bit longer, I think he might have realized that Alexei had been a bit more in line than maybe some players like Michel, for example, that are more than capable of firing through in that situation. However, Alexei, with the funky check back on the turn, finds a way to get it done.
Yeah, but looking at this now on television, it looks like he's doing a huge mistake, Francisco. But I don't think so.
No.
I think it's quite okay to make that hero call in this situation, because basically it looked like Alexei could be totally.
Wasn't repping an awful lot, was he?
No,
Yeah.
he wasn't. So. You know, he got a kudos, but unfortunately this time.
Sometimes it's noble to go out where at least you've made the brave play, and you know, you went with your read, which is very much an important part of the game. If you go against your intuition, if you go against your gut feeling, more times than not, you're going to be punished for that.
Yeah, 100%. So good attempt, unlucky this time.
Yep.
Michel gets another walk. Yeah, I think Michel needs a tray here for all his chips, or chip up a little bit. So we're down to 21. We lost the players, so I think actually we're down to 20 players currently out of 185. And 20 minutes or so until next break. And we should see some more action here pretty soon. Aklili picks up a decent hand, double suited, lots of connections, but stays out of the way. And same for Alexi, and I think Michel from the small blind here will pop it up a little bit. And Samir doesn't have much to put up against that, so yeah. Continues to win a lot of small pots, Michel. And this is the obvious advantage you have at the table when you are such a big chip leader at the table as well, even though the others also are quite decently deep. Now we are seeing another player coming in, and it looks like it's Frank Visser, not working as a live reporter in this event, so he's here playing and coming in with a big stack. So now we'll see if anything changes at the table. It's good to see him playing poker as well. He's a good player. Michel folds a pretty decent hand from the button. I thought he might continue to put pressure on the players. So a walk for Aklilu. And now we will soon see how much chips actually Frank has coming in with. 20 players still in the tournament, and we have Frank Visser coming into the table. Not doing live reporting right now, he's playing Omaha instead, you know.
He's a strong player. He knows a lot about mixed games. He's a good PLO player. It's good to see him battling it out without a notepad in his hand.
Exactly.
It's a bit of a different change of pace. I wonder how he's going to adjust to this.
Yeah.
I think he comes in with around about 450,000.
Okay.
So plenty of chips in his arsenal, and well above average, so a nice spot for him in the business end here of the PLO5.
Alexi picks up a hand now when we are playing 5 cards again, and we can see that the average stack is 277k. So I think this table have quite a lot of chips on it, so it should be more smaller stacks on the outer tables.
Certainly. Yeah, we're being treated to some deep stack warfare.
Michel is calling with a double suited hand. Samir.
Yeah, not the best 5-card hand, because he's got 3 diamonds and the deuce is not working too well for him. Frank with trips and the big blind is going to have to get out the way. Samir comes in with those pocket 3s. This kind of hand can get you in trouble.
Yeah, Alexi is in a really good spot here, with Michel having all his cards covered as well, the jack covered, and of course now Michel
Wow.
hits the deuce, but that's
What
also
a-
what Alexis hitting.
Yeah, what a flop for Alexei. So he's got Jack Deuce with the nut flush
Mm.
draw. And Michel now, as you can see, these hands, they look good, but they get dominated so easily. And this is a prime example of that. Two pair with an inferior flush draw. Could very well see the money go in here. Would love to see Alexei go for a check raise. I think we're going to see a lot of bets from our opponents.
Yeah, this can be fireworks for sure, and Alexis is in a really good spot. I think we will see Samir bow out from this one, but I find.
Yeah.
But for Michel, this is kind of, oh, this is nice. This is nice. This is an opportunity. He doesn't understand. Unfortunately for him, that he's
going to be cooked here.
yeah, he needs a queen basically.
Yeah, let's see if he can find the just call. It is tempting to raise, but he is going to go for the call. Alexei going out with quite a large bet, and Michel's thinking, well,
Yeah, he can wait. He can wait. So I think it's he's been trying to control the pots quite good, and he's done it in a really good way. So
especially when it's multi-way, it's even more of a premium and more important to control the size of the pot, because you know, when someone just starts betting huge into the field,
hits
here,
the queen.
hits the queen. Michel, things just go from good to great, and now Alexei is in a rather uncomfortable situation. This queen is an overcard to his two pair. There is now the prominence of additional draws. Michel's range should be fairly connected and fairly double suited heavy, so he's going to have a lot of backdoor flush draws. He's going to have a lot of, you know,
Straight
ace king
draws,
tens with the jack of his own. And now two pair for Michel. He does check it back.
Oh my God, that's kind
Missing
of
missing an opportunity there. And now we get this river, and we can't find any additional value.
no. Now
Is
it's
he-
going to be check.
Is he worried about the set of jacks in his opponent's range? There's so many hands, like aces with a nut flush draw, ace jack with a nut flush draw.
Both are trembling, and
Yeah.
what happened to this flop?
Yeah. I would have loved to see a bet of, you know, just over 110k would have set up the stacks for the river.
No, I think we will see check here. Actually,
Yeah, but you just have to, right? I mean, Alexei is he thinking about turning his hand into a bluff now? I mean, you would need some kind of strong club blocker to go down that route, I think. And he knows that he's beat now when it goes check here.
so Michel wins this pot as well. You know, like this was he have a quite decent hand, but you know, like up against Alexis' hand, it's, you know, the only card he has is the queens, and then he should stay away from aces. He should stay away from the hearts and everything. So yeah, that was lucky.
Frank in the background, just observing those showdowns. Must have been thinking, what on earth is going on there? How's this pot not a lot bigger? But Michel.
Was it Samir as well, because he had the clubs, right? So he should have sticked around.
Yeah, he did. He had the ace 3-3 with the clubs. Would have come up trumps.
It's easy to look into the
Yeah,
into
exactly.
the rear.
Through the retrospective lens.
But everything goes Michel's way.
Even the pots that, you know, the runouts don't favor him, he still finds a way to pick up the pot. You know, the jack deuce there would have been really interesting if Alexei had a bit more of a club blocker in his hand instead. Very tough to find the bluff there, but jack deuce just really having not much showdown value at all in that line. The issue is that your opponent will float the flop with lots of backdoor holdings. Again,
But normally you hit something when the king comes. Even if you don't have the flush, you will have the straight, right?
yeah, exactly. Ace 10 or something like that. 10-9 now improving.
And that's also exactly what Alexei was thinking about. Hey, should I bluff this one? But hey, he might even call with the straight. So oh, Akililo picks up a nice 5-card hand.
Yeah, I love this hand, especially on the button.
Perfect.
Gets rid of Frank. I think he's put in 1k too many in the small blind. Is he there? He had 3. Oh, it's 3k, 6k now.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
might be why.
We're in.
Still on the 2-5 on the screen on the bottom right. Apologies for that, but we will get that sorted for you.
Alexei calls with a rather poor hand here. His ace jack, and was it 4-3-2?
Versus
One suit, yeah. Okay.
yeah.
It was. So a good flop for Aklilu, even if he had the lower end of all the straight draws. But the continuation bet should kind of make it. That would do it.
Yeah, Alexei was, I think he was the benefit of a slightly smaller raise, 2.5x, so he didn't have, he was getting quite a good price there with the nut suit just kind of coming along for the ride.
Yeah, and he also expects that the 4-3-2 should be open cards, so but
yeah, potentially.
I don't know the value of protecting your big in this way, but okay. Of course, there's a lot of mind games going on here, and also Aklilu has folded quite a lot post flop, and yeah.
Yeah, he's not been the most active player at the table, that's for sure.
Hard to fit all the cards in for the card. There's double readers at every spot, but still it might be. But it works fine, actually.
Doing well, yeah. We didn't see him even spread that, and they picked it up quite nicely there. That's a lovely hand for Aklilu once again. Ace, King, 10, 7, 5, double suited, 2 high suits.
Something for the opportunistic player anyway, because you will for sure hit something.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be tough to miss.
Yeah.
He does oblige with the open.
Also, Frank has a good hand, only one suit though, but I really like Frank's hand here because lots of flops he will sit on his own with the draws.
Yeah, with the connected hand.
Everything low.
And also not a pot-sized open as well, so it gets in there somewhat cheap, has position, has good playability, maneuverability post-flop. These are all important things, especially in 5-card where...
And it's also easy to fold the hand if you don't hit, right?
Exactly.
So
and he hits somewhat decently here. He's got 9 high flush draw with
all the
a
straights.
wrap. Yeah. Not the nut wrap, but a 5 would give him the nuts.
Michel
Also
has a flush draw, but nothing more, so he's staying out of the game. So I think Frank can continue to bet here, actually.
I think he will take a stab here. He's only got 1 pair right now, but he can get so many better hands to fold. Hands like queens, jacks.
And Aklilu in a kind of little difficult spot here with the 2 pair, but
Michel, for example, they're just folding the jack high flush draw. That's a great pickup for Frank. Now his flush is actually playing versus Aklilu, who's got 2 pair, but whose equity has improved from somewhat middling to now actually being a 64-40 favorite versus 2 pair, the made hand right now. So many great turn cards for Frank. Not one of them, unfortunately.
Oh, good card for Aklilu. He doesn't know it, but it's a good card for him.
Yeah, keeps him alive.
Yeah.
Does pick up a gut shot of his own.
Yeah, so might be a check here.
The double gutter, in fact, the 9 is good for him now, as well as the queen. And it's an 8 on the river.
Aklilu with the 2 pair, kings and 8s then. So
yeah, I think we're going to have to see Frank find a bet here. We can definitely represent hands like king 8, pocket 7s.
Yeah, up to the aggressor to win the pot here.
For sure. I don't think Aklilu is going to be able to find the hero if Frank does find a meaty bet, and we are left with just a 7. Yeah, excellent play.
Yeah, really good. It's almost impossible for Aklilu to actually call. Of course, you have the ace kicker to the king, but still it's kind of a very difficult spot, and also he makes a pot bet as well. So
Yeah, that 10 of diamonds isn't great either. We'd want Frank to have these kind of cards in his hand if he were to bluffing with the missed flush draw, for example. He was somewhat close there. He was kind of thinking this is a little bit spooky, but he does manage to get out the way, and Frank just maneuvering through that hand perfectly. I think that the jack arriving on the turn, improving the 10-9, improving some of the top pairs to 2 pairs that are not going to get out the way, and finding the aggression when check 2 on the river.
Yeah, what actually you can actually do in this position to control the game is actually to make a value bet, but you know, it's tricky. It's really tricky. But if he goes with a value bet of 30 or 40k in this position, he have 1/8 in his stack. So in this way, it will be so much harder for Frank to make this move on him, because then you are actually telling him that hey, I got a really strong hand. Please put your chips in the middle. And still actually have some equity in the pot, but it's a tricky one. He gave it up.
Aklilu now with the ace-king 4-4 deuce.
Oh, I don't like this.
It's a bit wide. We've got 3 cards below a 5 in our hand, which usually doesn't offer much of a great 5-card hand. Alexei, on the other hand, is double suited, connected, lots of options, and Michel even with the similar hand as well, lots of options, although the suits aren't ideal. And the deuce as well, with the dangler.
Yes.
He's got a pot. Wow, okay, that's hyper-aggressive play with the king, queen, queen, jack, deuce.
And it will work out.
I think Alexei will come along on the button. I think Aklilu just simply has to get out the way with this holding, the pocket 4s, the deuce, the double tri-suit version of the holding.
Yeah, it's game over for him for sure.
He's just too short to chance this kind of taking a flop, still with 1 player behind. That
he doesn't know that he's in really good shape.
Yeah, he doesn't at all, because both players have queens, of course. But yeah, I think our hand is forced here.
Yeah, of course, 100%.
Whoa. Whoa, he's gonna fish for a flop. Just, I'm not sure what he's trying to hit. The diamonds, the 4, the ace or the king, I guess, at this stack to pot ratio. He's going to have 117 left into a pot of over 200k once Alexei calls as well. It's going to be 210 in there.
Yeah, Aklilu, he cannot understand that he's been, you know, so lucky in this position to actually do this. Would have folded, you know, quicker than quick. Personally, but he's in good shape.
Now Alexei getting out the way as he doesn't want to come in acting last post flop, I guess, with dominated suits. The price is so good for him. I'm surprised he's not continuing, but hey ho, elects to save those ones for a rainy day.
Yeah, and he must be quite scared because Michel have hit every flop.
Yeah,
so
that's
whatever it is, it just comes.
Yeah. A bit
Let's
of
see
psychological game flow there, yeah, for sure, where he's thinking, well, I just can't beat this guy. So you can't beat him, join him. So big flop. And there is a king, and that's going to be enough for Aklilu with 2 backdoor flush draws as well, and something around
straight draws as well for Michel. So yeah, we will see
pot behind.
We will see the chips going in here.
In we go.
And Michel is 49 to 51, but is he 80-20?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it, right? Feels like we're just going to see the 9 of spades on the turn.
Yeah. I don't think Aklilu's going anywhere.
Surely.
He also have the backdoor and the low straights as well. So
yeah, the 4 can be good. 2 backdoor flush draws, 2 backdoor straight draws. I don't think we can pass up on this one, and this is why the pre-flop peel is quite speculative. If he's flopped pretty much towards the high end of what he could hope for, and still isn't loving the situation.
Oh.
Just kind of.
Yeah, but this is also when you're doing that kind of moves, and then you're in a position where you actually don't have a, you know, with 100 behind, it's can't just get away from this one now.
No, exactly.
He made the decision on turn, and you know, like on pre-flop.
Yeah,
So
the idea is, when you see a flop heads up, and I mean, we're peeling with pocket fours in our hand, which you don't really want pairs in your hand when you're going to such a low stack to pot ratio, because you're just going to flop a set so infrequently.
and there's so many hands that Michel will just push in this situation as well. So
Yeah. Looks like he might be waiting for a pay jump or something like that, so it's kind of winding down the clock a little bit. Saw him look over to his left, which is where the tournament information board is. And wow, it does actually fold. That is, not what we wanted to see.
One thing is there. Huh? One thing is there.
no, when you actually make this move pre-flop,
It's tough to watch, yeah.
yeah. Oops, I don't like it. But on the other hand, Michel always hits. So
I mean, he hit strong. We thought Aklelu hit strong enough, but he decided against it. He's still got 20 big blinds, but you know, you would have had 25 if you'd have folded pre-flop. So yeah, a bit of a puzzling play there.
yeah, I cannot ask for more.
No, not a typical Finnish style of Omaha hand, that one. Calling, hitting something, and then folding. Slightly puzzling. However, the action will continue, as we are going to be
With the
going
ace in
a
his
short
hand,
break. Yeah.
likelihood for Michel to have an over pair as well. With, you know,
a bit less. Yeah, I mean, Michel is more than capable of some aggression there. As we saw, his hand was not by any means premium, but he was happy to go for the squeeze.
Yeah, he played it, you know, like quite good.
Fearlessly, kind of utilizing that big stack advantage that he's got right now, and let's see if that's a theme that he continues with, because if he does, and we see plays like that, he's going to walk away with this over the next couple of hours as we make our way down to the final table at the very least.
So
Let's see, with the double suited aces. Makes it 20 to go, just under the size of the pot, which would be 21. We don't include the big blind ante in the pot calculation. 3 times the blind plus the small blind.
Samir's coming along. I like Samir's hand here.
Yep.
Actually.
Absolutely. Could have gone for a 3-bet, does choose the conservative route.
Total bricks, right?
Yeah, no one really with
Aklelu,
no one really with much of a hand here. Aklelu has
got shot.
2 overpairs and a gutter. Alexei has a weak gutter, and Samir has an overpair with 2 backdoor flush draws. So when we're talking about high 5-card hands,
That's a dry flop.
yeah, it's not too much, right? We're really hunting for something there.
Oh no,
Jack
club.
of clubs on the turn.
Good for Samir.
Yes, gives him a few more options in the form of the clubs arriving. Aklelu as well now with the gut shot and a club draw of his own, and now Alexei really has the green light to maybe get out the way once we see some action, and we don't. Samir's just going to check it over.
Who should action this? Yeah, possibly Samir, but the others it's
I
really
thought
tough.
Aklelu could shove here or go for a large bet, especially when you see Samir check for the second time. Alexei checking back the flop, unlikely to improve too much on the jack. So I think Aklelu's hand would have been a nice one to go for a sizing where he still has fold equity on the river. Potting would leave him with such a short stack that, wow, look at that.
Club and over.
So flush versus flush now. Samir on the paired board, not too worried about hands like Jack 7, pocket jacks and pocket 7s, just due to the passive action ahead of him.
Yeah, I would expect a small value bet there.
And now Aklelu might even be conned into thinking that he's got the best of it here with his 3 clubs. And it's unfortunately going to see the bad news, as Alexei will get out the way and Samir will surely beat him into the pot.
Insta call, and Lilo will be short. Is Alexei thinking about making some noise here, or is he just thinking that his aces are good?
Surely not.
I can't believe that. So he's doing the right thing. And you have the insta call.
What happened to the break? They must have skipped it, or there was a 15-minute break, I thought, after this hand, and then we've gone straight into the next blind level. So.
No.
Okay, so we have information that we're waiting until 18 players for the redraw, and then we will have time to color up. I think we still have the blue 500 chips in play, which are going to be quite less relevant at this stage.
Yeah. Good move from the tournament directors instead of having double breaks.
Yeah, exactly. Nice. Shrewd officiating there.
So Mir picks it up, and Aquilino now dropped down to 61k. So it's been, like having kind of poor spots.
Yeah.
Not maybe making the right decisions in a couple of pots, but also having a little bit unlucky. And also this last value bet on the river, it's just like feels like he's hoping for something
and praying. Yeah, it's tough to get caught by a worse hand in that situation. On a paired board with far from the nutted flush.
Yeah. So even if the play was very passive from all before, it's still kind of.
Yeah, you still tend to see these flushes in there, especially multi-ways. You tend to see the betting and the honesty of the betting is often towards the nutted portion rather than any kind of thin value bets multi-way. Don't tend to see that too often, although he did go for one and got the bad news, and is extremely short stack now. Looks to be 57, a bit more than that by the looks of it. Those reds are 5,000 each, so looks to have probably around about 100k at this stage. We are now playing 4k, 8k. Frank getting out the way with a ghastly looking 8-3-3 deuce. Prize suit doesn't really get much worse than that. Maybe something like 9-7-3 deuce rainbow would be probably one of the worst hands you could get, or quad deuces obviously. But how often do you get dealt quads in your hand? Very infrequently.
Yeah, so Samir is picking up some chips. Alex has been playing quite well, but he's been a little bit unlucky with
Yes,
the outcomes of the flops and turns. So,
and on the other scale of things, Michelle is just running the show right now. Second ever Omaha tournament, and just seems to have every hand on lockdown. And when he
Kilo
doesn't,
picks up a really strong Omaha hand, double suited with all the draws.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, he's blocked by Michelle's hearts, but apart from that, it's super strong. Super strong.
His hand is so strong that he's not even going to isolate. He doesn't mind playing this one multi-way. It's just got so many great components working for it. The connectivity, the fact it's double suited, and all cards are above a 7 as well, which is going to give you a lot of good opportunities. Flopping lots of top pairs, top 2 pairs, and such like.
Yeah,
and there we go. That will be enough for him. He's got top pair with a wrap, an open-ender, sorry.
Michelle is
Michelle
also interested.
Once again, hits another flop. He's got 2 pair and a gut shot. And Aklilu is going to fire the chips into the middle.
For sure.
And he's got 46% equity, so it's going to be looking for a jack or a 6 first and foremost. The queen of interest as well.
And see if Michel can lose a pot.
It is possible, apparently. But the probability, you feel, even having played lots of hands, you just feel sometimes that the momentum is with someone. It's a strange part of the game, but all going to the right-hand side of the table right now. Can he find another knockout? That's a cold, hard deuce of clubs on the turn, offering absolutely 0 additional equity. And a 10 on the river is good enough, I believe. That's 2 pair for Aklilu with the 10-8.
Saved by the bell.
Yeah, one of those ones where you have to double-check the board a couple of times just to make sure your opponent hasn't rivers straight, but you can see now the sigh of relief.
Yeah. He needed that one.
Yeah, he certainly did. He let himself get a little bit short there. But he is back in the game, 134k. I think it's slightly more than that.
Yeah, it can be, but for sure he's back in the game with 15 to 20 big blinds and some room for maneuvers.
Yeah.
And we are playing down to 18 players. There's 19 still in the tournament, and we're playing down to 18. And after that, we will have a break, 15-minute break, I think. And there will also be a redraw, and we will see another setup for the TV table, possibly. For sure, there will be different players on it. Might see a couple of these guys again, but let's see what happens. One thing at a time. Still 19.
Still 19. They're getting stubborn now. Samir, not seen loads from him really. Been kind of calling a couple of times, entering pots in the more passive sense usually, not really driving the action. We've seen him not take a couple of potential 3-bets with the aces, just kind of peeling and
I think he's played quite well actually.
trying to just see flops and nice and cheaply. You like that style, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's been in very much of control and also trying to get to play against the right players, so to speak.
Yeah.
Now we have Frank with the aces and Michel with queens. So we might see some action here. I don't really like Michel's hand. Okay, you have the spades, but the 3 dangler kind of totally collapses the value of the hand.
Yeah, just an easy call from the big blind though, right? I mean, you were talking about in terms of going for the pot size raised or something, yeah. You would need, you know, queen, 10-9 or something of that ilk to consider 3-betting, I believe. Instead, not much to work with here. He's got kind of an underpair to the king. Frank is going to be liking this board. He blocks a lot of strong hands with that king as well as the aces.
Yeah, I think it's one bet and then it's over.
Should do, yeah. Half pot seems a fair price to charge. Looking to seek some value from straight draws, some inferior king X. As well as always the game in Omaha, you just so many turns and rivers can go against you. Okay, so it looks like we've had an elimination on one of the outer tables.
Yeah,
and we will be taking a 30-minute break.
Yeah, 18 players now in, and there will be the redraw, so 30 minutes break and then back to the action again.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining us so far for the early stages of day 2 of the PLO 1K45. We'll be seeing you in 30 minutes and under.
Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit Events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open face Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please?
Yeah.
Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. Now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you will see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials, do not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to olibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sweet and Special Ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players.
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes, and we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOPC Tallinn 2025, and I'm joined by familiar face Scott Pokerbras Kenyon. How are you, sir?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I'm looking forward to this week. It's now the 3rd WSOPC circuit, I believe, in a row here that we've done, as well as many other events in Tallinn. What keeps bringing you back?
I mean, you know me, mixed games. Always the mixed games. It's a spicy array this time because obviously the buy-ins are a little bit juicier with it being a World Series event. Obviously the prestige of the ring plus the potential of the 5k added package to Bahamas.
Yeah.
Yeah, love the mixed games. And to see like a 1k 8-game tournament, 555 suite and as ring events, it's
and that gives that extra level of intensity and prestige to the smaller sort of field events, which means that all of a sudden your onus completely shifts from the larger fields to now, you know, let's get in there, let's get hunting. What's the strategy?
I mean, for me, I always play a sort of somewhat solid-ish game along the way, sort of build the stack as and when it can come. Yeah, it's... I made a bit of a mistake, actually, in one of the events. I feel a bit too late, I think. Particularly for the mixed games events here. There's action from the start. It's not like the old days where you would start with like 200 big bets deep and you're passing basically nothing. The first levels are meaningful levels. So I made a bit of an error come in a bit later, I want to make sure that like I'm here for the start of the tournaments.
Yeah.
Because there is blood from the start in these.
Yeah, so you want to be in there straight away. You want to maybe, without sounding a little bit too like a vulture, you want to seize some of the value that could be in there from people that maybe aren't so experienced in those formats, and they tend to bust out quite quicker as well.
For sure.
Especially when they're used to, let's say, pot limit or no limit formats, and they're just kind of in every hand, just spraying it about.
And equally, it's just helpful to get a sort of profile on the table. If you come late, you come in cold, you miss some of that information that a lot of the other people are going to have. So I think it's a benefit that you want to be there from the start. You want to be able to profile your players accordingly as to how you think they're playing and spot, like you say, not to be too much of a vulture, but to spot the value on the table. So I think that would be my top tip. You want to be there from the start.
Mm-hmm. And what are you looking forward to most? In which event?
8 game tomorrow. 1K 8 game. It's cool that they've upped the buy-in for that, because last time it was a 350. We know, of course, Franco won the ring in the 350 last time, defending champion. I know he will be coming back to defend his title. But yeah, big difference between 350 and 1K. Few people unhappy about that. I think a few people think it's a little bit too much, but it's WSOP.
Yeah, exactly. Under the brand of the big name. Also, you're still going to get over 100 runners.
For sure,
right?
Yeah,
so
I would think so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nice. And have you been brushing up your 8-game skills? And how do you do that for people watching at home?
Not much, actually. So I play mostly Hold'em online. That's unfortunately the sort of what we have these days, barring
can't
a
make
series.
a living playing 8-game, $5.50 tournaments, can you?
Barring a series, barring a big series. I mean, I did play Scoop. Got one final table there, got third in a deuce to 7 triple draw. So that keeps the 8-game skills kind of fresh, the mixed game skills fresh. But yeah, on a week-to-week basis, there's very little in terms of, like you say, $5 tournaments, $10 tournaments, and just very small prize pools. It's not like the glory days we had in the past with full tilt and such.
Yeah, it's not worth getting your teeth stuck into, really, because no one's really making any money there.
Yeah, and it's a shame because I love the mixed games. But you even see, like Omaha tournaments, for example, a lot of the sites that used to have big guarantees, they've had to pull out of some markets, and so they're
getting smaller.
Yeah.
That was what I was grinding for a while, Omaha tournaments. It started quite fresh, quite exciting, and then all of a sudden it's just the same faces all over.
But I do see on GG and Olibet they're pretty good at the moment. They actually have an Omaholic series, I believe, this week. So good to see that a bit of a spotlight has been put onto the Omaha and bigger prize pools, bigger possibilities.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for that. But in terms of mixed games, you wouldn't really classify Omaha as a mixed game, I guess, anymore, right? It's
I kind of do, actually.
Do you?
I kind of do. So I've had this discussion with many mixed game savants, and a lot of them disagree with me. They think, no, it's not a mixed game. For me, I feel like the table chatability, it's kind of likening to the mixed games where you get a lot of friendliness, a lot of chatting with the Omaha. But equally, you see Omaha mixes these days. You see Omaha 4-5, Omaha 4-5-6. Surely that is a mix when you're having these different formats, these different variants of Omaha in a tournament.
That's why I'd call something like Sveton, something like Triple Board, something like Big O. I would call them mixed games, but I would just call Pot Limit Omaha. It's kind of such a standardized game now.
But what about 5-card PLO? What about 6-card PLO? Do you class those as...
That's just Pot Limit Omaha with different amount of cards.
Just more cards.
Yeah. So I think once you're bringing in the high-low and you're bringing in multiple boards and you're bringing in kind of extra sort of facets of the game, that's when it becomes a mixed game. But I think that having played Omaha for years, it doesn't feel like mixed really, because in mixed games I think that as a recreational, as a player, just as a human being around the table, sometimes you feel inclined to help people out that clearly don't have a clue what's going on. Whereas in Omaha, that's kind of the line is a bit more blurry in that sense, because the rules are so much easily defined. The games are running 10 times more, so it's kind of it's kind of in Hold'em and Omaha, it's like if you join the cash game downstairs and you're clueless, that's kind of take some accountability for that. But if you join an 8-game cash game table, right, and it's just 2-2 and people are having fun, then I've never really seen the people on those tables as the true vultures. They're not there to just kind of rinse everybody.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. By the way, do you ever play Raz? Have you ever played Raz before?
Very badly.
Someone gave me a very sick idea on how to make Raz a better game.
Yeah, because it's so dry and
It's quite dry in the sense that obviously just a lot of the information is there, and good hand is good hand, bad
it's
is.
kind of like, oh, I've got a bad board, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
So someone gave me this sick idea that you play Raz the same way you would normally play it, but you have a picture qualifier, which means your hand has to contain a jack or a queen or a king, or your hand is dead.
So then it incorporates a bit more skill, right? Because then you're like, well, what's he actually working with?
And there's some bluffing elements, because if you're showing a low only board, do you have the picture underneath? Your Raz hand can look fantastic, but do you have that picture that makes your hand live? Equally makes the bring in more attractive.
Yeah.
Because that way you have the picture. So if you have picture with 2 cards already, you've got a great starting
You need
hand.
the qualifier.
It allows a lot more playability of extra hands because you need this picture. I think it's a very interesting idea.
That does add a little bit of spice to it.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In terms of streaming, how's things going?
So I streamed at the Chinese event. Got very tilted because for the first time ever, I let my battery run out during the stream. So I had to wait 10-15 minutes for my phone to charge up enough to actually restart the stream. And then proceeded to make a plethora of mistakes, like huge mistakes on the hands that I would never normally make.
How much of that was from the stress and the kind of...
I think it was. I think it just,
I can resonate with that.
So I was in for 3 bullets. Miracle still managed to get 5th place and actually made a bit of money on that. But yeah, played appallingly. For what my standard normally is in the Chinese, I was pretty appalled with how bad I played.
Yeah.
Yeah, like huge mistakes. I had one hand where I had full house at the back, and I made a bigger full house in the middle and busted myself.
Oh, yeah.
I had another one where I had a big full house at the back, could have made a full house valid in the middle, but left trips
Just
that
brain fogged it.
Just like I say, it was not
your proudest moment,
but it happens.
You know,
we're
all
all
have
humans. We all make mistakes. It happens.
You know, I'm listening to a lot of podcasts about sort of sportsmen in general, and you know, people miss the 3-pointers at the end of the game. People miss the putts to win the major championships. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah,
so
for
I
sure.
wouldn't be too hard on yourself.
No, I'm not. Just I reflect on it, look back on it, and just it's one of those things. It happens. But yeah, and then sadly for the rest of the events, not able to stream them, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and
so
I get it.
That's WSOP rulings, to be fair, because it's kind of in the new age of the influencer and the Instagram.
Unfortunately,
it kind of gets a little bit out of line if everyone's on the phone.
I think it's also because there are a lot of people who abuse the electronics. We've had so many situations lately. Yep. GTO Wizards. There was one with someone with a phone on the table and an earpiece, and was getting information of what all the cards were.
Yeah, there was an infrared guy in Edinburgh that was beating the local 1-2 game for like insane amounts of money. So yeah, I mean, fair enough, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of one rule for everything. We had that situation on the final table of the main event that kind of brought a huge controversy and a Twitter kind of debate. And I think, you know, unfortunately, in terms of a subsector that kind of loses out, it's going to be streamers. It's going to be do-good poker influencers. But for every one of you, there's going to be 10 people that are going to be using that device for nefarious activities.
Yeah.
So.
No, I fully understand it. Game integrity obviously has to be number one from the organizer's point of view. I fully respect and appreciate that as well. It's frustrating for me because all I want to do is spread the word of the mixed games.
But we have to preserve the longevity of the game.
Of course, yeah. And yeah, very important to do.
And in terms of commentating, we always love to have you in here. Which one would be your pick for the week that you'd want to join in on? Is it going to be main event? Is it going to be 1K PLO5?
So I'm actually playing the 1K PLO5.
Okay, so hopefully we're not going to see you in the commentary booth.
Hopefully you'll just see me on the table.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. But in terms of what to jump in on, it really depends like what I'm playing. If I'm out of things and I have some free time, I will hop in the booth.
Yep.
Obviously, I hope that's not the case, and I hope I'm just busy playing things. But yeah, I'm sure at some point you'll get me in.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for joining us in the media room once again, Scott, and hopefully see you around this week.
Good to see you.
Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Karlsson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends. play a lot of hands as well. So
Okay, that's part of your strategy.
it is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're gonna play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so
Yeah.
I'm going to play the mini main today. I first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2.
Yeah.
Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's
And
my
the-
2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes. So hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know actually you talking about the ladies event. You won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right? In May.
Yeah, I won in Vilnius. Yeah. So that's why I am also going to Queens of Tallinn in August.
Yeah.
Because I won a ticket in that tournament. So yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament
Yes,
here in
I'm
Tallinn.
so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker. And we're so few compared to the guys.
Yeah.
So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in. With warm, good arms, so please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then
Yeah,
in
a lot of
August.
smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Rhea. We're gonna send you back, and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOP Circuit here in Tallinn, and it's 2025, and I'm joined by Andy Tillman. You've just been announced as the Chief International WSOP Circuit International Manager, is that correct?
International Tournament Director.
International Tournament Director. So you're going to be looking after every event upcoming on the roster, starting with Tallinn. You're going to be going to...
I go to Bratislava in a few days here to have the second event for us on the new season for WSOP Circuits. We'll also be rolling out for the first time outside of Vegas in the Bahamas, WSOP Plus in Bratislava. So have our tournament system with the app that everyone's been loving. And
Yeah, and that's going to be rolling out there. And in terms of your international travel, how many passports do you go through a year? So you're on the road for how many days?
I'm on the road this year probably close to 300 days this year.
And how do you balance that with home time, family?
Very poorly. That's
Yeah.
how we balance it. It's impossible. It's an impossibility being this busy with everything we're doing and building and trying to grow poker. It's, you sacrifice a little bit, but at the end of the game, it'll be better for everyone.
Absolutely. So would you say that that's where your passion lies? Because I read that you were dealing about 20 years ago and sort of made your way up. So what was it that really gave you the kind of breakthrough moment to start working more on the international stage as opposed to card rooms in the US?
It was probably when I first started doing the WSP circuit in the U.S. and ran in the tournament director at the time and got invited to a tournament in Bratislava, Slovakia in 2009, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And that just really kind of relit the fire to want to travel more, want to work more. And I've always enjoyed being in poker. I mean, this is my university job
Yeah.
that I just kind of stumbled into and just enjoyed the environment and the people. And it's great. And I mean, just the travel and now working my way up, like you said, from dealer to like floor assistant to floor to manager, now to tournament director. It's been a long and fun road, but we're still enjoying it. I mean, now the new position's busier, doing more things, but it's really kind of even pushed the fire more.
So to those people out there that are kind of looking to follow in your footsteps, what would you say is the greatest strength you need to climb that ladder?
Probably the greatest strength is enjoying what you do, like really enjoying the environment and focusing on always learning, always trying to get better and understanding, never thinking that I know everything. I'm willing to learn every day and trying to find something new, a different perspective, different thoughts. And I'm consistently talking with other TDs, players, floors, just have other perspectives and outsides and not just having my own vision by myself.
Yeah, so working on that kind of emotional intelligence as you go as well, looking at other people's perspectives and just being open-minded towards that. Yeah, sounds good. Which is the favorite stop for you at the moment? You don't have to say Tallinn because I know we're here, but...
I mean, Tallinn has been nice. I mean, the venue is great. I mean, it's definitely something I was excited to see. This is my first time here, and it hasn't disappointed. But I mean, it's really hard to beat Australia.
Yeah.
I mean,
Gold Coast?
Gold Coast this year.
Mm.
And I was just there in May for a site visit and meeting everyone. And between just the relaxed Australian culture and the casino being, I don't know, 5-6 minute walk from the beach right there.
How
next to
sensational is that beach, by the way? It's
right
wow
down Broad
factor, right?
Beach is
Yeah.
amazing. The casino is beautiful. Everyone's so friendly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the entire environment makes everything so relaxed but so much more fun.
Yeah.
So it's just an overall enjoyable experience for everything.
And to add the prestigiousness of the WSOP brand, you get the international players coming in as well. It just, there's always that kind of, I don't know if you feel this as well, but there's a buzz around these events. You know, it's just kind of that step up from, you know, a random tournament series to, hey, we're at the WSOP now. It just kind of adds that wow factor.
It adds a wow factor for sure. Because, I mean, WSOP is the biggest brand for poker on the planet. And, I mean, everyone gets their chance to come and play on the circuit and do things like that. So it gives the experience and the opportunity for everyone that cannot go to Vegas or just doesn't have the bankroll to go to Vegas. So now you get your own chance at playing with that buzz, with that environment. And that actually really is the fun part of it.
I think so.
Because
Yeah.
everyone shows up and everyone seems to be genuinely excited to play.
Yeah, or whether it's a mini main or a high roller, it doesn't really matter. There's the same energy.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so we have to ask you, just to close things out, with the controversy of the big characters at the WSOP this year, what's your take? Are you Team Cabral or Team Kasuf, or can you be both?
I don't think you can be both. I mean, you and I both know Kasuf fairly well. And
yeah.
Will went far even for Will.
Yeah.
And just that thing just got way out of hand and both sides were just pushing, and I just can't be on Team Kasuf with everything there because he was just abusive and things like that. Cabral, he's intense. He tends to really be on that razor's edge, but he's very rarely crossing it.
I don't think he ever does anything too wrong. And, you know, I met you years ago in Rozvadov as a player, right? And when we were dealing with guys like Cabral there, it was kind of a novelty, you know, in that local scene that hadn't really reached the bigger stage at that point. And then all of a sudden he started to play in the super high rollers and stuff like that. And I always just thought, you know what, this guy's kind of a master of the vocal side of the game, whereas a lot of people would say Kasuf was. But then, you know, when Kasuf busted out of the tournament, you saw this kind of tirade and you were thinking, well, hang on a second, maybe it's not maybe it's not for his own benefit. It's just coming from a rather uncomfortable place, let's say.
Yeah,
and that's what it felt like. But thanks for coming on. Thanks for giving us your opinions on a couple of things.
Of course,
and
anytime,
looking forward to seeing you go about your business this week.
Yeah, I mean, we should have some fun here. I mean, it's going to be a great event. I mean, we're just getting ready to start up. The main event should have just put cards in the air and had shuffle up and deal, and should be a great main event.
Absolutely.
Still have a ton of events to go, and I mean, on to Bratislava next, and then
on to Bratislava. But it's always on to the next thing with you, isn't it?
I mean, you go to
But you got to love it for that reason, huh?
I mean, between now and the end of the Bahamas, I have 10 events.
Yeah.
In 4 months?
Wow. Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of WSOP action coming to pretty much anyone everywhere right now. It's 10 events on 4 continents for me, and we still have others that, well, I just physically can't make to.
Yeah. So WSOP.com for all of that, guys. Check out the tournaments that could be local to you, and if not, Gold Coast is going to be the big one. Get yourself booked in for that one. Thanks very much for joining, Andy, once again.
Thank
Cheers.
you, guys. See you guys. Enjoy.
Hi guys, welcome. We're in the middle of the action on the World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn, and now joined by one of the real legends already in Estonian poker, Ranno Sootla. Remind me, where are you on the money list right now? Do you keep track of that yourself?
I look sometimes what's going on, but like not so consistently. But I guess I'm somewhere in between the 7th or 6th or something. I don't know. I don't know.
But you
somewhere
do,
there.
You do care a little bit about that.
I mean, little bit. Yeah. You know, it's always the thing with this money list is always these are just winnings. You know, they don't show.
Sure.
So it's the one who's played more, the one who's played higher, bigger buy-ins. You know, the one who's been longer in the game will always be up there. You know, so. It's a fun thing to like be in tune with, but I'm not like obsessing about it.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
But now you're just coming back from was it a full month in Vegas?
Yeah, I was 1 month in Vegas, and next time I will do max 2 weeks.
Okay.
It's a little bit too long to be in Vegas for me. I just don't like the weather and the place too much, but the games are good, you know. Yeah.
Did you most do tournaments or cash
I
games?
mostly mainly play cash because the taxes, but I did play the main and some other small events. But
Yeah, okay.
no good in tournaments, but decent in cash.
Yeah, all right. And now back home, you don't have to worry about the taxes. You're going for the rings here now then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's I always enjoy playing here. You know, we have so many familiar faces, so many friends, and just always a good atmosphere in these Olybet events here. You just really enjoy yourself. You know, I have my longer here, and I'm just chilling today, playing this 350 mini main. So yeah, taking it easy and enjoying.
Do you have a plan for the series already? I mean, do you look at the schedule, decide, or do you just play it by ear during?
You know, I will see. Like if cash games are good, I will try to play more cash games. But I will definitely play like the main and the 3K, and I will see then. Yeah. The main tournaments, all them tournaments, I will play. Might jump into a few PLO and here and there, and I will see. You know, go with the flow and just
So the extra little package added to the ring events, does Bahamas ring a bell?
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't know about that. That's cool. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Olybet always does these things, you know, to give value to people and make it more exciting to play. So it's nice. Happy to hear that's the case. You know.
Yeah. So you've been in the business already. You're not that old for many years. I mean, you're not that old, but you see yourself continuing with this for many years?
With poker?
Yeah.
You know, I can see myself a few more years, you know, but like it's definitely like getting thoughts of like doing something else, you know. But it's hard to make the transition, you know. For me at least, it's hard to get into something else like so with such passion that I've done poker with, you know. So it's we'll see, you know. We'll see what life brings, you know.
But you have many poker players doing things within the business, start doing their own startups that has to do with poker. Do you have anything in mind that part as well?
I played with many ideas of starting to create maybe content, maybe doing Twitch, you know.
Yeah.
And I still haven't gotten into doing it because it's, you know, poker itself takes so much time and mental capacity. And I have a lot of hobbies. I have amazing girlfriend I want to spend time with. I have a dog, you know, and just like to manage content creation. I've seen people do it, and it takes so much time. But it's something that I might get into in the future. Let's see. I might, you know, I just might.
Let us know and we will promote your channels, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so best of luck in the mini main now and the further events coming up. Is there a special ring though, special event that you would like to win to say that I'm the champion of this one? Favorite game? Do you have that?
You know, I always come very close with these 3K high rollers.
Yeah.
You know, I really like the format. I like that there are like all the good players playing it. The fact that it's a 6-max format. And I just been second, I've been third, I've been 9th, 8th.
Yeah.
So
there is this Ropetami guy, right?
Rope, yeah. I have to ask him what's his secret.
We'll do that.
Yeah, it's. I will at least get a swap with him there. So at least I'm guaranteed some money. You know.
Exactly. Sounds like a good plan. All right. Thank you, Rano, for always being a good sport.
Sure.
We love talking to you, and best of luck during the series.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Welcome back, guys. We just had a redraw break in today's event that we are live streaming. The first one of today, the PLO 4 and 5 cards, €1,100 buy-in, and we are down to the final 18. George, a quick summary of the first hours or so that we've seen from this.
It was all systems go for Michel Karim from Sweden. Really had the best of the run. In terms of the high-tempo energy that he brought to the table as well, a nice, loose, aggressive style, and it certainly paid off. And that's a very dangerous combination to have in PLO tournaments. If you're running good and also playing pretty aggressively and fearlessly, you tend to see these types of players with the big stacks when it matters.
Yeah, and we started, I think there was 18 out of 29 runners left from today too from Finland, and 12 out of 18 still remains. So it's almost still the Finnish championship, although the final table, the feature table that we have coming up have 6 different nationalities, I think.
That should be good.
Yeah.
Get a bit of a flavour of something else than the Finnish delicacy that we've been serving up. And yeah, getting a bit stale, that one. So let's see what the other nationalities have got to bring to the table. If they've got any PLO game to contend with the Finns, only time will tell.
So over to our feature table. This is the current chip count as they come back from the break. And you see in top of the chip counts, Andrea of Georgia, who actually won ring event number 2 just a couple of days ago, the PLO 555. And also that, I think, was 4 and 5 cards, right?
That was indeed, yeah. Similar format, and he'll be coming in full of confidence, ready to hunt that second win in a row. Would be quite the feat, especially considering that it's come a long way from Georgia for this one, so looking to make it count.
Yes, Andrea Gogelidze of Georgia. As we said, the chip leader on this table, although 3rd or 4th in chips overall at the moment. We have chip leader that was on the feature table just before the break, Michel Karem of Sweden, and Matthias Siljander is also one of the bigger stacks in the field. Known for the audience, if you watched the streams from Tallinn before, you recognize his name, playing a lot here and have numerous final tables to his name. Aklilu still on the feature table. I think he's the only one left, right? From
Yep, that's the only familiar face that we've had so far from our early broadcast of day 2. So Frederick opening it up to the pot sizing. Henrik in the big blind with this 10-7 king deuce. Gonna let that one go there. Nice sizing from Frederick, looking to put some pressure and kind of dissuade continues from these shorter stacks, put them to the test, and often being able to pick up the blinds and antes, which is a nice 2.5 big blind pickup, of course. So 18 remaining. We're looking at an average stack of around about 35 big blinds, just over. So things are catching up a little bit. We saw an average stack of around 55 big blinds about an hour or so before we hit the 18 redraw. So that's leveling it out, and some big stacks in play, right? So it's a bit of an imbalance with what you see on the feature table. That's not necessarily representative of the overall field.
Exactly. We have one of the outer tables where the average is around 150,000. So yeah, it's already split up between the tables, and the third outer table has a lot of chips. So you might see some eliminations maybe on this table fairly shortly, as we have a couple of short stacks, but
yeah, Henrik will limp with the Queen 9 6-5, and Andrea Ace 10 9 7, not looking to ISO in position, just taking a flop. Giving his opponent a bit of credit and flopping really well with a top pair, gut shot, and a flush draw, and it's also by no means a huge miss for Henrik either. He's got bottom pair with a gut shot of his own, so little bits of interaction for both players, but Andrea really with the lion's share. Henrik just gets out the way.
Yep, another small pot for Andrea. And we are playing the entire tournament as a 6-handed, so that's why the redraw was done on 18, and 3 full tables remaining then. And we will have a new redraw once we're down to 12, and then the official final table will be when we're down to the final 6.
If they ask me to put it again, I'll tell you.
And in terms of payouts, they are already in the money. It was 29 paid And currently these players have locked up 2,300 euros. Up top 41,000, and of course that ring and the added value.
The 5K package,
Yes.
$5,000 worth of value, which will get yourself over to the Bahamas and an entry into, I believe it's the Mystery Bounty tournament.
Should be, yeah.
And around half of that is going to go to the tournament, and around half will go for expenses, hotel, and such like. Not necessarily the cheapest place in the world, from what I hear, in the Bahamas.
Heard
I
so
think
too,
you're
yeah.
struggling to get change from a 20-euro note for a can of Coke over there. So
I think so, yes.
so, you know, how far that 2.5K goes for expenses could be gone on day 2, but
Yep.
nevertheless, they're going to be in the Bahamas having a good time, so
Exactly.
could be worse.
Yes, definitely. Niklas now with the 3 aces.
Heads up.
And calling from the big blind, Renars, Latvia 4-5-6-9. And he hits a bit of that one with
Yeah.
the open-ended, and
A great flop for both players, really. For Niklas, his aces, it's about one of the best boards you could hope for with this kind of holding. He's got an 8, he's got a backdoor flush draw, and he's got a very clean overpair.
and the money goes in.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised Renars didn't do a donk bet of himself.
Yeah.
He's got 9 high, right? But if you can get a hand like ace high to fold the flop, then that's a big win. So anyway, the money goes in regardless, but there are small little differences you could have stylistically to maybe gain a bit of fold equity versus certain parts of the range.
As you can see, Niklas with the overpair and the 8, slight favorite, 60-40 equity in this one.
Yeah, because
And
no pair
no
for
help
the 9, 6,
on
5,
the
4.
turn.
Did have a pair, they would be ahead. And there,
there
is
we
the
go.
straight. Yeah. So a nice river there for Renars.
And elimination then of Niklas. He's just got to play a few hands on the feature table, but leaving us in 17th place and taking down then 2,300 euros, doubling the buy-in and some extra on that. So on to the next one. Maybe he'll play the 5K that just started, even though that's a Hold'em tournament.
That is a Hold'em tournament if he wants to play with half the cards and probably 5 times the buy-in, and the strength of that field looks pretty tough. I was just walking in the main hall, having a look over some very strong players from both live and online realms in the mix, hunting down that particular ring. We will keep you updated with any interesting developments. Last time I checked, there was 35 runners and 31 players left. So any advancements on that one, Wise Guy?
Yes, you're talking about the 5K.
The 5K, yeah.
Sorry, I was just checking the payout for this one, but the 5K now has 38 runners and 32 still in play. So yeah, big one. And likes of Juha Helppi might be recognized, and Juho Sutari is in there, Elias Suhonen.
Rupitami?
No, he's still in this one. Yeah, he's still in this one actually, on one of the outer tables. So yeah, he won this 2 years in a row and then came second last year, right, on the Kings of Tallinn.
He's kind of the king of Tallinn. If I know that, pardon the pun, but he's just he's in everything, and he does very, very well here.
Yeah. And for the 1100 that we are watching, we're down to 16 now then, and if you had a friend in this one wondering how they are doing, we should say that the 18th place finisher was Mikael Koistinen of Finland, and then now Niklas Kron-Deli left us in 17th place. So 16 remaining right now as we have an all-in and call. And no help for the Queens. And another elimination rapidly. As we said, one of the short stacks needing help soon was Henrik. And Henrik Östby from Norway eliminated in 16th place then. Takes his little man bag and leaves.
And gets out of Dodge.
Yeah, filling that one up with another 2,300 euros.
Not too bad.
And that means we have one more elimination before we have the pay jump. 14th place will take 25.50. But still 15 remaining then. And as you can see, only 4 people remaining on this one, so that means that we will balance the tables shortly, I think, and get one more player to the feature table.
Yeah, should be looking at 3 tables of 5 right now. And wow, what a quick series of bust-outs since we have continued with 18 players already losing. A good chunk of the the remaining entrants there.
Yeah. Might be down to 12 quickly, Hilton, because we
Does
know
look
there are
like
some
it.
short stacks on the outer tables as well.
A couple of people kind of treading water, looking for maybe pay jumps and just kind of waiting for something half decent to go with.
Aklilu, yeah, he was on the feature table from the start this morning.
He was really short at one point as well. I think he doubled just as we closed the coverage of that previous table. And was down to about 75k earlier, manages to find a way back in. Frederick in the big blind. Ace-8, 6-4 is going to defend, of course. Kind of between 3-bet and defend, but not seeing too many small blind raise first ins. So I think as a result of that, see even less 3-betting from the big blind, blind versus blind. A slightly stronger part of the range. Aklilu now going for the small stab there with the king, just kind of denying equity there. Frederick, even though he's got a complete whiff on that board, still has an overcard and some backdoor stuff, which is usually going to be good for sort of 15-20% at the very least. And we do have another player.
And this one we know.
He's back.
Here he is.
Does he have his customary apple juice with him?
I think so, right?
Surely.
Yes, surely. It's like glued to the right hand.
Exactly.
Looked like Frederick is following his routine as well.
Yep.
And in the break we just had, like 15 minutes ago, Cilliander was second in chips with 868,000. So let's see how much of that he has brought to the feature table, or maybe he's gained even more. Just getting Matthias settled in, and then we're ready to go with the next hand. 5-handed now then, 3 tables of 5.
Unlikely to see Andrea do too much with the 9-7-7-6 tri-suit. Renar's relinquishing Rainbow holding as well. So Aklilu's been pretty active recently. Changing gears somewhat. Wasn't expecting to see the blind versus blind open with the King 10-4-3. But maybe jumping into action.
Yes, the blinds fold. They go back to the apple juice instead.
Yeah, I think they've got too much catching up to do by the looks of it.
Yeah, they're
old friends. Yeah,
is the glass full or half empty?
Exactly.
It's totally full. And commentating on these games is like watching a Finnish documentary or something. You just hear Finnish everywhere, right?
Yeah, chirping away.
And actually, on the redraw we just had, with 18 players, one table of 6 was only Finns. So I guess maybe they were excused to talk Finnish on that table. But now, of course, as the cards are in the air on this one,
You'd
you're
hope
not
so,
allowed.
right? That
Yeah.
they can make amendments for the fact that why would they speak English?
Yeah,
you know.
maybe for the dealer to understand, but put a Finnish dealer there,
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
good to go. All right, Aklilu now again. We are on the 5 cards. Because if you just joined us on the break, this is a 4 and 5 cards, so we're playing a round of each.
Yeah, nice hand for Frederick on the button. Definitely want to be opening here. Let's see if he continues to go for the larger sizing. You know, he goes for the limp on this occasion. Matthias comes along with his trash from the small blind, and Andrea looks to be happy to check it back.
Yeah.
Don't
Have
mind
a
it to see
7,
a-
8, 9
a
flop.
nice
No, we
there.
don't. Hearts for Andrea. And of course, open-ended. Jack. Good flop for him. And there's the flush.
There is a flush.
So
Can't see any other player with an awful lot to offer. So
2
Frederick's
pairs
got,
for Frederick.
yeah, bottom 2 there, and Matthias is completely whiffed, as is customary with this type of holding. Tough to actually hit with that particular hand.
Yeah. Most likely a bet from Andrea and Finn's fold. No, he checks it.
Should be
hoping
seeing
for another bet.
Yeah,
from
exactly.
one of the other players instead here, and yeah, Matthias falls for it.
15,000.
15k into 32.
Yeah, the question is call or raise. At this stage, Matthias has got a very wide range completing the small blind, so we can definitely have worse flushes here. It's nice that we don't have the 10 or the 9 of hearts in our holding. If we had a hand like Jack 10 of hearts, then we're going to struggle to seek value from worse flushes because we're just targeting the 9 and the 8. So having the 8 gives us the opportunity to target a few worse ones here.
Yep, it is a race, and of course Cylinder folding quickly, and Andrea building a bit more, 537k now in his stack.
Yeah, I like that play. I think that's kind of even these small pots and that small that raise there, that decision kind of shows that he's a pretty strong player and understands the value of his holding there. A lot of people just kind of look and think, well, I've got the third nuts, what if I get re-raised? I'll just call, but there's definitely worse hands to seek there, and if we face the 3-bet, then so be it. We can readjust. So, Matthias with the current table chip lead. 81 big blinds.
Here we go again then. Just a quick dealer change.
Yeah,
And
and down to 14.
yes, we are losing one player on the outer tables. Let me check who is the 15th place finisher. Johannes Sepponen, Finland, is out of this tournament, so 14 players remaining.
So that's a couple of Finns in a row now. We're starting to thin out the
Starting to thin out, yes.
Yeah, hey, the dominating nationality.
Yes.
Frederick gets out the way of that 3, not really offering him much in that particular combo.
Nice hand for Matthias Cylinder now then.
Yeah, Andrea with
Position.
hand that you do tend to see people peel a lot in this situation. Let's see if he actually goes for the aggressive route. No, he goes for the call. And Renard's happy to get out the way with the tri-suit holding there. A bit disconnected as well. Not going to be doing great multi-way in 5-card, where you need a premium on the connectivity and the suits, especially when there are more than one opponent entering the hand. Matthias with the double pair in his hand. It's not a great board. You feel as though the small blind is going to be somewhat connected and condensed around this kind of sort of 10, 9, 8, 7 jack region. Going to have a lot of connected holdings that could arrive in this way. Andrea's going to go for the call. Double backdoor flush draw and an open ender. Wouldn't have mind to see a check raise there. It's almost slightly too weak to peel out of position, but does keep his options open if you do see the check back on the turn to potentially fire one through now. Can still represent a lot of strong hands, such as full houses and straights.
And 122k. I was just about to ask you how much you think he would bet, but there's no bet from Andrea, and check back from Matthias gives him the pot.
I have what I'm supposed to have when you pot.
Did he slow roll him?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Just kind of giving him a bit of a... He is a bit confused. 2 pair beats the worst 2 pairs, so 1 for Cylinder there. Getting a bit of a free run out, and yeah, even with the straight completing, surprised to see the Georgian just elect to take that one to showdown. I don't think our ace-9 has an awful lot of showdown in that particular situation in 5-card. Going to be loads of overpairs and potential holdings that we could maneuver off.
Frederick now then.
Yeah,
First.
is going for it with this holding. Lovely hand to see. Double suited. Andrea has a pretty weak hand here. Ace, Jack, Jack, 6-3 with a poor suit. Just going to get out the way. Renar's also might be a hand that looks somewhat appetizing to a Hold'em player with having queens and 2 suits, but a very poor hand that plays extremely poorly, especially out of position where our suits are not too strong and not going to hit a queen enough to get us out of jail. So 10-10-5, another board that we've seen quite frequently, these paired boards. Aklilu going to lead with his aces, having not gone for the 3-bet pre-flop. Somewhat of a bizarre line here. But it does get floated from Frederick, who is not necessarily a believer in this lead. You do feel as though a lot of 10s are going to naturally more look towards check raising. Lulu now turning a straight draw with his aces. Looks like he's going to go for another bet, trying to seek the value from the kings, the queens, the jacks of the world. 98 key in there. Looks like he's going for some kind of middling sizing. Yeah, just over a third. And Frederick has turned a straight draw of his own. And with the sizing that he's facing, potentially not going to be a believer of strength here. But he's going to float for the second time. A 3 on the river. Aklilu still with the best hand with the 2 pair. But surely he can't go for a third street. And Frederick, now having executed that double float, is surely going to pounce on this one. He can still have full houses in range. He can still represent a hand like quads.
You go, half pot, right?
Not a massive fan of the size.
Yeah.
Our opponent is representing a hand like a 10. When they check the river, it's a bit less likely that they're going to have something like that. But going for the, what would you call in the old school, the post-oak bluff, the slightly smaller sizing there representing strength. And Aklilu here, he doesn't have any 9s, 8s or 7s in his hand, unblocking a lot of the missed turn straight draws. He may feel like his opponent could potentially turn a hand like kings or queens with that missed straight draw into a bluff.
I don't think he's going to call off this, right? Call this one. I mean, if Frederick would have pushed his entire stack, I would think it would have been harder, but now just a small bet.
Yeah, that's the issue with this uncommitted half pot sizing from Frederick on the river. He doesn't really do enough of a job of gaining folds from these middling hands.
So, Frederick in trouble now then. Just some 10 big blinds left after getting called by Aklilu. And a nice spot for the Finn in seat number 6.
Yeah, getting floated twice there, and then still check calling the river. Very sticky and certainly an unorthodox style of hand. There's a couple of maybe slightly snide remarks being shared between the two. Following that one. Very unorthodox hand. Not the sort of line we see too often. Aces just peeling pre-flop and then leading twice in check calling the river. And there are plenty of hands that you definitely could be behind against. It was just the sizing on the river, I think, that might have been the nail in the coffin. This uncommitted half pot where even a bare 10 could really look for even north of 3/4 towards the full Lottie. Thanks very much to all of you joining us over on our YouTube. We are live on Olibet Poker for the culmination of this event, the 1K 4/5 card PLO.
Yes, and I'm seeing some questions now in the chat about the 555 No Limit Hold'em final table that is ongoing on in the other room, and unfortunately we will not be able to show you that one. We are doing the PLO today until its end, and then we have the No Limit Hold'em High Roller later on tonight, the 5K. So the 555 you have to follow on our blogs instead to have the updates live from that one. You find that easily on olibetevents.com or on poker.pro. They are doing some live reporting from that final table.
So Frederick here defending pretty loose holding with the Queen 10-9-4-4. Does flop top 2 with the flush draw. Is going to put the rest in. Matthias, though, has got him not in the best of shape. He's got the royal flush draw, 2 overs, a gut shot, and the queen of his own. So 42% for Frederick. He's going to be looking to fade spades. He's going to be looking to fade jacks, aces, and kings. So a lot of outs. But the beauty of the game, a lot of those have been dealt and have hit the muck. So what are we looking at? In effect, 9 for Matthias.
Here we go. The all-in star on the player at risk. Frederick with the 2 pair, but a lot of outs against him. Here's the 7.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe card.
Spade or a jack, right? Ooh. There's the spade. Whoa.
8 of spades as Matthias knocks out his friend Frederick and fellow countryman as another Finn hits the rail.
Yes.
And they're going out.
14th place then for Frederick Lindholm.
Finns are flying out of this one, although there's so many of them.
Fredrik Lindström, we should say. And
Lindström.
Yeah, 25.50 is the payout for his effort in 14th place. And 13 players remaining. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Finns of the 13 remaining. So despite we having lost a few the last few rounds, there's a lot of them still in. And Matthias Siljander now one of the top stacks in the entire tournament. Just challenged by Michel Karim on one of the outer tables. And currently being 13 left. When we lose one more player, we are going to have a redraw on 12. See some new faces on this feature table, most likely. Now then, Matthias and Renars playing a pot.
Battling it out. Renars with the King of Hearts. Got himself top pair and a gut shot. Quite a nice one just to peel in position here. Matthias going for that lead, trying to lean on some of the overcard type holdings that might get out of the way. Not the best of turn cards for him, although he still could certainly lead with hands that include 2 pairs that have improved to boats, and 7s and 6s of course as well. He's going to continue to try and represent. Does Renars have the gusto to find another float here? And he doesn't. And Matthias once again just going about business in his aggressive style. We very rarely see him with a short stack. You know,
he's either the biggest one or he's out a long time ago, right?
Exactly. We don't see him that often, but when we do, it's always at the end of the tournament, and he's always got absolutely chunks. And he is indeed, I believe, the Kings of Tallinn winner from last time around, right?
Should be correct, yes.
He's a strong player, and he's got a lot of pep in his step.
Yeah.
And don't be fooled by the drinking and the antics. This is.
I think it's all a part of the game, right?
It is a bit of his shtick, isn't it? You know, some people have got their own little ways of getting under people's skin, and he's a bit of a talker and a bit of a chancer, but he plays a good game.
Yeah, I know when we had him on one of the feature or final tables a couple of years ago, and I was supposed to have an interview with him in one of the breaks, and judge him from his antics by the table. I was like, maybe he's a bit too, on the juice. Yeah. But then when you talk to him, it was not at all. So more like a table presence thing, and then maybe,
very extroverted for a Finn.
Fool the guys that he's drunk and doesn't know what he's doing, but he does for sure. And now calling from the small blind with the nice 4, 5, 6, 9.
Yep, gonna call that one. Looks like the Georgian has popped it up.
Yeah, and decent flop for him with the middle set and the straight draw as well added.
Yeah, pretty nice flop here. Let's have a look at the stack to pot ratio. It's 4. So do want to be doing a lot of betting on this board. Small sizing seems apt. You can also go for the bigger sizing. Depends on what the strategy is. Yeah, I quite like this small size here, just to keep the lone ace-X type holdings in there, just to kind of give them a bit of a tough time.
Yeah, and Matthias's cards were already in the muck when Andrea started touching the chips for making a bet. So small pot, but still good for Andrea to pick up some more. And now it looks like we're down to 12. Yes, we are. This is the feature table count. And down to 12 players mean there will be 2 tables only left in the tournament. So we will have a redraw, a short break. We're not gonna leave you though. We're just coming back into the studio. You're gonna watch our nice faces for a minute or two. I mean, what can be better than this, right? So George, what do you think about the this feature table that we have now?
So it's always nice to see Celiander, for example. He adds a lot of fire. We're gonna have a couple of guys coming in as well. Not to give you any spoilers, but it's only a couple of minutes away. But Riku, who I did a bonus cut with, and I'm always talking quite passionately about, really like the way he approaches the game. He's a very stoic, very quietly confident table presence, and he brings a lot of kind of a similar kind of aura to Celiander. So Celiander will be loud and brashy and kind of abrasive. Riku will just go about business. And for me, sometimes the more intimidating of the two is the quieter, steelier opponent that you can just tell is really analyzing every single aspect of not just the game, but the psychological side to things as well.
Yeah. Riku was the winner of the Open Face, was he? Just recently?
Yeah, the Open Face recently, the 456 1K in this event last year, so also a ring winner. Unfortunately, he missed out on the 5K package. That just wasn't part of the program back then.
No.
However, still very much in contention to get his plane ticket booked to the Bahamas.
Yeah. If you haven't heard it already, that's what's added in all the ring events for these series. They get a 5K package to go to the Bahamas, play the 2.5K a mystery bounty, and then 2.5k to spend on hotel and a few Coca-Colas. That's what it only looks so good for, right?
We were guesstimating they're about 20 euros a pop over there, but it's not cheap. Kind of like the what do we call it? The tropical version of Cannes or Monaco or something like that.
Exactly, something like that. Yeah. So and we saw yesterday the ring winner in the ladies event, Drea Carlson, booking her tickets to the Bahamas.
Yep, absolutely. So she's going to be making her way over there, and it's been a real resurgence for her as a storyline. Nice to see this week. She's kind of gone into streaming and doing some more ambassador style role in the game, and the wins come with that, and you could tell that she's done a lot of work on her game over the last few years as well.
Yep.
Really sharp performance, and we're hoping to see something similar from the men today in the PLO.
Definitely, and rumor has it the Norwegians had a party almost all night yesterday with Drea, and to celebrate the ring, of course, and yeah, well-deserved win.
Yep, maybe she's not up by now, but if you are, well played yesterday, and make sure you rest up.
Yeah, at least I met actually the second place finisher who was having a party already at the table yesterday, Cindy.
Oh yeah.
She's wide awake and playing today, so yeah.
Well, good job.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'll hope for the same celebrations when we're down to the winner of this one. But still 12 remaining in the PLO 4-5 cards, 1,100 euro ring event. So let's get back to the action and see who else we have on this new feature table. Few faces, or we recognize almost all of these, right?
Yeah, let's run through them, shall we? So we've got Frank Visser, known for poker news reporting, but don't underestimate him on that regard. He's a really tough mixed game player and certainly knows his way around Omaha. We had him, just saw a couple of hands from him, but one of them was quite impressive, finding a nice pot-sized river bluff in a spot where a lot of people give up. Rupetami as well, he's a bit of an all-rounder, mostly known for his hold'em skills, but certainly also has a lot of prowess in this format. You've got Renars, the Latvian, in seat 6, also a strong player that we've seen a fair bit of, and Riku. I believe it's Koivunen, is that quite right?
Yes,
yeah,
should be.
Always a little bit rusty with the Finnish pronunciations.
Oh, you're talking about Riku, yeah?
Riku.
Koivurin.
Koivurin, all right. I mean, come on, man.
Give the British guy a break.
Yeah.
And yeah, seat number 2.
That was so pompous of you. Actually, it's this. Yeah. All right. I'm looking for a new job.
Here we have him, Rupetarmi and Tarmi, yes. And he's a bit stressed, I guess, because the 5K that is his bread and butter is ongoing in the other room. So with the late reg until 8 o'clock, he's hoping to close this one down before and late reg that one, I guess.
Oh, for sure. Matthias, he's never really a guy that seems that stressed. He's always having a good time and pumping up at the full size of the pot here with the ace-10, 9-8. What a lovely hand. Riku with the non-nut suit there doesn't really qualify. No,
Riku seems to be nursing a short stack all day now. He came in with 150 something and now on 188, but still in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So yeah.
I don't give discounts. No, I figured, but I was surprised.
And Frank is defending with the Rainbow Queens, kind of a bit borderline, but looks like he wants to get in the mix.
Yeah. And there's the third club.
Yeah, does he have the Queen of Clubs? He's got the 5. Matthias also checking back the flop quite quickly, unlikely to have too much of a connectivity with the flush completing turn.
No, 2. Those are 2 good ones. 2 good ones.
Oh, he chose the queens. Professional.
So he knows what's
Leander, he didn't even know which cards to pick.
He got the information.
Yeah,
exactly. He's got the intuition. And yeah, Frank actually finding a nice bet there. He's certainly not shying away from these players that, I mean, a standard to top-level players, but some people just shying away from them in these situations, and that's going to be the difference between players that, you know, are kind of crawling around with the 10-bit, 15 big blind stacks, and the guys that are actually contending for the win here.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can't force honesty of people. Solo 4.
Riku with the ace-10-7-4 rainbow. Not a bad Badugi hand, but unfortunately, we're playing 4-card Omaha. And Frank also with a bag of spanners. So Rupe takes down Little Walkie.
Netherlands. If you win this tournament, it's your biggest score ever?
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
Second? Gets you there as well?
No.
No.
I think because it's 39. I'm not sure.
So you might make history today. It's today, right? It ends today.
Yeah. Today, yeah.
Interesting table talk from Matthias there.
Are you trying to tilt him, or?
I think he's just trying to get under his skin a little
Yeah.
bit, you know, because Frank is clearly a good player. And he's saying, hey, Netherlands, is this going to be a bigger score if you win this one? You know, just trying to kind of take him down a peg or two. It's it's interesting. It's very subtly manipulative.
Yeah.
2 cards.
Yeah, 2 cards.
So you battle in those 3.
Well, that was 9 years ago.
9.
Yeah.
But you're a little bit new then, right?
No, I like to think I'm just.
This is Siljander as we know him, right?
Oh yeah. Just pushing whatever buttons he can press.
Yeah. Frank actually looks a bit confused.
Yeah,
Might
this is-
recognize this guy if you've been watching the reporting from the WSOP in Vegas. He was there for the full 7 or 8 weeks and doing live reporting. You can see him in the background of nearly every live stream from there,
Yeah.
every final table. He was there. So
Paying for this event with the wages.
yes,
Now
exactly.
parlaying that into a poker career, and then, you know, maybe he runs it up, maybe he's back reporting next year. That's kind of the cycle.
Yes. Now a bit of confusion about what we're playing, but we're on the 4 cards now, right?
I think you had a question about your mustache next year.
Oh yeah, Mr. Liedman here, leader in the chat, are asking if I'm gonna grow the even bigger one next year, but I don't think I have that in me actually.
You
This
don't?
is the one you're
Have you ever
sporting
tried?
now. No, not really, not more much. But I guess can it be any bigger than that? That's what she said. But yours is spectacular this year, George.
I don't shave it or trim it. So it's actually the first thing was today when I got a haircut, and Katra was doing the hair. She was like, "Look, I need to trim this. This is ridiculous." And I basically shut my eyes. And I was like, "Please," and then I opened them, and it was still the same. So I was fine with that. But it's you know when you've had something, it's almost like my baby.
Yeah, you're so
know?
proud.
Such a sentimental value.
Don't
to it.
touch it.
Yeah, you know, come on.
But you don't have any bet or anything, like you shave it off if or
No.
What will it take? How much?
I don't think there's an amount of money, honestly. I know you say that, and then someone walks in with $1 million in a suitcase.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm taking that, but like, you know, I'm not going to do it for a few grand. No way.
No way. Right, now we're off to a flop. Deuce, 7. Kings are good for Frank.
Certainly are a decent board as well. Happy to just go for a small bet here. He's gone for just north of a third.
Flush
Even
draw,
goes-
of course, for runners with the Jack 9.
Yeah.
Ah, gives it up.
Yeah.
Looked like he was calling for a bit there, but
It's the type of hand where you could turn it into a check raise
yeah.
and really attack some of the ace high, the king highs, even just bare over pairs. But very hard to represent the deuce X.
And Visser, fresh off the Vegas party, he's of course used to tipping the waitress. There we go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exactly. He's everything's a tip out there. I was in
Yeah.
Canada for a while,
Okay.
right? You know, you're in a Subway sandwich shop, And the options on the tips are starting at 18%. And I
Perfect.
was like, where's the no tip? And she was like, oh, I've got to press that. And it's over here. I was like,
And then the
yeah,
security came.
yeah, get out of here. I was like, I just want a chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
It's a-
So
it's
you're banned from 8 subways in Canada now.
It's a $10 sub. Come on. Yeah. Give me a break.
Well,
But yeah, gets a bit out of hand, doesn't it? Like,
yeah.
58 pinnaa.
Rope not playing any hands on this feature table so far, right? And folding this one as well. Is he trying to look out and see if he can see the 5K?
Yeah.
Are they still waiting for me?
Yeah. Any recreational players in the 5K hitting the rebuy desk, and he's like licking his lips, thinking, I need to be in there. But yeah, his stack's worth a really healthy amount at this stage of the tournament.
At least not doing the double, the running between events like we saw Sarah Benjamin yesterday. She was in the both the 555 and the ladies event.
She was. We had a
deep in both.
good conversation. I tried to pick the opinions of everyone. What did you think? I feel like she mistimed it there a little bit with the ladies. She really had a dominating stack and then came back and she was dwindled out of it, you know?
Yeah. I think she misprioritized a little bit maybe. And
Yeah.
I mean, there was a added package close, you know. I mean, sure, she was deep in the 555, but still it was like 100 runners left in that one,
Yeah.
and she had a decent stack. So, yeah, she had a really good chance at that package.
She did, and it kind of let that one slip by the wayside a little bit. Matthias here with the very, very weak combo to get it in versus 3-bet Ace King 5 deuce, 3 of the same suit, call it the tri-suit, and also 3 wheel cards, so not much there. Enrico with a nice take. Again, just showing his class and experience. So, 23 bigs for Rico after that pickup. Antti with the 25, Rupe with 22, Renaus with 19, so that kind of peloton pack. Still fairly healthy. No one in the immediate danger zone, and then it's Frank and Matthias who have the lion's share of the chips. 41,000 euros for the winner, 27,150 for second, 18,300 for third, and that caps out the 5-figure scores with 13.2k for fourth. So I think these guys have all locked up around about 2.5 at this point.
2550 should be the next payouts.
So it's still quite small incremental jumps until you get into the final 9 or so.
Yeah.
So Frank going for the pot-sized open. I'm a fan of limp or potting under the gun. Ante is going to call. It's a hand that you definitely could 3-bet, but versus under the gun, you just feel like your fold equity is so much less of a factor. And instead, he flops absolutely massive if I remember his hand. I think he had ace 8, 7, 6 double suited. Yeah, that's exactly what he's got. Was pretty much hoping for anything apart from a spade, so not ideal, but still should be happy to fire a small bet. He's going to check once again, potentially allowing the door for open for Frank to stab with a lone spade in his holding.
Antti now making the full house with the ace 8 and hoping for a bet from Frank.
Go for one more check, and Frank now on this type of run out is going to go for value with his ace king.
Yeah, a raise from Antti and quick fold from Frank Visser.
You regret your bet now?
Yes.
Yeah. Happens sometimes. I've made plenty of bets in my life.
There was only one chance, so.
Yeah, Siljander really has his target set
I know,
verbally on Frank
exactly.
Visser.
Second in chips, and he just wants to try and just eke out his comfort levels. I think what he's realized is that, you know, Frank is not a full-time player, so he's trying to just subtly remind him that, hey, we're in the big leagues now, pal.
Yeah.
Is it your biggest score if you win and all this kind of stuff? It's like he's just
That's our entire country.
pulling the puppet strings ever so slowly there.
Yes. So, we are ready for another guest now in the commentary booth, and this is a familiar face. And George is just going to pop out for a little while, and I'll welcome Scott Kenyon in the booth with me until George comes back. And please, Scott, join me on my left. And then we are probably going to start to talk about what you have been doing the last 20 or 30 minutes. Welcome, Scott.
That's something. Hello. Hello, everybody.
How are you?
Good. A little bit hot, actually. A little bit warm.
How come?
So I might have brought a costume to the party, let's say.
Yeah.
After I won a tournament, I had a hankering. I saw this costume online, and I was like, wow, that would look amazing. So I bought a full-size blow-up Eric Cartman costume, which I've just been wandering around in. And we actually have an Instagram interview.
Oh, you have?
With
It's
Little
on
Dance
Olibet
with Glenn
Poker?
Brown.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So if you look
So
on the Olibet Poker.
all of you guys watching and listening to us now, please head to the Olibet Poker Instagram or Facebook. It will be shared there as well. There's a story where Glenn Brown from Poker.pro is interviewing Cartman.
Yeah.
Are you doing the full voice and everything?
Full voice and everything, yeah.
It's a treat, guys.
Oh my
So
God.
while we're going to, of course, watch the table as well, as Frank has flopped the nuts, but Antti has the 2-pair and the nut flush draw. This can be a big one now then, because I don't expect Antti to just call this one. He's surely going to pop it up, right?
So I love, by the way, this table. I know quite
Here
a
we
few of
go.
these guys.
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces. And
Yeah.
here's the race. And of course, Frank with the nuts can do nothing else but call. And we have a big all-in and a call now.
This is huge.
This is probably the biggest pot in the tournament so far, one of them at least. And over 600k in the middle. The average is 460. So
It's kind of crazy that Frank with the flop nuts only has 32%
yeah,
equity,
it's
but
crazy,
it's a
right? This is
it is a
mixed games
ridiculous
for you.
redraw.
Yeah,
It
and
is
it's
a
5
ridiculous
cards,
redraw.
of course. So yeah, it's a ridiculous setup. And
Yeah, diamond redraw plus the house draw.
And of course, Frank is blocking 2 diamonds,
Yeah.
but let's see. There's the club.
Clean
flush,
turn card for Frank.
Added flush draw again, though.
Oh, yeah.
Clubs as well. And
Oh, wow, what a hold.
How can he fade it?
What a hold for Frank.
Wow. That's a huge score for Frank Visser.
Love to see that, to be
Almost
honest.
a full double up and elimination of another Finn then.
Frank is a really good guy. For those of you that don't know Frank works very hard in the industry, works
Yeah,
as
we
a
touched
poker
on
news
that
reporter.
as well, that he was on all the streams from Vegas
Yeah,
now and
yeah.
reporting. And
I
now
think he
he's
was
here.
there for like 50 odd days, right?
Yeah, I think he
Yeah.
said 7 or 8 weeks,
Yeah.
And yeah, looking happy now. And he's here
it's-
just to play this time, not working. And now he has a almost full double up, eliminating Antti Mattias Suominen in 12th place.
I know as commentators we're probably meant to be slightly unbiased, but go Frank.
You're allowed. You're just a guest
He's
commentator.
such a
You're
likable
allowed.
guy, honestly.
Yeah,
He's such
yeah.
a, like, we've been at the table so many times, we even joke, like, oh, how are we on the same table, like, every freaking time.
Yeah.
But such a likable guy, so I really, really want to see him go all the way. I know this would mean a lot to him.
Absolutely. And you missed it just seeing we're out in your costume, but this guy, Matthias Siljander,
he's a crusher.
He's needling Frank a bit, asking like, would this be your biggest score if you win? And you work? Don't you work? Don't you have work to do? That sort of stuff. So yeah, he's trying to needle Frank a bit, but now Frank
Oh, and
has
Riku,
a big stack as
Riku.
well. Yeah, this mixed games specialist.
So Riku is actually the defending title holder in this tournament. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. He won this last year.
He did,
Yeah.
That's true.
He also won the Sveten side event last year. But
And he has many OFC scores recently, right?
yeah, he's been killing the OFC scene. I mean, just generally very good mixed games player, and again,
Yeah.
a very likable guy.
Sure.
And equally Roper, we all know Roper.
Yeah.
He's got a few rings. I think
He
he
does.
won an event last year and the year before, right? If I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
he's been winning the high roller 2 years in a row,
Yeah,
right? But
yeah.
but not the last one. I think he won 2 years in a row before that, right?
Because I think I see
On
it.
the
So
Uni Kings
on
of
the
Tallinn.
steps as you go up the stairs,
Yeah,
it
his
shows
name
you
is
the
there. Yeah, he has a
2003
ring.
names and
Yeah.
the 2004 names. I think he's on both.
Ah, he is. Okay, yeah.
I believe so. I could be wrong.
You might be absolutely correct.
Oh,
I'm
Frank
not going to argue with you,
Frank with
Scott.
the flopped house.
I'm not arguing with Cartman.
Coming back, coming back.
So are you planning to use this costume when you play as well, or is it too hard?
It would be impossible to play in.
Okay.
I would not be able to sit down. I would be
It's
slowing the action
more
down
than
significantly.
Life size. It's
Yeah.
3 times.
I would need at least
wide.
3 chairs to attempt to sit. But then probably I would blow myself up if I tried sitting down in this. Because there's like a fan on the back that keeps it inflated. I would probably explode, which would be great content.
Yeah. Maybe, as we said, we can see this costume on the Instagram, and maybe we have to have you on the stream in the studio as well next time you wear it, to show the viewers. You can stand behind us here and wave. See if we have room enough in this little booth for a Cartman. But yeah, that's a great one. Where do you find it? Online?
Online, yeah, on Amazon.
Yeah.
It was not cheap as well.
And there are also other places where you can order online, not only Amazon.
This is true. This is true.
All right. So now then, back to the game. But you are, of course, playing the mixed games. 8 game today, right?
Yeah. It's 5 p.m., so just over an hour we'll be starting. Hope I can get some run good going.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been a bit unfortunate so far. I hate to tell bad beat stories. I'm not really the sharer of bad beats. But I do have to tell the audience that I did play this particular tournament and got it all in with top sets against middle sets on a very dry board. And he rivered quads.
Oh,
yeah.
You're allowed to tell
yeah,
those kind of
yeah,
bad beats.
yeah. So it was a bit painful, my exit
every
from
now
this
and
one.
then. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And then I still had a few chips left. Roper actually took the final of my chips. So I'm glad to see that he's using them well.
Yeah. So 3 ways to the flop now. Frank, Matthias, and Rope. 2 Finns versus the Dutch. And flop favors Rope a bit. The open-ended. It's Matthias with the queens overpair that bet, and Rope decides to give the open-ended up. Too many clubs in his hand as well. That backdoor flush is almost dead himself by himself. So yeah, small pot for Matthias Siljander.
It's amazing how Siljander is just always on this feature table when I come in and commentate. He's just such a crusher.
Yeah,
always there.
And always, if he's here, he has a big stack. You know,
Oh,
he's
for sure,
not the guy who grinds a short stack or
no.
just aggressive and amassing a lot of chips, or maybe just busting and re-entering and then amassing a lot of chips. So now then, we are on the 5 card again. Playing a round of each all through the tournament, and
decent starting hand here, yeah. Bit of a shame that the ace and king are not suited.
Yeah.
But I would imagine this is good enough to open. Maybe from under the gun he chooses not to.
Yeah, he does actually kick it off with 3 times 30k.
Yeah, blocking a lot of the stronger hands.
Yeah.
But you don't really want lots of action, particularly.
No,
like if
exactly.
you get repotted, you're probably just folding.
Yeah.
It looks like a pretty hand. You do block some strong stuff, but you definitely don't want massive action.
No, Enrico's not that kind of player. I mean, he's been nursing a rather short stack all day, and he knows that it's better to just hang on to that and taking the risk of losing a big one.
Redraw's with an interesting defend here. I don't like that he has 5-5 in his hand, because you want to try and hit 2 pairs with this kind of hand.
Yeah.
So having the small pair in your hand is very, very difficult to get where you want. Okay, it's an interesting flop actually.
Yeah,
Riku with the nut club blocker. Top pair, top kicker.
From any other position in the big
They're both like relatively the same depth as well.
Yeah.
Not particularly deep.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how Riku navigates this.
One cycle, I was fucking costly.
Expecting him to continue, but rather small, and I mean Reynard's has the flush draw and the middle pair, so this might be a 35k bet, right?
Yeah, half pot bet.
Yeah, I heard you talk about it.
And it does put Renas to the test as to whether he really wants to go for everything or not. I mean, this is a significant portion of his stack already that is being asked of him.
So he comes along.
And if he doesn't improve by the turn,
Yeah.
probably just folding.
got there and I
And this might be trouble for Riku actually, because now Renos has the flush and he's invested a lot already. Of course, Riku is gonna
And with the nut
represent
blocker,
the
he
nut
has
blocker, and
to-
but can Renos really fold? I mean, now he got the flush and
Veteläinen.
he just wishes that 5 would have been on clubs instead, so he had the open-ended straight flush draw
Yeah.
for some redraw if he's up against a better flush. But yeah, this is interesting on the turn as well, because Riku still goes small.
Very milky looking sizing.
And this is really decision for the tournament for Renners.
Yeah, it's awkward. This is the thing when you
And he
carry
comes
on with a
the
hand
call.
this low.
Yeah.
He is going to be put to the test.
Now this is interesting, because now, I mean, Renos is so invested, so Riku's not gonna, if he checks, Riku is not gonna bluff him off this one. There's
He
no
might
way.
though. He might.
You
Because
think
when
he's
you
folding
when
with
you
70
fire
behind?
when you
Yeah.
fire 3 barrels
Yeah,
like this,
sure,
it does
sure.
look very strong.
Yeah. I mean, he would be down to just 7 blinds. So
And also bear in mind it's 5-card PLO, not 4-card PLO.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
With 5-card, if you're actually having the ace of clubs, it's so likely that he's going to have a second club with it.
Wow,
he does give
gives
up.
it
though.
up. Oh, all right.
I would have been interested to see if he fires the last barrel, if it actually works or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Equally, like yeah,
You're happy about this check?
it's an interesting hand.
And here Matthias is there as well, needling Riku now. You
Yeah.
happy with this check?
I guess it partly depends on your opponent, right? If you think he's super sticky and you think that he's just calling down the flushes
Yeah.
regardless. Yeah, tough one.
Yeah.
Tough one.
Well, still, I think Riku saved from chips with checking
Could be,
checking
yeah.
behind there, because
He leaves himself still in the tournament, still with 12
Yeah.
bigs to navigate, and if he believes that his opponent's very sticky, yeah, you just give your tournament away there. So maybe that saves him, maybe that keeps him in.
yeah. So the 8th game you said in about an hour.
Yeah.
What's the favorite game for you?
Raz.
Yeah.
Raz is my favorite game. But someone actually came up with it was actually Riku. Riku told me a sick rule that he heard about in Asia.
Okay.
So do you understand Raz at all? You play
I
Raz?
do, yeah.
So he told me that there's a variation where you have a picture qualifier, which means the Raz hand is still the same,
Yeah.
the wheel is still the nuts, but you have to have a picture card in your hand or your hand is dead.
Oh, really?
Which makes so many more hands more
Wow.
playable down the streets.
Yeah,
It
of
means the
course.
bring-in is more attractive because often the bring-in is going to be a picture card.
Yeah.
And you'll have some very interesting spots where there are very low, strong Raz boards, but do they have the picture underneath? It opens
Or not.
bluffing
Yeah,
possibilities.
absolutely. Yeah,
I think it's a fascinating idea, to be honest.
Definitely, yeah. What do they call it? The game?
I've not heard of a name for
Okay,
it. So if anyone knows or if anyone has an idea for a name in
Yeah.
the chat, please do let us know. But yeah, Raz.
Picture Raz.
Raz with picture qualifier.
Yeah.
It's such a great idea.
Yeah.
And it makes
brings
a lot of
another
sense.
level to the
Because
game.
you are
I
going to
mean,
brick
it's-
generally along the way, but now
Yeah,
the brick
yeah,
is
yeah.
not the brick, so suddenly you have much more playability.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
I love to see Matthias has always got a beer next to him as well. What a legend.
Yeah, no, it's apple juice, God. We're
Oh, apple
already
juice,
coming
yeah,
in
yeah.
and
Cloudy
posh
posh
apple juice, the
yes.
fresh one.
Yes,
Of course, he's a sportsman.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
An athlete,
Yeah,
as you
yeah,
can
but
see.
we said that apple juice is glued to his right hand most
Yeah.
of the time. So
Must be an energy drink.
yeah, most likely some local energy.
Only 2 others that I know of.
But you didn't come with them.
Frank and Cilliander going at it again.
The other one I don't know.
And
Get him, Frank.
Rupe slightly being blinding out on this table. Actually, he hasn't played more than just one hand, and he didn't invest much in that one. So just keeping quiet.
I guess
not
he's just
finding
looking
any
for a spot
hands.
to double up.
Yeah.
It's an awkward stack size, 15 bigs. It's not like you can commit too much pre without going for it. Oh, I love the look of that hand from Riku. I love those hands where it's like middle of the deck.
Yeah.
9, 8, 7, 6.
I think he would have played it if he had a triple stack
For sure.
that he
yeah.
has. But
Again, it's
now-
tough off his short stack.
Yeah.
You should have given me a better hand then.
Oh, he said you're looking forward to playing the 8 game, Frank.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a very good starting hand.
And he said no because I heard Scott Kenyon's in there.
I play every game.
Yeah.
So you need to
hand me over your chips and I can arrange the 8th game, right?
Hand me over your chips so you can play the 8th game. Yes.
Yeah.
Give them to me.
And Rope can hand over his so he can go play the 5K, and then we're down to the final table.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
On this one. No, we're not yet, but we are raising the blinds to 6 and 12K.
And I noticed that we're
12K.
back to 4 card Omaha.
We are, right? Yeah.
1 card less.
You play a lot of 5 and 6 cards?
I really enjoy the more cards, actually.
Yeah.
Particularly because I think people go crazy with their aces.
Yeah.
In 4 card aces is great. In 5 card, it's
Yeah,
not
it's a totally
that.
different thing.
It's
Yeah.
not that
Absolutely.
great. Roper picking up bottom of the barrel will be folding.
Oh yeah, Rennars was on the short stack, but now 349.
Yeah, that hand against Riku helped him a lot.
And you can see that we have lost 1 player on the outer table.
Ooh.
11 players remaining.
Get into the business end. Oh, and actually 10 on the clock. We're
Yeah,
down to
so
10.
I mean 10, yeah. So
yeah.
the 11th place finisher was
Yeah.
Aklilu Lahtinen that we had on this table before. He was on the outer table, but unfortunately eliminated in 11th place then. He made the pay
GGs.
jump, so 2.9K was the score for Aklilu. And down to 11 then.
Down to 10.
10,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah. Confusing 11 in the corner, yes.
I'm sure they'll update that in a second.
Yes, exactly. 10 players remaining in this, and we're playing 6-handed, so we have a bit to go before we'll reach the final
That's how
table.
they do it nowadays.
And we play to a completion today?
That's the plan.
Yeah.
Yep. So they're in for a full day, these guys.
Frank with a nice hand to open from
Yeah,
the
this
button.
is a nice one, right? 4 card.
Actually comes in with a limp, which is fine as well.
Rope,
Maybe
which he
he's
had
wanted to
another
pop
club.
control a bit against Matthias in position.
Yeah,
Knows Matthias
probably.
is just...
Yeah.
Floor.
Floor, do we need a beer? Apple juice?
I think Matthias is getting a bit of a warning here for talking in a 3-way pot.
Ah, naughty, naughty.
Or did he? No. Yeah.
I can't raise for it.
Mister. The players. Finish the hand. And he said, no say
Or did he act out of turn and says?
Okay,
but
this
for-
count as an action out of turn, so
Yeah.
It is.
the action goes back to you, sir. You're gonna choose what to do. You can do whatever you want, and the action stays. So I ask you kindly to place the pot in this case scenario. It's gonna be no. You have all the action. He has the 42 in front of him, so I kindly ask you to place 42 in front of you.
So the situation is, if Roper does not change the action,
This action
then
is
the
closed.
42 will stand. If Roper changes the action, he has options open, is what happens there.
Yeah.
So Matthias with the raise, Frank with the call.
It's 36.
Yeah, this is why I like Frank's limp actually. It's a hand that you can raise with, but knowing Matthias is in the big blind, you
Yeah,
don't want
so
100k in
probably
pre each. So he's going
thought
for a bit
that
of
this
pot
was going to
control.
happen,
Yes,
and
yes,
then
for
he
sure.
got the pot to where he wanted from
He's
the
going for a bit of pot
beginning instead of
control
racing.
in position,
Yeah.
but just he wants to get 30k in pre as opposed to 100k in pre,
Yeah.
which I like a lot. Pretty decent flop for Frank with the top pair in the gutter.
Yeah,
Matthias
flush
equally.
draw,
Flush
so-
draw, yeah. Bit of something for both. Frank will see a turn naturally.
Interesting now to see where this pot goes on the turn with the 7 for
That's
Frank.
a lovely, lovely card for Frank there. Does also block the nuts with the pocket 8s. Top 2 pair.
And Matthias now checks it. So just a question of whether Frank will take a stab at this one now with the top 2.
I think he should.
Yeah.
You want to protect against the draws. It is a very draw-heavy
Yeah,
board.
yeah, exactly.
And like I say, these pocket 8s in his hand, very, very relevant to block the nuts. So I think it makes it a bit more comfortable for him to go for value.
Yeah, and he goes full pot now, 200k.
Yeah, like it.
And of course, Matthias is not going to stay in this one. So yeah, well played from Frank.
Can't do it.
Show 2 bottom ones.
You should show the 8s, Frank. Show just the 8s.
Which one did we get to see?
Maybe nothing.
Yeah, I think he showed something, right? Probably the 2 8s.
Maybe just 1 8 is enough.
Yeah,
to show.
maybe.
And I do see that we are down to 9 from
Oh,
the top
yeah,
right.
we lost another player on the outer table then. And it's actually a Swede, Michel Karim, who has been eliminated in 10th place.
GG's.
So 2.9k for him as well, and down to the final 9 then.
Yeah, so we're 2 away from the final table. It will be a 7-handed
Yes.
final table, I've been informed.
Exactly. Should be, yes, we are playing 6-handed, but you don't want to have a situation where you have 4 on one table and 3 on the other. So the unofficial final table will be 7 players.
And I like that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Should, the
Sensible
way it should be.
Sensible stuff.
Yeah. Absolutely, because otherwise you would almost have to have like a hand by hand on 7 players, and it's just.
And particularly if you're having a short stack on that 3-handed table, you're at such a disadvantage.
Yeah, of course,
compared
it's
to
a
the
lot of
4-handed
difference
table.
playing 3 versus 4-handed in this situation. Late in the tournament when the blinds are high and ant is in play and everything. So yeah, the final table will be placed on this feature table once we're down to the 7.
And I think our floor Gianluca there just giving a little warning to Matthijs.
Yeah.
Please do act in turn.
Exactly.
If it happens too frequently, you might have to do something.
Yes, that's normally the way it goes, that you get maybe first a little verbal warning, and then you might get a second one, and then maybe you have to sit out for a few hands or a full orbit if you or if you don't stop misbehaving, I should say.
Yeah. Thankfully, no Wilkasuf
No.
at this feature table.
4-card PLO. Robert Armin, you are in dire need of chips.
Here, I don't
Some
think-
needling going on.
Yeah, I'm not sure you back home hear it as good as we do in our ears, but Matthias Iliander just say to Ropa that you're in dire need of chips.
As is Riku, and
Yes,
Riku
of
picks
course,
up
he
a
definitely
nice little
is.
pocket king.
Of course, 4-handed, the kings are a hand you have to go with for Riku this time.
Frank with a lovely double-suited hand, though. He will not be going anywhere.
No.
Goes for
And
the repot.
Yeah. So it's going to be an all-in and call between the Riku and Frank, unless someone else wants to get in there as well. Rope has already folded. Matthias will not be doing anything.
Yeah.
And Riku, of course, is going to call when he comes back to him and hope that the kings will give him the double up he needs.
Good luck, gents. Yeah, Riku, a former teammate of mine in the Kings of Tallinn team competition.
Oh yeah, he was, right?
Single
Yeah.
pair in Netherlands holding.
So as you can see, the kings are slight favorite against the Ace-Jack 10-8 double suit for Frank.
I would play your hand.
A nice hand though for Frank, so Riku has to fade a lot. Although he's blocking the diamonds, of course.
5, 4, 10.
Do we have any spiciness on the flop?
We have a spade. Oh,
It's
that's
a gut shot
Yeah.
for Frank.
Still way ahead for the kings. But any additional draws? There's the 8.
Top 2 pair though still for Riku, improves. But it does give some redraw
Ace
outs.
10 or Jack or an 8, not to be, and the kings hold
kings
up.
and 2s. Nice hand, Riku.
Yes.
That's pretty cheap. Cheap exercise of chips.
Yeah, it was a cheap fun flip.
A cheap fun flip, says Frank. It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a bit more spicy if it was him and Matthijs for that kind of hand. Stay hydrated, Matthijs. That apple juice is very good. I quite enjoy that particular brand of apple juice, actually. Been having some this week.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, chat, who are we feeling? Who do you think is going to win this event of the 9 remaining? Do we have any news on from the outer table in terms of any big stacks, any notable
we can
players?
check, actually. I think the last update we have is from the last break, so we don't have any live updates from the outer table in terms of stack sizes. But we did see that one of the big stacks from before, Michel Karim, was eliminated in 10th, so I guess he must have given someone on the outer table a lot of chips, or maybe divided it. But on the outer table we do have Antti Veteläinen, had a big stack in the last break, and also looks like Andrea Gogolitsa that we had on this feature table before is having a big stack there as well, and he's actually the winner 2 days ago of the 555 PLO5 cards.
He already won an event.
He already won a ring. He now is in the final 9 with a good stack in this one.
Wow, running hot.
Yes. So might be 2 names in the stairs for him next year from just one single year.
Has that ever happened where someone here has won 2 rings the same year?
Not here at least, but I'm not sure about the... I mean, like the
I would imagine worldwide it must
exactly,
have happened at some point.
Some series are so huge that...
They have a lot of rings.
Yeah, like a month to win 2 at one stop sometimes. But
yeah, there's only, is it 12 ring events here?
Which I think you're correct.
Something like this.
I think it's 12.
They're very hard to win too.
Yeah. There's the flush on the board. How was it with the... No hearts for either player.
Mataiso with a straight. Bottom end though. I would imagine it just checks down a lot. Yeah, particularly with this. Not really... Well, Riku might try and... No, he's not going to try and turn it into a bluff, just gets a cheap showdown.
Hopefully, hoping that the 10 would be enough, but it's not.
Yeah. But Matthias, equally, I don't think is going to go for value on this pair.
No, I doubt that either, right? No, not blocking a single heart and...
Yeah, it does go check.
Straight, but he'll be happy to take the pot with the straight.
Yeah, minimal damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to get to commentate on a feature table that I know 4 of the 5 players.
Yeah. So you have to spill more about them personally. Like, we want to gossip as well. Who are these guys?
Who are these guys? Well, Riku is a Japanese teacher.
Is he?
Did you know this? Or?
No, I did not.
Teaches Japanese
at
high school level.
In Finland, I suppose.
In Finland,
yeah?
Yeah.
Wow. Had no idea.
So pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I know he's recently been to the Asian Poker Tour as well.
Okay.
He said that he quite enjoyed himself over there.
Yeah.
Frank, as we know, Poker News reporter extraordinaire. Quite recently married as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Mr. Visser. And then he just took the honeymoon 7 weeks in Vegas by himself. Sorry.
I mean, that's a good missus.
Yeah.
That's a very good missus that understands.
Or did they marry in Vegas? Do you know that?
I don't think so.
No, he doesn't strike me as the guy who does a Vegas Elvis wedding.
I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But his wife plays poker as well, and
she does. Okay,
yeah.
understandable.
I think that helps a lot.
Yeah, sure. Almost needable, maybe.
Yeah.
For this type of job that Frank has, we said he's been spending 7 or 8 weeks just working at least 6 days a week, I think.
Lovely double suited hand here for Frank. I would imagine he's going to be opening against the Limpy.
Should be
it does come in for
yeah.
what looks like pot, and yeah, it's
big
good
fold
enough.
from Riku. And there's he's not such a nice guy that I have to show you. I'm not doing this just to bully your short stack. I actually had a hand.
Pretty hand, to be fair.
Yeah.
Very pretty. And yeah, Roper, as we know, Poker Crusher. Matthias, as we know, Poker Crusher.
Absolutely.
Do you know anything about the other gentleman in...
I don't actually. That's the only one I don't recognize either
of
these guys. So I've not seen him on any feature tables at all before, I think here in Tallinn at least. So
clearly got something about him to get deep in an event of this caliber.
I think I recognize the name actually, but I don't think we have him on the feature tables. But I do think he's been playing a lot of events here and might have been deep. You know, you're watching the results table from all the events and you recognize his name from somewhere. But
yeah.
We can also, of course, have a little check in the good old mob.
Good old Hendon mob.
For Renars Scanis and see what we can find. Maybe he has 5 bracelets. We don't know. Here he is with a yet mystery hand.
Put your cards in the box. Do it.
Sure, the dealer will get the same in his ear shortly, and if he remains to keep them like he has right now. Because we do want to see them, you know.
You don't really like that you have the dangling 8-3 at the bottom, but I think off his stack he might just go for the defense. Oh, and here we go. Ace-2, 4-4-10, double suited for Renars. 5-7 on the flop. Gives Roper the top pair. Renard's absolutely nothing.
So looking at Renard's scores, his biggest win in terms of money is the 8th place in the main event of the Merit Poker in Kyrenia this year in January.
Oh, so he just got his biggest score.
Yeah, a couple of months
really
ago,
on a
or
heater.
half a year ago.
And quite a gap as well between 2021 and 2025, no results.
Yeah, now it's ordered in...
oh, it's ordered by size. Sorry. Yeah.
So he has a score from the 4-5 card actually in February, Kings of Tallinn. Came 10th in the 1100 euro, same tournament as we are watching now, more or less. Then.
And I'm seeing actually quite a lot of PLO on his resume.
Yeah. And some of these are online as well, I see. So yeah, not too many live scores. And seems to be playing mostly here in Estonia and in Cyprus. So as you can see in the background, 7 minutes remaining of this level. And they will be playing for 2 more hours then till the next break. And
2 hours before the next break?
Yeah, I think because they had a long break when they did the redraw for 18, so they got a half an hour break then. So I think they prolonged it a bit, but most likely we will be down to the final table before those 2 hours.
I would imagine they'll have a little break.
Another break for the final table.
Yeah. Yeah, otherwise that really would be a long time with no break.
Yeah,
particularly if you're drinking a lot of apple juice.
Yes, then you might
once the seal is broken, hard to not keep it flowing.
Exactly.
Riku with a very nice hand to open with here.
Yeah. Time for him to try to find a double, maybe. What about Rope? The table short stack. No. Has to fold another one.
Matthijs might give him some action here though with the double suits.
Yeah, I expect him to stay in with this one. Likes to see a flop or two.
I mean, that's what you should do as well. 4 card, 5 card Omaha generally. You want to see flops with half decent hands.
Yeah. I mean, Matthias has the stack for it as well. Just 30k to call in the big blind.
Interesting that Matthijs actually has the slight equity advantage pre.
Yeah.
Because I would have thought the other way maybe. Ace 9-8 on the flop though gives Riku a much better lock on the hands. And he's just going to get it in.
Quick fold up in the air from Cilliander.
Bottom pair not really going to cut it there.
I got deuces and 5s, he says. No, you did not, sir. You need glasses. Or maybe.
I mean, a pair of 8s literally is as good as deuces and 5s.
Yeah. Exactly.
Wonder if there's any shorties on the outer table as well.
Yeah, there are, I think, a few if they haven't doubled up. But in the break on 12, the short break, they were a couple of guys with just 150, 200 as well. So
yeah,
I mean,
four-handed being that short, that's going to be rough.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They're playing 400 now on the outer table, and we are 5 here. So a lot of action, of course, and this guy is now going to go for it. He needs the double up, and this is the hand, definitely. Let's see if someone wants to go up against him, but surely Rupa is raising from the button with the ace, queen, queen.
Absolutely.
What about small blind? Yes.
Oh, hello.
Hey, we have one customer. He wants to take all of Ropa's chips. What about Renars? He's out. So these are all in and call between Cilliander and Rope Tarmi then. With Rope at risk with the queens.
Ropa's not going to like to see that Matthijs has one of his queens, but still plenty of outs, plenty of equity.
Yeah. Yeah, as you can see, this also the type of hand you would think that it's like 70-30 in favor of the kings, but it's not, as you can see, 56-44. So the flush draw, the better flush draw for Rupa, and
just
many other outs
just
as
the
well.
ace is third,
yeah,
probably
all the
30%
aces.
already in itself.
Yeah. So here we have them, and all in exactly. It's only one player at risk, not both of them. One player is all in for the tournament life, and that's Tarmi with the left hand. And this
Not
is
a
no
lot of
help
help
for
on the
him
flop,
at
yeah.
all. Can we find a diamond draw maybe, or a 10 or a 9 for added outs? There's the 10, but not a diamond, but a 9 would help him now. And the 6 does not,
GG's
so
Roope.
eliminated in 9th place then, Roope Tarmi of Finland. And surely it will not take long before he's in the 5K high roller that started at noon today.
Yeah, I would imagine he'll be jumping straight in there.
Yeah, and most likely we will be showing you the final hands or final table of that later on, late tonight, depending on how long this one goes, but maybe we will not see the last of Roope Tarmi
For sure not.
today.
For sure not. He'll be back.
Because I think he hasn't missed a final table in a high roller for 15 years.
Wow.
No, he probably has, but that's the feeling, you know. So here we have the updated chip count on this table. 2 big stacks for Frank and Matthias, and Renars and Riku. A bit shorter, but still 29 and 17 bigs.
Still plenty playable.
Yeah.
It's easy to say short relative to other people, but yeah, plenty playable stacks at this point. But 4-handed, those blinds come around very fast. You are going to need to keep your head above water, so to say.
Not sure what Cyliander said there, but maybe has some thoughts about they playing slow on the outer table. Was that the case? Or
Well, I mean, it's going to be hand for hand now anyway, right? 4 and 4, I would imagine.
I think they do like a soft hand by hand on this thing that they
Oh, I
keep
like
an
that.
eye. I don't
I
think
like
they're
that.
being exactly just keeping an eye out for just no one is stalling, and then they might put a full hand by hand. But right now, I
Yeah.
think they just play.
I like that a lot, actually.
Yeah.
And particularly when you have a floor who's just taking control of that tournament. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why not do that? Common sense.
So we'll see. I think that's maybe what he told Cyliander, and then he said, "But make sure they're not playing slow."
Yeah.
Or, you know, so he always has an opinion.
He should have turned around and said, and make sure you don't act out of turn against...
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, now there's the hand for Matthias as well, up against each other, Riku and Cyliander. 5-4-10 favors.
It's a
Riku.
lovely flop for Riku.
Yeah.
With the full wrap.
Open ender, backdoor flush.
And very much the nutty wrap as
Yeah,
well.
exactly.
You don't
You have
really
the full
want like
wrap
ace
with the-
2-3 on a double flush inboard kind of thing. But 10-5-4 rainbow, you have the nut wrap. Just a very comfortable get in for Riku here.
Yeah. See how tempted Matthias is to stay in with the top pair. Doesn't seem like he is.
Oh, he is. No, he is. He's going for it.
Oh, yeah, he did. Okay.
He's got top pair, but he's also got some
Thought
good
he was
runners.
surprised that he was like showing and folding, but
Yeah.
that was not what he was doing. But he is in bad shape now against Riku. Big favorite to double up and be back somewhat in contention at least.
18 outs is a lot of outs. though.
Yes.
Technically behind at the moment, but 75%. And
There's the ace.
There is the ace. Yeah, that's good
Now
enough. That is
Any
good
picture card would help him.
Does give a wrap for.
That's
Oh,
not
that's
a help
hold.
though.
Yeah, that's the nut. 6-3. 6-3 for the nuts for Riku. Well. Our defending champion from last year looked very short at one point after that pot that he lost with the ace club nut blocker.
Down to
That-
like less than 10 bigs, but
Yeah,
now up
but him
to
deciding to check that back,
Yeah.
saving himself
Yeah,
and keeping
exactly.
himself in, and now
Yeah.
you see him on the rise.
just as we touched on, I mean, he's the kind of guy that just needs such a mixed gameplay. I mean, in this game, normally you like to have a big stack. When if you're talking other mixed games, sometimes you have just a few big bets, but you're still in the tournament. And
Yeah.
I mean, you're never out until that lady sinks, you know. And now up to 27 big blinds.
Yeah, and a bit of a dent for Matthias as well.
Yeah,
42 big, still plenty playable again, of course, but yeah, he would have liked to scoop that one up and get us to the FT.
6 and change, and the blinds are up as well.
Blinds are up, you heard him.
You heard the guy.
Yeah, an action somewhat demanded at this point. Four-handed, you can't just sit there and fold away. Your blinds are coming around very quick.
Yeah,
You're
now it's 10,
almost
15
compelled
and
to get involved.
yeah, of course, and also the ante. So you have to put in 30 every time you're in the big blind now. So that's, I mean, decent chunk of the stack even for Riku with almost 400k. And now he's limping from the small blind. And Frank checking the kings.
Not the best kings I've ever seen.
No, not really. Although one suit at least, and there's the king. What about Riku? What did he have in the low area, around 4-7? No, not really anything for him on this one.
No.
So
I assume this just goes bet and fold.
yeah.
Unless he goes like one big blind and Riku thinks, well, I've got some runners, but no, I didn't think he would continue there.
He's too disciplined, right?
Yeah.
The Japanese teacher we just learned. How many words of Japanese do you know, Scott?
Origato.
Arigato. Arigato. Oh, what is the name of
Konnichiwa.
South Park in Japanese? Do you know that?
I do not.
How we talked about, if you're just new to the stream, Scott walked around in the Eric Cartman dress. You can see it on our Facebook.
Dress? Dress. It's not a dress.
Okay,
it's a
sorry.
full-on bodysuit.
Yes. Sorry,
dress,
sir.
Dress. I don't wear dresses. Thank you very much.
Not in public, at least.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can see it on our
did
Instagram
you see it on
and Facebook.
stream at all, by the way? Because they pan
No,
sometimes
unfortunately,
here.
I don't think we
I
did.
was stood there.
But
for
next time you have to walk on stage.
I
You're
was
allowed.
stood just behind.
Yeah,
for a
but
decent show.
you're allowed. I'm giving you permission
I'm allowed.
next
Yeah.
town. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If the floor says something else, just give me
Say
in my
the
regards.
wise guy
Yes,
gave me the
yes.
permission. Yeah. Maybe I bring it tomorrow.
Maybe you don't have to jump on the actual feature table and roll around the chips, but you can at least wave in the background. You know?
Yeah.
Absolutely, perfectly allowed.
And if you haven't seen it, it is on the Olibet Instagram, Facebook as well. I
Yeah,
believe
should
you
be
said.
on the stories. Yes.
I've also reshared it on my Instagram, PokerBrowse, but with a Z on the end.
Yeah, maybe we should save the final table entrance. You come in and do the heads up announcement or anything, like delivering the ring for
I can
the
do that.
main event heads
I can
up.
absolutely do that. Yeah. I mean, I did an interview with Glenn, who's doing the Olibet stuff. I love how he just shoved the microphone like right into the costume.
Oh yeah. Now then, Frank limping in with a not so decent hand and an even worse hand for Matthias, but he looks to get Frank off his. No, he just checked. So here we go. 4-2-10.
Matthias with Zinuts, but Frank will not be paying him with bottom pair and a gut shot. Does not have a heart draw. Easy fold.
Yes.
Yeah, I had it. I had it, of course I had it.
Good Badoogie?
Yes, probably not. So no.
Frank asking him if he had Badoogie. Do you think he knows what Badoogie is?
Do you think Cylinder knows? No, I don't.
No.
Actually, I don't. I think he's very locked in on the Omaha.
Like if I happen to play a game of Badoogie, I would wait for break.
Yeah.
If it's one draw. But he can play
Oh.
three draws.
Apparently he does know Badoogie.
Aha. Okay then.
Like 90,
My
95.
excuses.
Yeah, this one would have gone in.
There are some top limit double draws shenanigans going on.
That sounds complicated.
Yes.
Frank trying to induce Mr. Ciliander to play some mixed games with him. Cunning plan, Frank.
Yes, and we of course have our YouTube chat open. I see one question from Susan, who thought it was PLO5 and now it's PLO4. And yes, it's the mix of those two. We're playing round of each. So every time they get around to the same seat, we change and play the other format. So it's going to be 4 and 5 cards PLO throughout the entire tournament. As you can see in the bottom right now, this is the WSOPC 1100 Euro PLO 4-5. And the event is number 6. So we're not doing the PLO 6.
No.
Not in this one.
Shame though, because I do like the PLO6.
Of course you
also,
do.
It's good fun.
Yeah.
And yeah, so you have the button that you'll see in front of Frank there. That indicates 4 cards or 5 cards. So the green button is for 4 cards, the blue button is for 5 cards. And I think it changes on seat 1 unless they restarted on a different seat number and they're doing it
they had on
differently.
another one now, yeah.
Yeah, it could be. We'll have to keep our eyes out on that.
Yeah.
So Renar's with top 2 pairs on a very, very dry board. King 5-2 rainbow.
Yeah.
Problem is no one else really has much to get involved with.
No, exactly.
Yep, bet. And 2 very snappy folds. We'll pick it up for Renar's there. So have you been playing at all yourself on this
series?
trip?
I actually jumped into the 200 Hyper Turbo the other night.
Excellent.
With not much happening for me in that one.
No,
so
no.
I was in for a few minutes.
A few minutes. Nice.
So I had my share of gambling
Yeah.
this trip. Now I might jump into something later on, but now we have a full day of commentary today, and then actually tomorrow is the day off, so who knows?
Yeah, and do bear in mind, boys and girls, there is 24-hour cash action available here. Can tell you that there. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of action going on the entire week, but yeah, the schedules can be seen online, and if you want to see what else is happening, of course we have the live blog as well with the information about all the other tournaments going on. But now we're concentrating on this PLO 4-5 cards. Riku now then, 9s, 6 deuce in the big blind, decides to come along from the race of Frank. And flop is 2 hearts, both player has 2 each. And Frank with a slightly better flush draw, and also of course the gut shot. He needs one of those 9s that Riku has.
Pretty interesting flop actually. Both connecting, both very much non-nutted connections, but it really puts Riku to the test. I mean, this is already a decent chunk, and he might, to be honest, he might just go with this. When you have such a strong flop here, in 4 cards, straight draw, flush draw, he may well just decide that this is enough to actually try and push his equity at this point.
Yeah.
It's a very strong combo draw that Riku's picked up here. There are, of course, some situations where one of your draws is not going to be good, which is not fantastic. He is just going for the call. Jack on the turn, doesn't change anything. Riku does block the nuts, though, with the pocket 9s. It'll be interesting to see how this continues. Riku might just go for this, to be honest.
Yeah, he might. He has the blockers for it. And flush draw as a saver, but he's behind on that one. But of course he might be able to get Frank off the hand, but we'll see what line he chooses here now.
There's basically pots and a little bit more in on the turn. Yeah,
Yeah.
he might just decide to turn his 9s into a bluff here, and I don't think that's unreasonable. Also, given that he has a heart draw as backup, if worst comes to worst. Yeah, he is going to pot it. I love this from Riku. I really, really love this from Riku, and it should work.
Using the blockers.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course this is a tough one for Frank to call.
Very, very good play from Riku here. Frank's like, my hand's so pretty, but
Yes.
I can't really carry
Can I just
on.
hold on to it for a bit more before I release it? There we
Yeah,
go.
very good play from Riku there.
Yeah, absolutely. timed it perfectly and used those blocker 9s.
It's interesting as well because, so had he gone for the check raise on the flop, it might not have worked.
Yeah, that didn't work.
Whereas by playing
exactly,
it the control way that he did,
Yeah.
and then having those nut blockers on the turn.
Yes.
Yeah, very, very nicely navigated there from Riku. Like that a lot.
Yep. Here's the updated chip count, and as you can see now, it's Renars, who is a bit short, but still 24 bigs is a lot of chips, of course. And that's it for the dealer. You're changing the dealer, who got some compliments for his hair, I think, in the chat as well.
Oh, did he now?
Yes, the dealer also has a great hair, to be honest. I think someone complimented Frank's hair, and then they said that the dealer is competing with him. And another question, Scott, while we wait for the next hand from the chat, is what are the max players on the PLO6 card table?
So with burn cards, you can do 6 max.
Yeah.
7.
Can you do 7?
7, 42. There is just about enough cards with 7 with the burns. Yeah.
Yeah, should be okay, right?
I think mostly when it's played as in a tournament format, they go for 6 max
Yeah,
instead
exactly,
of 7 max, just so it's not too crazy. Otherwise, you're using the whole deck, and essentially, they like to have a few burn cards, few non-used cards.
Yeah.
So yeah, tends to play 6 max.
Yeah.
I think on cash games it might be 5 max for certain rooms, certain arenas. Yeah.
Yeah. But this tournament is 4 and 5 cards. So it's a 6 max. You could do more, I mean, of course, but the format is 6 max. And as we said, the final table, though, will be played and started on 7. So we need to lose one more player before we down to that final table for this one.
Matthias looking to rebuild a little bit.
Yeah.
Frank is going to defend. Matthias has been uncharacteristically a little bit quiet in terms of the poker side for the last 20-30 minutes.
And flopping trip 7s now, Frank. Flush draw for Matthias with the spades. And
Flush draw for Frank with the hearts as well.
Yeah. And of course the overpair on the paired board for Matthias. To see what he chooses here now, because it's a big bet.
Yeah, he goes almost pot, and Matthias is
comes
going to call. This is a big one.
Good shape for Frank, needing to fade the spades and the jack.
Does fade everything. Now, does he decide to check and give Matthias a bit of rope, or does he go for
Matthias
value?
on now, coming along on the turn, and interesting spot.
So it's a double flush draw board that misses. I think we want to check quite a bit. Frank disagrees and says, I want to take him to value town.
Yes.
And it might be a nice size, to be honest. Looks like about 175. It is exactly 175.
Yeah, good eye.
Yeah. And it's an interesting one because Matthias equally will recognize this double flush draw board where it looks like a lot has missed. Maybe feels like his pocket jacks is good and might feel compelled to make a little call down. Frank is definitely on the tighter side of things here, but he is also very capable of having bluffs. Good fold from Matthias.
Frank! I think you had it.
He did have it, I can confirm.
Fair enough.
He did have it. Frank seems to have had a really good day in terms of chip accumulation.
Yeah, he has, right? I think he came in, although like 4th or 5th in chips, so he had a decent stack to start the day, but absolutely, he's amassing chips over there and playing solid. Not falling for the talk and antics from Siljander too much.
Not at all.
Playing his game. And now we're on the 5 card still.
Yeah, so it looks like it changes on seat 1, I think.
Yeah.
It just changed now,
They
right?
just changed,
yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
so you're
it's
right.
When
We're
the
on
button
seat
hits seat 1,
yeah.
It will change for the next
Now
order.
they're looking over at the outer table. Is there some action maybe over at the other table? Redraw looked interested to see whether we have the final table coming up or not. And Frank with the aces, but as we said, not as good in 5 cards as in 4 cards, of course, but maybe would have expected him to raise, but he'd do the same. He's like pot control against Matthias.
He might be limping with the intention of repotting.
Yeah.
There, but equally, again, he might just be pot controlling and wanting to limp call, see the flop, take it from there. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Just casually betting the top set, 20k into 45 or 65, sorry, included.
It's a bit unfortunate for him that Matthias doesn't have, like, say, pair and a flush draw here. But he is going to continue for the small bet. Oh, now then. That could be a bit of an action.
Oh, sneaky check.
Sneaky. Oh, I really don't like that spade.
No.
And that queen. Yeah.
Paired board. I give up.
Oh, yeah.
Cannot check, right?
And I tell you what, it may well just work.
Yeah. Not there.
Matthias is not biting yet, but...
That's an interesting card as well. Now the blocker for the royal straight flush for Matthias.
I think we have to lead for value once turn goes check. It's just what size he chooses to go. And he goes very big, he goes pot.
85.
Lucky for Cilliander that he didn't find the boat himself on the river, so just trip queens on the board with a lot of spades. Of course, he has the not spade blocker, but it's a paired board nevertheless, so I don't see him calling here. Do you?
I don't think so. But you never know with me.
Okay.
I'm wrong. Frank just milking the maximum value from that hand. Well played, sir. Well played. Wow. Ay.
Yeah.
Mr. Visser. 1.1 million. Love to see this.
This kind of working Visser thing from Cilliander doesn't work right now. It's not getting under his skin. It's more
not
like
at all. Not at all.
Instead, giving him more chips.
And the thing is, Frank has obviously been around poker a lot, both as a reporter and a player. He will not be flustered by such antics.
He will not. He's been listening to Kasuf and Cabrel for 8 weeks in Vegas.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Imagine having to put up with Kasuf. Oh my goodness.
So maybe he's wearing those mental earplugs already, you know.
But Kasuf can't come here, right? Because I believe he got a 1-year World Series ban. I assume that is still active here also, right?
Should be. I have no idea actually, but...
Cabral might turn up though. It's possible. I've seen him here before actually. He was here.
Yeah, he's been playing
for
here.
the 5K last... Was it Kings of Tallinn? The last one?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. He may well rock up.
Absolutely. He goes around playing a lot in Europe, so wouldn't be surprised to see him making an appearance. He's not in the 5K though today, I think, at least.
Oh, is he not?
But
yeah, I would have assumed if he's in town,
he
would be jumping into that.
Exactly. Can take a look at how many runners we have in that one though. 53 right now with the late break open for a few more hours. So yeah, and of course one of the bigger stacks is Juha Helpi. Cheap leading right now though is Enrique Lagos Sanchez Martinez.
Beautiful pronunciation.
Thank you.
Sí.
Been to Barcelona many times.
Sí.
3 times.
Aquí.
Here we have it, the updated ship count. We're concentrating on this one though, but of course keeping a little bit of an eye on that 5K because we are most likely streaming the end of that one later on tonight.
Frank is on a heck of a run. Do we have any Frank fans in the chat? I'm sure some people must have come across Frank before.
Yes. YouTube chat is open. If you're watching through Olibit Poker, you can reach us here with any questions or anything else. Frank coming at it again under the
hello.
gun. Yeah, this is one of the rare repots that we've seen. 3 bets on this feature table so far, and on Matthias, of course, with a lovely hand in the 5-card PLO. And unfortunately for us, I don't think Frank is going to come along. Or
well, he
look at
might.
this one for
Double
Riku now
suited.
then as well, yeah.
Double suited, and a chance to maybe take out a very dangerous opponent.
True.
Frank may well decide. No, he doesn't. Matthias kind of needed that, to be honest. He really has been on free fall the last half hour.
Get some momentum back.
Yeah. And yeah, nice, easy, disciplined fold from Riku. Kings might look nice there. Only 1 suit, and particularly against pot and repot. Not much that Riku can do there. So we're still on the final table bubble here. 8 left. It will be 7-handed for an unofficial FT. 6 for the proper FT. And we're playing this all the way to the winner today, so stay tuned, boys and girls.
Definitely.
And for those of you not aware, Riku is the defending champion, won this very event last year. So he's looking to go back to back. Frank will be defending over the Matthias Open. Both having similar-ish hands. King, Queen at the top end, and then some connectivity with the other 3 cards. Oh, and this could be action. I see Zenitz for Matthias. I see a flush draw and 2-pair, and a gut shot for Frank. Frank actually the equity favourite, despite Matthias flopping the nuts here, and isn't that just a bit sick?
Yes, it is actually, but let's see what happens with this one. This is an interesting combination of cards, surely.
We could be about to see a very large pot here.
Yeah.
A very significant pot for the tournament. It's kind of surprising that Frank is favourite here, to be honest. Flush draw 2-pair against the flop nuts. He's just going to go back call on the flop.
So there's the blank on the turn. Changes nothing at all, and still, of course, with the nuts.
I assume that Matthias goes sort of half pot-ish to leave half pot behind on the river. Sort of geometric sizing.
Checking again, trying to look weak.
I think it's more he's just really thinking, what kind of size do I want to go with this? What does he have? What
keep
can I
him
get
in
paid
with the
by?
flush draw and the straight draw, or do I want to get him off this now and just be happy with the pot the way it is? Because I think if he goes full pot, he probably knows that he's not going to get called with.
That's the risk you take, right? You go 100k and you probably get called by a lot of stuff. You go 200k, you take the pot, but then could I have got more? Could I have milked more? And that's probably what's running through his head right now.
Most likely so.
And it is a significant pot for him at the moment. He may well just opt to take it here.
Did you say 125?
135. Yeah, so it's close to half pot.
Yeah, and just leaving 200 behind.
Yeah, I think the size is nice. I think Frank's particular hand should be calling again.
Yeah.
Whereas had he wanted to just take it down there, he goes pot and the hand is over.
So now then, as you can see in the top right corner, the outs for Frank to take over the lead in this hand.
The club is an obvious out, but the 7 or the 6 would be very sneaky.
There's an 8. This might just stop up the action a bit, actually, because now...
Yeah, I think it just goes check a lot on the end here. Frank does river a straight, but it's very much bottom end. I think he'll be very content to go to showdown. And equally, Matthias is not going to be thrilled by this river. Yeah, Frank checks. Matthias is going to check back fairly quickly, I think. Wait, has he not checked?
No, he hasn't checked yet.
Oh, I thought he checked. So I'm pointing his finger. Maybe he was asking like how much is in the pot. Oh! This is very unfortunate timing.
Yes.
This is very unfortunate timing from
improved
Frank.
the nuts to the 10-jack, but he has to call with this one, of course. And unfortunate for Frank, he'll be doubling up Cylinder, giving back the chips. He's been stealing some now and then from Cylinder, but
it's
now
a big
they go
momentum
back.
shift.
Yeah.
For Matthias. Yeah, unfortunate timing. Wow. Yeah, I didn't expect that on the river, to be honest.
No? A bit surprised also, actually.
202.
Yeah, that is a big dent.
Yes, and they see Matthias Christensen in the chat asking us why did Michel bust? He was on fire at the feature table, and yes, he was. He had a big stack, but we don't see the outer table from where we're placed in the little cabin a few meters away. So we don't have any information from the outer table, unfortunately.
But it looks like they might have some action because Riku is kind of looking over there.
Yeah, might be. All in and call on the outer table. See the cameraman is rushing
cameraman's
over
running,
there as
another
well.
guy's running. I think we got action on the outer table.
We have some footage. No, we don't. But
Because we have to fix for the
1-5.
final table. We lose
1-5 or 5-0.
Oh, I think we have lost someone.
yes, we have. We have a elimination on the outer table. So we're down to the final table. It's time for a break, I think, in this one. And the elimination is of Samir Zakaria Lemini. He's the 8th place finisher from Finland. So these 4 and 3 more from the outer table will now be placed on the feature table. And actually chip leading that in a big way will be Andrea Gogelic, who won the ring just a couple of days ago.
Wow.
He's coming in with 2 million in chips to this final table that we are setting up.
He's got 3 times average.
Yes, he does. So hold your horses. But we are going to send the players on a 30-minute break. They're going to have a chance to have a snack and commence themselves to come back on 7 players and play for the ring and the added Bahamas package. And I believe you will be heading off yourself to play the horse, right? Or the 8 game.
Yeah,
sorry.
I will. Yeah, that kicks off in about 10 minutes here.
Yeah.
So should be fun. Hopefully run good.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. And thank you, Scott, for joining us. And
You're
we hope
very
to
welcome.
see you soon again.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Guys, thank you for joining us. 30-minute break, and then me and George are back for the action with the final 7 players. And if you want to see more, read the updates on olybetevents.com for the blog for the other events as well. See you soon. Welcome back to the World Series of Poker Circuit Events in Tallinn 2025. We are on day 2, and behind me, of course, a lot of poker is already in full swing. We have the open-faced Chinese, and we have the day 1B of the mini main event. But I thought I would show you a little bit what else you can do besides play poker. Let's see what's offered in the Hilton Hotel. Right to the left of the entrance, when you come out, you have the Olibet food truck with burgers, tacos, and fries, whatnot. And you know, hardest part of this work, sometimes you just have to try things as well. So, okay guys, let's see. Could we have some tacos, please? Yeah. Oh, it's really quick too. Can't promise you that they will be this quick all the time, but surely you can get a nice food, a meal out here in your breaks. So make sure to check out the Olibet food wagon outside. Now then, once eaten, when you enter the Hilton, to your left you find the merchandise stand. Here you can find some nice t-shirts, caps, hats, sunglasses even, might be needed in this weather. We have one of the nice caps here, and we'll show you a bit more about what could be found here. And as you're heading upstairs to go to the big tournament ballroom, of course, you'll be using the stairs, not the elevators. And in these stairs, you'll find the ring winners from 2023 and 2024. All their names are on these steps. And once you've done those steps, you'll be upstairs in the lobby outside the ballrooms where the tournaments are played. And the first thing you'll see is the cashier. Here you can register for all of the tournaments for the week. Now then, in the big ballroom, this is the main tournament area, and this room can fit over 300 players. This is where you'll be playing most of your tournaments before you might end up at the final table, might even be at the live TV table. So here we are now with that TV table in the background. This is where you want to end up, of course, and there will be live streams coming to you from Tuesday. So stay tuned to our socials, do not miss out on that, and of course watch all our streams, all our updates. Thank you for watching this walk around video, and I hope to see you soon. Joined now by Jason Glatzer, as you all know by now, the CEO of Poker.pro. And Jason, tell us, what is Poker.pro doing during these events?
Well, we're here to cover the event. We had a lot of pre-event coverage, but we're going to have a live blog starting tomorrow on Poker.pro. There'll be daily articles that will also be imported over to alibetevents.com, so check them out as well because they have the schedule and everything else. We have our hosts coming later in the week, so expect a lot of social media fun as well throughout the week. And maybe you'll see me at the table. I mean, it is the first ever Sweden Special Ring event later in the week. That is my main event. I have to be free, I have to try to play, and I have to try to win my first gold ring as well.
But you have some scores recently, haven't you? Some results.
The rumor has it I've won a trophy or two, maybe 3, 4, 5, but you know, it's not about me, it's about all these amazing players. That
I'll take the microphone away from him and we just stop it there. Poker.pro, there's where you find all the action. Christopher will be writing, Jason will be in the background, and I'm sure you can trust Glenn Brown when he arrives in a few days to give you some real nice content too. Jason?
Yes. And we have 810 and Maureen coming as well, playing the ladies ring event, so that should be quite interesting as well. But yeah, we have a group of 5 coming in total.
Perfect. Stay tuned. Hi guys, coming back to the WSOP Circuit events in Tallinn, now joined by Norwegian, always happy superstar Drea Karlsson. Welcome to Tallinn, first of all.
Thank you so much.
And I was just standing by your table minutes ago to ask if you're okay to have the interview with us.
Yeah.
But I had to stand there for a few minutes because you're having such a nice chatter on the table and you're smiling, being happy. Do you always have fun on the tables?
Yeah, that's a big part of poker for me, being social, taking a drink, just be happy, meet new people and new friends, play a lot of hands as well. So
okay, that's part of your strategy.
It is.
Okay, don't tell anyone.
Kill them with kindness.
Yeah. So the series has just started. Do you have a plan what you're going to play during this event?
Well, I'm staying till next Friday, so I'm going to play the mini main today. I first 1B. Hopefully tomorrow as well, day 2. I think so. I really believe I'm going to go through to day 2. Of course, the ladies events.
Yes.
I love the ladies events everywhere, so I'm here for that as well. And I just take everything else as it comes.
Yeah.
So that's my 2 tournaments right now.
And a lady always love a ring, right?
Yeah, of course. I need a ring on that finger.
Yes, so hopefully we can make that happen during this series. And I know, actually, you talking about the ladies event, you won a ladies event just a couple of months ago, right? In May.
I won in Vilnius, So that's why I also going to Queens of Tallinn in August. Because I won a ticket in that tournament, so yeah.
So yeah, it's actually just a couple of weeks
weeks away for the ladies, the Queens tournament here in Tallinn.
I'm so looking forward to that event as well. A lot of ladies playing, and those events are so important to just bring up the women in poker, and we're so few compared to the guys.
Yeah.
So we need more women in poker. These events helps so much, and I'm here to be happy and to meet other women, to greet them, to take them in with warm, good arms. So please join.
Yeah, exactly. Here you see what you can expect if you come here, either now during this series or the Queens of Tallinn. Then
Yeah,
in
a lot of
August.
smiles and a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, it is fun by the tables. Best of luck, Rhea. We're going to send you back and hope to see you soon again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOPC Tallinn 2025, and I'm joined by familiar face Scott Pokerbras Kenyon. How are you, sir?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm doing really well. I'm looking forward to this week. It's now the third WSOPC circuit, I believe, in a row here that we've done, as well as many other events in Tallinn. What keeps bringing you back?
I mean, you know me, mixed games. Always the mixed games. It's a spicy array this time because obviously the buy-ins are a little bit juicier with it being a World Series event. Obviously the prestige of the ring plus the potential of the 5k added package to Bahamas.
Yeah.
Yeah, love the mixed games. And to
that
see like a 1k 8-game tournament, 555 Sweden as ring events. It's
and that gives that extra level of intensity and prestige to the smaller sort of field events, which means that all of a sudden your onus completely shifts from the larger fields to now, you know, let's get in there, let's get hunting. What's the strategy?
I mean, for me, I always play a sort of somewhat solid-ish game along the way, sort of build the stack as and when it can come. Yeah, it's... I made a bit of a mistake, actually, in one of the events. I feel a bit too late, I think. Particularly for the mixed games events here. There's action from the start. It's not like the old days where you would start with like 200 big bets deep and you're passing basically nothing. The first levels are meaningful levels. So I made a bit of an error coming a bit late. I want to make sure that like I'm here for the start of the tournaments.
Yeah.
Because there is blood from the start in these.
Yeah. So you want to be in there straight away. You want to maybe, without sounding a little bit too like a vulture, you want to seize some of the value that could be in there from people that maybe aren't so experienced in those formats, and they tend to bust out quite quicker as well.
For sure.
Especially when they're used to, let's say, pot limit or no limit formats, and they're just kind of in every hand, just, you know, spraying it about.
And equally, it's just helpful to get a sort of profile on the table. If you come late, you come in cold, you miss some of that information that a lot of the other people are going to have. So I think it's a benefit that you want to be there from the start. You want to be able to profile your players accordingly as to how you think they're playing and spot, like you say, not to be too much of a vulture, but to spot the value on the table. Yeah, so I think that would be my top tip. You want to be there from the start.
Mm-hmm. And what are you looking forward to most? In which event?
8-game tomorrow. 1K 8-game. It's cool that they've upped the buy-in for that, because last time it was a 350. We know, of course, Franco won the ring in the 350 last time, defending champion. I know he will be coming back to defend his title. But yeah, big difference between 350 and 1K. Few people unhappy about that. I think a few people think it's a little bit too much, but yeah, it's WSOP.
Yeah, exactly. Under the brand of the big name. Also, you're still going to get over 100 runners.
For sure.
For sure, right?
Yeah,
so
I would think so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nice. And have you been brushing up your 8-game skills? And how do you do that for people watching at home?
Not much, actually. So I play mostly Hold'em online. That's unfortunately the sort of what we have these days, barring
you can't
a
make
series.
a living playing 8-game, $5.50 tournaments, can you?
Barring a series, barring a big series. I mean, I did play Scoop. Got one final table there, got third in a deuce to 7 triple draw. So that keeps the 8-game skills kind of fresh, the mixed game skills fresh. But yeah, on a week-to-week basis, there's very little in terms of, like you say, $5 tournaments, $10 tournaments, and just very small prize pools. It's not like the glory days we had in the past with full tilt and such.
Yeah, it's not worth getting your teeth stuck into, really, because no one's really making any money there.
Yeah, and it's a shame because I love the mixed games. But you even see, like, Omaha tournaments, for example, a lot of the sites that used to have big guarantees, they've had to pull out of some markets, and so they're
getting smaller. That was what I was grinding for a while, Omaha tournaments. It started quite fresh, quite exciting, and then all of a sudden it's just the same faces all over.
But I do see on GG and Olibet they're pretty good at the moment. They actually have an Omaholic series, I believe, this week. So good to see that a bit of a spotlight has been put onto the Omaha, and bigger prize pools, bigger possibilities.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for that. But in terms of mixed games, you wouldn't really classify Omaha as a mixed game, I guess, anymore, right? It's
I
kind
kind
so
of
much
do,
standardized.
actually.
Do you?
I kind of do. So I've had this discussion with many mixed game savants, and a lot of them disagree with me. They think, no, it's not a mixed game. For me, I feel like the table chatability, it's kind of likening to the mixed games where you get a lot of friendliness, a lot of chatting with the Omaha. But equally, you see Omaha mixes these days. You see Omaha 4-5, Omaha 4-5-6. Surely that is a mix when you're having these different formats, these different variants of Omaha in a tournament.
That's why I'd call something like Sveton, something like Triple Board, something like Big O. I would call them mixed games, but I would just call Potlim and Omaha. It's kind of such a standardized game now.
But what about 5-card PLO? What about 6-card PLO? Do you class those as...
that's just Potlim and Omaha with different amount of cards.
Just more cards.
Yeah. So I think once you're bringing in the high-low and you're bringing in multiple boards and you're bringing in kind of extra sort of facets of the game, that's when it becomes a mixed game. But I think that having played Omaha for years, it doesn't feel like mixed really, because in mixed games I think that, you know, as a recreational, as a player, just as a human being around the table, sometimes you feel inclined to help people out that clearly don't have a clue what's going on. Whereas in Omaha, that's kind of, you know, the line is a bit more blurry in that sense because the rules are so much easily defined. The games are running 10 times more. So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of, you know, in Hold'em and Omaha, it's like if you join, say, the cash game downstairs and you're clueless, that's kind of take some accountability for that. But if you join an 8-game cash game table, right, and it's just 2-2 and people are having fun, then, you know, I've never really seen the people on those tables as the true vultures. You know, they're not there to just kind of, you know, rinse everybody.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. By the way, so do you ever play Raz? Have you ever played Raz before?
Very badly.
Someone gave me a very sick idea on how to make Raz a better game.
Yeah, because it's so dry and
it's quite dry in the sense that obviously just a lot of the information is there, and good hand is good hand, bad is.
It's kind of like, oh, I've got a bad board, so
yeah. So someone gave me this sick idea that you play Raz the same way you would normally play it, but you have a pitcher qualifier, which means your hand has to contain a jack or a queen or a king, or your hand is dead.
So then it incorporates a bit more skill, right? Because then you're like, well, what's he actually working with?
And there's some bluffing elements, because if you're showing a low-only board, do you have the pitcher underneath? Your Raz hand can look fantastic, but do you have that pitcher that makes your hand live? Equally makes the bring-in more attractive.
Yeah.
Because that way you have the pitcher. So if you have pitcher with 2 cards already, you've got a great starting hand.
You need the qualifier.
It allows a lot more playability of extra hands because you need this pitcher. I think it's a very interesting idea.
That does add a little bit of spice to it.
Yeah,
absolutely. In terms of streaming, how's things going?
So I streamed at the Chinese event. Got very tilted because for the first time ever I let my battery run out during the stream. So I had to wait 10-15 minutes for my phone to charge up enough to actually restart the stream. And then proceeded to make a plethora of mistakes, like huge mistakes on the hands that I would never normally make.
How much of that was from the stress and the kind of...
I think it was. I think it just,
I can resonate with that.
So I was in for 3 bullets. Miracle still managed to get 5th place and actually made a bit of money on that. But yeah, played appallingly. For what my standard normally is in the Chinese, I was pretty appalled with how bad I played.
Yeah,
like huge mistakes. I had one hand where I had full house at the back, and I made a bigger full house in the middle and busted myself.
Oh, yeah.
I had another one where I had a big full house at the back, could have made a full house valid in the middle, but left trips
just
there.
Brain fogged it.
Just like I say, it was
not your proudest moment,
but it happens.
You know,
we're all
have
humans. We all make mistakes. It happens.
You know, I'm listening to a lot of podcasts about sort of sportsmen in general, and you know, people miss the 3-pointers at the end of the game. People miss the putts to win the major championships. It happens to the best of us. So I wouldn't be too hard on yourself.
No, I'm not. Just I reflect on it, look back on it, and just it's one of those things. It happens, but yeah. And then sadly for the rest of the events, not able to stream them, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and so I get it.
That's WSOP rulings, to be fair, because it's kind of in the new age of the influencer and the Instagram.
Unfortunately,
it kind of gets a little bit out of line if everyone's on the phone.
I think it's also because there are a lot of people who abuse the electronics. We've had so many situations lately. GTO Wizards. There was one with someone with a phone on the table and an earpiece. and was getting information of what all the cards were.
Yeah, there was an infrared guy in Edinburgh
Yeah.
that was beating the local 1-2 game for like insane amounts of money. So yeah, I mean, fair enough, right?
Yeah.
It was kind of one rule for everything. We had that situation on the final table of the main event that kind of brought a huge controversy and a Twitter kind of debate. And I think, you know, unfortunately, in terms of a subsector that kind of loses out, it's going to be streamers, it's going to be do-good poker influencers, but for every one of you, there's going to be 10 people that are going to be using that device for nefarious activities.
Yeah.
So,
no, I fully understand it. Game integrity obviously has to be number one from the organizer's point of view. I fully respect and appreciate that as well. It's frustrating for me because all I want to do is spread the word of the mixed games.
But we have to preserve the longevity of the game.
Of course, yeah. And yeah, very important to do.
And in terms of commentating, we always love to have you in here. Which one would be your pick for the week that you'd want to join in on? Is it going to be main event? Is it going to be 1K PLO5?
So I'm actually playing the 1K PLO5. I'm
okay, so hopefully we're not going to see you in the commentary booth.
Hopefully you'll just see me on the table.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. But in terms of what to jump in on, it really depends like what I'm playing. If I'm out of things and I have some free time, I will hop in the booth.
Yep.
Obviously, I hope that's not the case, and I hope I'm just busy playing things. But yeah, I'm sure at some point you'll get me in.
Absolutely. Well, thanks very much for joining us in the media room once again, Scott, and hopefully see you around this week.
Good to see you.
Hi guys, welcome. We're in the middle of the action on the World Series of Poker circuit events here in Tallinn, and now joined by one of the real legends already in Estonian poker, Ranno Sootla. Remind me, where are you on the money list right now? Do you keep track of that yourself?
I look sometimes what's going on, but like not so consistently. But I guess I'm somewhere in between the 7th or 6th or something. I don't know.
No. But you
somewhere
do,
there.
You do care a little bit about that.
I mean, little bit. Yeah. You know, it's always the thing with this money list is always they are just winnings. You know, they don't show.
Sure.
So it's the one who's played more, the one who's played higher, bigger buy-ins. You know, the one who's been longer in the game will always be up there. You know, so. It's a fun thing to like be in tune with, but I'm not like obsessing about it.
No, okay.
Yeah.
But now you're just coming back from, was it a full month in Vegas?
Yeah, I was 1 month in Vegas. Next time I will do max 2 weeks.
Okay.
It's a little bit too long to be in Vegas for me. I just don't like the weather and the place too much, but the games are good, you know. Yeah.
Did you most do tournaments or cash games?
I mostly, mainly play cash. Because the taxes, but I did play the main and some other small events, but
Yeah, okay.
No good in tournaments, but decent in cash.
Yeah, all right. And now back home, you don't have to worry about the taxes. You're going for the rings here now then?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's I always enjoy playing here. You know, we have so many familiar faces, so many friends, and just always a good atmosphere in these Olibet events here. You just really enjoy yourself. You know, I have my longer here, and I'm just chilling today, playing this 350 mini main. So, taking it easy and enjoying.
Do you have a plan for the series already? I mean, do you look at the schedule, decide, or do you just play it by ear during?
You know, I will see. Like if cash games are good, I will try to play more cash games. But I will definitely play like the main and the 3K, and I will see then. Yeah. The main tournaments, all them tournaments, I will play. Might jump into a few PLO and here and there, and I will see. You know, go with the flow and just.
So the extra little package added to the ring events, does Bahamas ring a bell?
Oh, there is.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't know about that. That's cool. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, Olibet always does these things. You know, to give value to people and make it more exciting to play. So it's nice. Happy to hear that's the case. You know.
Yeah. So you've been in the business already. You're not that old for many years. I mean, you're not that old, but you see yourself continuing with this for many years?
With poker?
Yeah.
You know, I can see myself a few more years, you know, but like, it's definitely like getting thoughts of like doing something else, you know, but it's hard to make the transition, you know, for me at least, it's hard to get into something else, like so, with such passion that I've done poker with, you know, so it's we'll see, you know. We'll see what life brings, you know.
But you have many poker players doing things within the business, start doing their own startups that has to do with poker. Do you have anything in mind that part as well?
I played with many ideas of starting to create maybe content, maybe doing Twitch, you know.
Yeah.
And I still haven't gotten into doing it because it's, you know, poker itself takes so much time and mental capacity. And I have a lot of hobbies. I have amazing girlfriend I want to spend time with. I have a dog, you know, and just like to manage content creation. I've seen people do it, and it takes so much time. But it's something that I might get into in the future. Let's see. I might. You know, I just might.
Let us know and we will promote your channels, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so best of luck in the mini-main now and the further events coming up. Is there a special ring, though, special event that you would like to win to say that I'm the champion of this one? Your favorite game, do you have that?
You know, I always come very close with these 3K high rollers.
Yeah.
You know, I really like the format. I like that there are like all the good players playing it. The fact that it's a 6 marks format. And I just been second, I've been third, I've been ninth, eighth.
Yeah.
So
there is this Ropetami guy, right?
Rope, yeah. I have to ask him what's his secret.
We'll do that.
Yeah, it's. I will at least get a swap with him there, so at least I'm guaranteed some money. You know?
Exactly. Sounds like a good plan. All right, thank you, Rano, for always being a good sport.
Sure.
We love talking to you, and best of luck during the series.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOP circuit here in Tallinn, and it's 2025 and I'm joined by Andy Tillman. You've just been announced as the Chief International WSOP Circuit International Manager, is that correct?
International Tournament Director.
International Tournament Director. So you're going to be looking after every event upcoming on the roster, starting with Tallinn. You're going to be going to...
I go to Bratislava in a few days here to have the second event for us on the new season for WSOP Circuits. We'll also be rolling out for the first time outside of Vegas in the Bahamas, WSOP Plus in Bratislava. So have our tournament system with the app that everyone's been loving. And
yeah, and that's going to be rolling out there. And in terms of your international travel, how many passports do you go through a year? So you're on the road for how many days?
I'm on the road this year probably close to 300 days this year.
And how do you balance that with home time, family?
Very poorly. That's how we balance it. It's impossible. It's an impossibility being this busy with everything we're doing and building and trying to grow poker. It's, you sacrifice a little bit, but at the end of the game, it'll be better for everyone.
Absolutely. So would you say that that's where your passion lies? Because I read that you were dealing about 20 years ago and sort of made your way up. So what was it that really gave you the kind of breakthrough moment to start working more on the international stage as opposed to card rooms in the US?
It was probably when I first started doing the WSP circuit in the US and ran in the tournament director at the time and got invited to a tournament in Bratislava, Slovakia in 2009, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And that just really kind of relit the fire to want to travel more, want to work more. And I've always enjoyed being in poker. I mean, this is my university job.
Yeah.
That I just kind of stumbled into and just enjoyed the environment and the people. And it's great. And I mean, just the travel and now working my way up, like you said, from dealer to like floor assistant to floor to manager, now to tournament director. It's been a long and fun road, but we're still enjoying it. I mean, now the new position's busier, doing more things, but it's really kind of even pushed the fire more.
So to those people out there that are kind of looking to follow in your footsteps, what would you say is the greatest strength you need to climb that ladder?
Probably the greatest strength is enjoying what you do, like really enjoying the environment and focusing on always learning, always trying to get better and understanding, never thinking that I know everything. I'm willing to learn every day and trying to find something new, a different perspective, different thoughts. And I'm consistently talking with other TDs, players, floors, just have other perspectives and outsides and not just having my own vision by myself.
Yeah, so working on that kind of emotional intelligence as you go as well, looking at other people's perspectives and just being open-minded towards that. Yeah, sounds good. Which is the favorite stop for you at the moment? And you don't have to say Tallinn because I know we're here, but...
I mean, Tallinn has been nice. I mean, the venue is great. I mean, it's definitely something I was excited to see. This is my first time here, and it hasn't disappointed. But I mean, it's really hard to beat Australia.
Yeah.
I mean,
Gold Coast
Gold Coast this year.
Mm.
And I was just there in May for a site visit and meeting everyone, and between just the relaxed Australian culture and the casino being, I don't know, 5-6 minute walk from the beach right there.
How
next to
sensational is that beach, by the way? It's
right
wow
down Broad
factor, right?
Beach is amazing. The casino is beautiful. Everyone's so friendly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the entire environment makes everything so relaxed but so much more fun.
Yeah.
So it's just an overall enjoyable experience for everything.
And
so
to add the prestigiousness of the WSOP brand, you get the international players coming in as well. It just there's always that kind of, I don't know if you feel this as well, but there's a buzz around these events. You know, it's just kind of that step up from, you know, a random tournament series to, hey, we're at the WSOP now. It just kind of adds that wow factor.
It adds the wow factor for sure, because I mean, WSOP is the biggest brand for poker on the planet, and I mean, everyone gets their chance to come and play on the circuit and do things like that. So it gives the experience and the opportunity for everyone that cannot go to Vegas or just doesn't have the bankroll to go to Vegas. So now you get your own chance at playing with that buzz, with that environment, and that actually really is the fun part of it.
I think so.
Because
yeah.
everyone shows up and everyone seems to be genuinely excited to play.
Yeah, or whether it's a mini main or a high roller, it doesn't really matter. There's the same energy.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes. And so we have to ask you, just to close things out, with the controversy of the big characters at the WSOP this year, what's your take? Are you Team Cabrel or Team Kasuf, or can you be both?
I don't think you can be both. I mean, you and I both know Kasuf fairly well, and
yeah,
Will went far even for Will, and just that thing just got way out of hand, and both sides were just pushing, and I just can't be on Team Kasuf with everything there, because he was just abusive and things like that. Cabral, he's intense. He tends to really be on that razor's edge, but he's very rarely crossing it.
I don't think he ever does anything too wrong. And, you know, I met you years ago in Rozvadov as a player, right? And when we were dealing with guys like Cabral there, it was kind of a novelty, you know, in that local scene that hadn't really reached the bigger stage at that point. And then all of a sudden he started to play in the super high rollers and stuff like that. And I always just thought, you know what, this guy's kind of a master of the vocal side of the game, whereas a lot of people would say Kasuf was. But then, you know, when Kasuf busted out of the tournament, you saw this kind of tirade, and you were thinking, well, hang on a second, maybe it's not maybe it's not for his own benefit. It's just coming from a rather uncomfortable place, let's say.
Yeah,
and that's what it felt like. But thanks for coming on. Thanks for giving us your opinions on a couple of things.
Of course,
and looking forward to seeing you go about your business this week.
Yeah, I mean, we should have some fun here. I mean, it's going to be a great event. I mean, we're just getting ready to start up. The main event should have just put cards in the air and had shuffle up and deal, and should be a great main event.
Absolutely.
Still have a ton of events to go, and I mean, on to Bratislava next, and then
on to Bratislava. But it's always on to the next thing with you, isn't it?
I mean, you go to
but you got to love it for that reason, huh?
I mean, between now and the end of the Bahamas, I have 10 events.
Yeah.
In 4 months?
Wow. Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of WSOP action coming to pretty much anyone everywhere right now. It's 10 events on 4 continents for me, and we still have others that, well, I just physically can't make to.
Yeah. So WSOP.com for all of that, guys. Check out the tournaments that could be local to you, and if not, Gold Coast is going to be the big one. Get yourself booked in for that one. Thanks very much for joining, Andy, once again.
Thank
Cheers.
you, guys. See you guys. Enjoy.
We are live from Tallinn. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Events 2025, and today is all about the mixed games as far as we know so far. We're doing the PLO 4-5 cards.
Yeah, lots of familiar faces out there as well. We've got Riku, we've got Frank as well, known for his reporting duties, but certainly a dab hand on the felt, so I'm looking forward to seeing that alongside Ciliander, right?
Yep, he's up there, and then we have the ring winner for just 2 days ago. Andrea from Georgia took down the PLO 555 buy-in event. Also that in 4 and 5 cards, so that seems to be his bread and butter for sure. And now he's back in the commanding chip lead, coming in at the final 7 at this event. So let's head over to the table and see more about the action coming up. This is Teresa announcing the final table for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is ring event number 6, the 1,100 euro PLO 4 and PLO 5, our final 7 players. Let me introduce you to the final table. Taking seat number 1 with 555,000 in chips from Finland, let's welcome Daniel Lindholm. Seat 2 from the Netherlands with 595,000 in chips, welcome Frank Visser. And from Finland with 880,000 in chips, he's also a Kings of Tallinn main event winner. Welcome Mattias Ciliander. Seat 4 with 750,000 in chips from Finland, welcome Antti Veteläinen. The player that won this exact tournament last year from Finland, 420,000 in chips, welcome Riku Koivurinne. With 320,000 in chips from Latvia, welcome Renars Skanis. And finally, our chip leader of the table, our current chip leader with 2,020,000 in chips. He is from Georgia. Welcome, Andrea Gogelic. This is the 1K PLO. We had a total of 185 entries in this one. We are down to our final 7 players. And we've got 2 minutes on the clock. Blinds are 10,000, 15,000. We're going to make a draw for the button. Oh, the button has been drawn? Oh, sorry. Yes, it's 4 and 5. Button will kick off on seat 1. We're playing PLO 4 and PLO 5. We can shuffle up and deal.
There we have it from Teresa Nusiainen, our main tournament director here in Tallinn, and she just kicked off the final table of 7 in the 1,100 euro buy-in PLO 4 and 5 cards. And as you heard in the presentations, not of notable names on this one. We have the champion of this exact event from last year's circuit events here in Tallinn, and on the last seat, Andrea Gogelic from Georgia, who won a ring event just 2 days ago here in Tallinn, looking to make it almost back-to-back. And yeah,
going for the mini and the maxi double, the 550 and the 1.1k.
Be a nice double to have, of course.
Certainly would. Would be a hell of a storyline as well. And you've got Riku in there looking to go back-to-back. You've got the Latvian with the skin-colored shorts coming on with the my pick of the walk-ons. He's going to be looking to make a name for himself.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Frank as well from the Netherlands.
Yeah, a lot of fans in the chat for Frank. We're going to pull up the chat as well if you have any questions for us.
Lovely. So a three-way limp pot to get things kicked off, and starting hot for Celiander there with the top set. Frank has a pair and a double backdoor flush draw with a gut shot. Antti with middle pair. Not too much else to work with apart from the backdoor clubs. He gets out the way. Celiander looking to gain some value from exactly hands like Frank's here, that if he doesn't lead, he's not going to expect the under-the-gun limper to have too many bets on this connected medium/low texture. And a great turn card for him as well. Picking up a flush draw. Going to be looking to go for another bet here, and I think that should be enough to see Frank wave the white flag on this one. First hand at the final table.
Yeah, I would think so, right? No added flush draw on the turn for Frank or anything else, and yeah, should be. Now he's receiving the stare down though from Celiander, right?
Yeah, versus part of the range.
There's the fold.
Versus part of the range is going to be, you know, chopping at best with the river 5.
Showing the full hand, Celiander, and we have some shout-outs for Frankie. I guess that's Mr. Visser in the chat, and the chat we are referring to is the Olibet Poker on YouTube. That chat is open for us here in the box, so if you want to connect or just give a shout-out to any of your mates at this table, we are here on YouTube chat for you. And
his fellow countryman Sander in there. How are you doing? Thanks for tuning in.
And secondly, I also want to remind you of the Bahamas package. $5,000 package to the winner. That's an added price.
What does that include?
It includes a 2,500 tournament at the Bahamas, and then the accommodation.
Or and flights?
The flights you have to get
For
yourself.
how long is that accommodation?
Well, not quite of interest for Frank. He's just playing for the pure glory.
Yeah, and Celiander says, what is accommodation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hotel for you, sir.
Yeah, that's 2 nights in the Bahamas.
Yes. 2.5K. You can sleep a tent on the beach.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe 3 nights.
Yeah, hopefully you don't make day 2, else it's going to get quite pricey.
Yeah, got to get in the money to stay. All right, so, well, normally you might think that the guys would be happy to have a 5K added, but it seems more like troublesome for them, right? Oh, no, you can keep that package.
An added cost. I don't know how much the flights are going to be, but it's... I think we're looking in the 4-figure range.
Yeah, but if you win the tournament, you might use some of that, right, for the flight.
That's the poker players'
way
of looking at it, right?
If you're shy of the sun, like Celiander and Frank, maybe you just want to stay at home and grind instead, right?
Yeah, certainly.
And have that apple juice nearby. Andrea now with the Kings, getting started with his 2 million in chips on this final table. Well ahead in the chip count, looking for that other second ring. Just a matter of days. And Riku Koivurine comes along, last year's winner of this event.
Quite an aggressive ISO here versus especially the under-the-gun limp. And the gun is going to have hands like aces in that limping range, especially coming in with about a 20 big blind stack. Looking to limp raise is a very viable strategy for him. So thought that the Kings might just over-limp here, but it looks like he wants to set the aggressive tone for this final table.
Yeah.
And make his presence known. Flopping an overpair and a gut shot with the backdoor king high flush draw, certainly enough to go with, and I believe that he just attempted to play for the rest of it, and Riku with jack high not looking to part with another big blind at that stage.
No. We would have wanted like the 9 of spades instead of that 6, and then we will have the chips in the middle for both players. But now this is the updated chip count, 2.2 million. More than 100 big blinds on the final table.
Yeah, what a run for the Georgian coming in. Not exactly a short trip over from Georgia. It's got to be at least 3 or 4 hours on the flight. Maybe a bit closer actually at this part of the world. My geography knowledge, being an Englishman, is restricted to
to what it takes to take the train from Coventry to Ipswich.
Yeah, pretty much, right? And that's 200 quid.
I think it's fairly close though, but I'm going to check this out for us.
I would go for 2
we need
hours.
some Oh, now you're down to 2 hours.
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah.
you say
I'm trying to
4?
correct myself.
Exactly, because I was going to say I'm surprised if it's going to be more than 2.5, but yeah, we'll see. We'll ask the good old Google shortly. But now then, might have a multi-way pot here with a few limpers.
Yeah, and the limping that you're seeing here is not so common in No Limit Hold'em final tables, but in PLO, just not looking to commit too many big blinds to the pot, especially from early position where you have 6 unknown ranges behind. Looking to keep the options open, and that benefits you in many ways, as it could have done in the last situation for Riku, where he did limp that Jack 10 9 8 connected hand, but also could have some traps in there as well, just to keep that range nice and balanced, make you a bit harder to play against. Riku now with the nut straight. Renars is taking a stab at it with his gut shot, and a nice play here from Rico, just with the check call. He's also got the 7 hours 45 minutes. That's the connecting flight. Let's have a look at that Air Baltic direct.
Yeah.
Basili, Tallinn.
Seems to be no direct flights available. Could that be it? Ooh. Well, why we sky scan here? We see the
yeah, trying to
triple
figure out
kings
the
for
lie of the
Riku.
land, and Renar's turning the nut flush draw as well, trying to represent not an awful lot really at this stage. I don't think he's going to be betting multi-way with many king-queen combinations. He could have a hand like king-queen-jack, king-queen-10. That's very valid, I guess, but a small amount of cause for concern for Riku. Would be up against queen-queen-jack, queen-queen-10, this type of holding as well. The overlimp range there should be fairly connected. And let's see if Renars is going to go for all 3, 180 into 340 here. And Riku with a straight. And of course the all-important king blocker, blocking king-queen. Couldn't see too much king-9 in there. Now potentially slightly worried about hands like ace-king-10, ace-king-jack that river the full house, so which he was of course ahead of on the turn. Bit of a puzzle for Riku to figure out, and
yeah, I mean, without the king in his hand, it would be a harder puzzle, right? But
Yes.
this time, just think he might sniff this one up.
very hard to think of a bluff in this situation, and that's why Renar's play is so strong and has merit of its own. However, Riku, if you are going to have a hand with a straight that is going to call, this would certainly be up there. Versus the under the gun limper. Thinking the bluffs are going to be something like ace queen jack, ace queen 10, ace jack, ace 10. Renars with the ace 9 for a similar-ish hand with the gut shot, with the pair blocker on the turn as well, blocking some of the boats. Riku unblocking diamonds, which is certainly somewhat favorable. But by no means an easy spot, and you can see the price he's getting is so... Yeah, it does make the fold, and it's an excellent play from the Latvian.
Absolutely.
Got a game there from Renars, a lot of pep in his step, going for that one.
Yeah.
Representing a full house, of course.
Get back into contention.
So back to our geography lessons, George. I couldn't find any direct flight, but
Istanbul, which is pretty much in the same area as Tbilisi, is 3 hour 30-minute direct flight. So it would be almost 4 hours, I think, if there were any directs available.
Trust the
so
intuition.
It's all the way down.
Also applies to poker very well, and Riku went with his there, and I think it's a fair play to find the fold. Even with the king, it's just such an underbluff line.
Yeah.
Multi-way on the flop, see a stab, a follow-up, and then the full 3 streets of the business.
Yes. And we are getting some guests in the booth again. Familiar face from this earlier today. Christer Larsson of Olibet is joining us, head of poker in Olympic Group, and he's gonna have his say on the final table. You had a few chats with him with a few of these players earlier today as well, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, always trying to get a little insight into the lie of the land and how they're feeling going into these ones.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm gonna give my ears over to Chris, and I'll join you later, George.
See you then, sir.
What was the issue? Me. Your last time was the issue.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you, George.
Good,
good to be here again.
And, excellent timing, if I may say so. We've just kicked off the final table. You did just miss a bit of a blockbuster hand. Not sure if you caught the end of it on the screen that we have here in the media room, but a very well executed hand from both players. And someone's got to come out on top, and this time it was the Latvian Renars finding a way to get the job done.
Yeah, quite a lot of familiar faces on this final table as well. We have some former ring winners and main event winners and so forth. So
yeah, as we predicted in this format, you tend to see with the decent structure as well, the cream is rising to the top, and Frank looking to take a swing at this one with the A775 double from the +1, opening into the chip leader in the big blind. Going for the slightly smaller sized open. Probably feeling that the opponent is going to be a little less sensitive to the price, so we might as well keep the stack to pot ratio high in position. Gives us a little bit more options down the streets.
And creating the 2 pairs as well, yeah.
A bit of an interesting c-bet here from Frank. He's got really no connectivity whatsoever. Some sort of half-decent backdoors, not great, and is going to run into the bottom 2 pair here. Let's see
how he gets some open.
Yeah.
Not open, but gut shot anyway.
This is the issue. If he's got a hand like jacks or queens, he gives himself options to have maybe better blockers and more relevant ones going down the streets.
Putting pressure. He's putting pressure on anyway.
He is. And he still leaves less than pot behind for the river jam, and he's going to get rid of the 2 pair here, so finds a way to get it done. Frank showing some pep in his step early on. And giving a little show there. Showing 2.
Yeah, the benefit of being the aggressor.
Absolutely. Committing to the second barrel there in the situation where many people I think would have checked back to flop. So finding a way to get it done, and that's what it takes, especially if you're going to be fighting for these top spots. And he is up to 3rd in chips now. Riku at the bottom of the pecking order, having lost that rather gnarly pot out of position versus Renars. Could not find the river call, and Renars instead leapfrogging him there. So we've got that kind of peloton in the middle. Matthias, Frank, Antti, Alexi, and Renars. Andrea at the top with the lion's share of the chips, and Riku with work to do.
Yeah, but there's lots of chips on the table. See players having 30, 40, and even up to 100 big blinds. So
yeah,
and anything can happen, even if Riku is in like in a poor spot now. But doubling up and everything can change.
The stack distribution was not too dissimilar yesterday in the ladies tournament, and this was a final table that lasted for a good 5 or 6 hours. So you never really know. It depends on the momentum of the chip leader usually, whether they're going to run away with it. But be all eyes on the Georgian.
But he is rising up, and is this the time when Rika goes in? No, it's not.
Yeah, very wide open here. He does have the chip leader in the small blind, which could be part of that strategy.
Andreas tagging along the suited ace.
Yep. 10-3-3, it's going to be a favorable one for the imposition player most of the time. Matthias also having that queen of spades. May feel like those nines are going to benefit from a little bit of protection. Andrea just checking whether he had clubs or spades. Unfortunately for him, spades. Clubs, sorry. King on the turn, improving Matthias to 2-pair now. And he's going to check one back, under-rep his hand somewhat. Trying to eke out a bet out of his opponent. Very safe board for this king-queen holding.
Yeah, it is. But again, not a big point doing this value bet because he will not be called from a...
Yeah, tough to get called by much worse at that stage, but also a nice one to potentially allow the chip leader to get a bit frisky. It does go for the small block in position on the river and takes it down. Chirpy player is Sulyander, looking to I think first and foremost have a bit of fun, but secondly maybe slightly push the buttons of his opponent. We saw him targeting Frank earlier vocally, saying, oh, is this going to be your biggest score if you win, and all this kind of very subtle tactics of getting in Frank's head a little bit, as he did see that, you know, Frank was playing some nice poker, winning a lot of pots without showdown, and when you're an experienced player, you're kind of looking at guys that are consistently adding to their stack and picking up pots without showdown as potential threats, and Matthias is certainly doing a good job of identifying which players to target with his vocal barrage.
Yeah. And it's also the closest one.
Yeah. So he's got both of them on his right, which is a rather nice table draw for him. Riku getting short, but no need to get too desperate. Still got plenty of play.
Looked like Renars folded quite decent hand there.
Yeah, expecting to see him open here. Frank.
Protecting.
Yeah, absolutely. Is a defender and gets rewarded with a really juicy flop here. So open ender, queen high flush draw, middle pair. And he's up against the kind of hand that you dream about being up against. His opponent has 7 high with... I can't see a possible way to win. Maybe backdoor trips or 2-pair. It would have to come 5-4 or 6-6, 6-5, 6-4. That would be...
the lower end of the straight, but Frank is not going anywhere. I guess also maybe Frank wants to keep the pots on a decent level. It feels like he's, feels like in control, right? So why risk it all?
The issue is, though, out of position, you don't realize your equity as well. You see a brick turn card and your opponent puts you in, then all of a sudden your equity share goes down quite significantly. So he's looking to set up a natural sizing for a turn jam, and Andrea just gets straight out the way there with the 7 high.
He's playing good, Frank.
Yeah, flipping the switch on his opponent there nicely, realizing that the full pot check raise does leave a slightly more awkward sizing behind on the turn, so just cutting off a little bit of that and keeping a little bit more playability in play for the turn. I like it. So 11 minutes of the first level of the final table to go. 7 left, of course. We are playing for 41,000 euros plus the $5,000 package.
Yes, and there's other games going on. We are down to, I think, 3, 4, 5 players in the 5-5-5 final, and the 8-game 1K tournament started just 20 minutes ago, and with some 40 plus players.
40? Wow.
Yeah, to start with on the first level, and I think we are at 60 players, something like that, in the 5K tournament that runs at the same time. And now we're going.
Wow, 60 players in a 5K. That's, you've got to be quite impressed with that, right? Or happy with that?
Yeah, it's kind of quite nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as they're having fun.
Yep, exactly.
Back to 5 cards.
Yeah, Riku with this kind of semi-marginal spot. He's got the king high suit. He is clear shortest. I think he might take it.
Yeah, he's going for it.
Yeah.
Andrea picks up a hand. The question is if he's willing to. Yeah, he is.
He is going to ISO here in position, knock out a bit of the riffraff, not allowing people to complete the blinds and get a bit of pot share. He just wants it all for himself.
It's got a nice hand, double suited.
Yeah. And that's why even you can see there Riku does have ace king jack, which dominates Andrea somewhat, but just that added juice in terms of the double suitedness and the extra connectivity in Andrea's hand gives him the equity advantage.
Straight draws.
So yeah, that 4-3 deuce, not ideal, but that's a great flop. Gets himself a gut shot.
For Riku.
Absolutely, needs to fade a 7, an 8, or a queen. And he does have diamonds covered as well. 7, 8 or queen to fade. It's a river 9. Ace king is going to get the job done. Nice hold there for Riku after a great flop.
Good for Riku, and he's such a great player as well. So
he is.
And so it's tricky to give this guy chips, because he can for sure use them in the best possible way.
Yeah,
so
he's
I
I
believe you had 6 players at the table that, okay,
yeah, let's
get rid of him.
Let's get this guy out of here. He's a bit of a menace when he's got chips, and you know he's going to fend for his life with that stack. He's not going to give it away.
Now with 20 bigs now, so he's in good shape to play in the way that he wants to play.
Yeah, and just identifying the situation quite nicely there, giving himself the opportunity. The hand was by no means premium, but it was just enough. The ace king jack playing quite nicely as the short stack there. Andrea folding there with somewhat of a playable holding. Yeah, didn't quite see it flashed quite quickly, but with his chip lead and the pressure that he can put with a couple of players still shortish.
Good hand for Alexi.
Yeah, this is really top tier holding. Double suited, connected. Both suits are of high value.
Yeah, now he can end up in not the best spot here with double suit, same suits, and worse off.
He's going to find himself in jail on a lot of boards, and that's going to be one of them.
Straight flush draw.
There is. The graphic reader doesn't like it. Potentially the 6 of diamonds has been folded, which is a bit of an anticlimax. But Alexi there with the flush. Kind of a 2-street hand. You could definitely elect to check this one back and allow some very low equity bluffs from our opponent on the turn. It is a board that when it goes check-check, you do see a lot of big blind stabs. However, looking to seek the value from the worst flushes. The great thing about checking back on this board is there's very few 2-pair and sets in our opponent's range, so not really needing much protection at all. Turn on the turn, of course. Anything that doesn't pair the board is a brick at this stage. And Alexi does add a pair blocker to his resume, still with the queen high flush, of course. 290 in there.
See if he slows down now, Alexei.
Yeah, is he going to go for it all? Maybe firing a small sizing here.
I can actually see a check back here. Because he still have a lot of chips in play and he doesn't want to, yeah.
Does go for the check. And a brick on the river. So Antti with the 5 high flush has the essentially the nut low flush.
Basically for Alexei now this is also his chance to actually get a little bit paid by checking the turn, so
very unlikely you're going to see a better flush. Check call the flop.
So maybe Antti will try to control this pot with a small bet, small sized bet, and might be problems for Alexei to actually come over the top at that time. So best option for Antti now is basically make maybe 90k, 100k bet, but on the other hand, he needs to kind of decide what he's doing.
Going to bet around 10% of the pot.
Oh, that's a very tiny,
very small bet. Yeah, and I think we've got to be happy with our hand here as Alexei, and just be looking to play for it all, really. I think versus this sizing, it's very unlikely that our opponent is going to be doing this with a better flush than us. At this stage, we can target some jack, 9, 8, 6, or even a 5 high flush here.
It's a tricky bet here.
Yeah.
And maybe these guys, they have a history as well, you know.
You never
it's hard
know.
to say, but I would definitely come over the top. Yeah, and he's doing it as well. You're spotting weakness, and yeah. Personally, I don't like Antti's 25k bet. If he makes it slightly higher, it would be so much harder for Alexei to come over the top.
Yeah, definitely opens the door to to all kinds of aggression that we don't really want with this hand. Looking just to take it to showdown, in my view.
Very tricky situation for Antti, but I think that he just
it really takes the
hits the door and walks away from this one.
Yeah, really takes the most creative type of players to find a balanced holding when they go for such a small bet here. It's very, very often a hand that's seeking a crying call, and a hand that also, on the flip side, doesn't like to see the large raise, and that's exactly what is induced here. And now, as you say, Krista, he's kind of invited an awkward situation. He's found the opponent that's followed through with that. And he's essentially playing a guessing game at this stage.
Yeah, it's very tricky because with that 25k bet, you know, Alexei, it opens up for any kind of bluffs and whatsoever. So it's, you know, it's tricky. Alexei now knows that he will win this pot.
Yeah.
But the question is if we will get this extra 225 from Antti, and he's making the right call.
Does fold. One point you made, which I think is very valid, is that if he bets larger, he's not going to get raised by the king or the queen high flush.
Exactly.
So now all of a sudden there's so many more value hands in the range of his opponent, and potential bluffs as well.
Yeah.
So you're just asking for trouble.
Yeah, if I were in that position, most likely I would bet 70, 80k, just because you will not be bluffed in that position, and so basically you will know if somebody comes over the top.
Yep.
And at that point, Alexei would never ever raise the pot. He would just call because enough value in the pot anyway. So if he wins, and it's good enough. So for me, it's a little bit a strange play.
And very often, if someone had the naked ace of diamonds, they would be going for another small size on the turn to unload it on the river. So
yeah, exactly.
Kind of, sort of somewhat stripped of bluffs. So Renars is going to let that one go. Andrea following suit. Alexei is happy with the work that he's done in that last hand, and it's over to Frank with this tri-suit semi-connected holding. King 10 9 9 8, opening it up. He's got the rather sticky Ciliander to deal with on the button, and gets exactly what he wasn't looking for with this type of hand.
Rico also have a decent hand, but the question is now.
Yeah,
I think he's a little bit too short to kind of play this hand in this position, even from the big blind actually, even though the hand is good.
Yeah, it's half decent, but he will be allowing a lot of three-way collisions if he does call.
I think he will find the fold, and it's a kind of, he doesn't like it. He wants to play the hand.
Looks
but
like he wants to play, yeah. He is going to join. I think I might have gotten out the way. I think that Frank's limping range is going to be designed a lot to limp call. So allowing a potential collision between the other two guys could be slightly more beneficial than kind of coming in cold from the big blind. But
he also knows that Matthias is pretty aggressive at times.
Yeah.
So it's a good flop for Rico anyway.
The good thing is also that he's first into the pot post-flop, right? So coming in from the big blind now, we go to sub-1 SPR, and he gets to do a lot of donk jamming, which can help him to realize his equity in full.
Matthias also have open-ended and backdoor flush, so might see some action here, actually.
Yeah, let's see if Riku jams his top pair with a gut shot here. And he does.
Yeah.
It's a very brave, aggressive play.
Very aggressive.
Really like that.
Matthias is in a little bit of an awkward spot here, but...
yeah, just with the open ender. Again, now he's got to think that he's facing almost a pot-sized bet. And that might have been one thing that Riku was calculating. I think it's really nice, actually, for that realization of your equity to be first into the pot post-flop, especially with ICM considerations. And he does find this situation where Matthias has got no pair in his hand, so he would have to be essentially gambling here with the open ender.
Yeah.
He also knows that Riku is unlikely to have a hand like 6-4 that often. So it's going to be lots of two pairs, potentially sevens, lots of hands like this.
Most likely he would put Rico on maybe an overpair and
the straight draw or something like that.
Overpower and straight draw in some way.
Some kind of king-king or queen-queen with an 8-6 or with a 9-8.
It can actually even be Jack-Jack in this position, Jack-Jack 9-8 or something similar, and they would make the right call. And if he puts in on that, okay, then let's gamble.
Yep, with the ace and the king potentially live.
Yeah, and the open-ended. So
yep.
So we might actually see an all-in here. But
yeah, just the issue is that if he calls and loses, then the switch, the flip script is completely switched.
Yeah, so yeah.
He does get the fault. A lovely move there from Riku, showing his class, showing his gusto, and he's going to be an issue for these guys now. Picking up a very nice pot with no contest.
Yeah. I would never have won that pot. I would never have made a call over 70k call.
I think I would have probably folded pre as well, but Riku actually using the short stack to the advantage, then finding a really nice sort of nuance to that. Yeah.
It also takes a player to be first into that pot with that kind of
gusto.
Yeah.
And he suddenly got that in spades.
Yeah. Impressive. Yeah. And that's basically why he's sitting there.
Exactly.
We are sitting here.
Yeah, exactly. Very strong from Riku, and not unexpected either. Certainly was the pick of the final table last year. Really ran a commanding performance. If you fancy checking that out at some other date, that is still up on the Olibet Poker YouTube.
I had ace king 10, 8-6, 3 spades.
Lovely hand.
Picking up a new good hand.
Doesn't have the chip leader to deal with, so kind of takes the effective chip lead in this. And nice one to go for a large open sizing, although he does run into the aces of his countrymen.
With 10-8 blocked as well, and the 5.
Yeah. And his hand, whilst tri-suited, is connected. But
another
again,
tricky decision for Matthias.
Again, another one where, you know, we're just somewhat, definitely double suited is going to be is calling and seeing one. Even single suited might call. There's this tri-suit slightly strips him of some potential options, but again, he's first into the pot post flop. He's actually going to go for the lot, is he? No, just the call. Thought that was a committal, but he, yeah, definitely don't want a 4-bet jam because you know your opponent is going to have a lot of aces and ace king king double and these kind of holdings. So
you rarely see this kind of straddle.
Yeah, exactly. You know, what's he doing? Calling or putting it in? There is a jack. And I think he's got a gut shot as well, right? Yep, ace 10. And a backdoor flush draw, so donk jamming the flop. His opponent also has ace, ace 10. No folding here.
Okay, they are all in now, so yeah. Yeah, it was a good flop for Matthias in this situation, even though Antti still is big favorite. 62% chance.
Yeah, this is a huge pot in terms of who is going to battle for that chip lead with the Georgian.
Antti's in good shape for now, but let's see, we have another club.
There's a 10, that's 2 pair for Matthias with the flush draw as well. What a card on the turn.
Wow.
And a safe 5 on the river, 2 pair versus 2 pair, but the jack 10 is going to take it, and that's a tough beat there for Antti. Getting the money in pretty good, although still with a much slender equity advantage than you'd think. Just the unfortunate reality of 5-card Omaha.
Exact card. No, it bothers me. It bothers me.
Matthias needed that after the last hand versus Riku, so we might see a very interesting final table here.
Yeah, absolutely. We've
and I don't think Frank is going anywhere.
No, Frank has certainly got a lot of game. Alexi, Matthias, Andrea, Riku, Renars, all very strong players. We're in for a real showcase of PLO here.
In the after party version, yeah, sure. You're gonna see.
Renars is playing extremely. Well, I haven't. He folded some decent hand pre-flop, I think, but he's not been involved too much.
He was
like
the one.
ICM.
He was the one running the bluff in the first hand. That was his job done for an orbit or two, I guess.
Okay. Oh yeah, I didn't see that.
No, he is a good player for sure. But things evening out somewhat. That chip lead.
This looks like a nice hand with a pair of kings, but actually this is not.
It's a fold. Yeah,
it's not too great.
Single suited and a little too disconnected. And of course, so many dangerous players on your left, also opening into the chip leader and the big blind. And Matthias going for a very wide open here with the king queen 8-7-3. And might get the job done. Andrea has about as bad as it gets, really. King 9-8, deuce-deuce, tri-suit. Let's see.
He looks a little bit deflated, but I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think so.
But Matthias, we might actually see a little bit of an Omaha clinic when he's a chip leader.
He's one of those guys that once he starts to find some momentum, it is unbridled pressure coming from him. And yeah, I'm not sure about this defend from Andrea. Just not really going to have too much to work with on a lot of boards here and going to be up against it.
That was one of the first thing I learned in Omaha. Deuces always loses in Omaha.
Yeah, bottom set is not so strong in 5-card, right?
No.
You've got the other 2 sets to worry about, and then all of the draws. So that's pretty much the whole thing.
Yeah. It's like going all in with the ace jack.
Yeah. For 200 big blinds.
Exactly.
Yeah. And Matthias just clearing out the bottom pair there of Andrea. So it could be bombs away for the Finn now, starting to build some momentum, knocking out his fellow countrymen there.
But they are so aware of this also at this table, so they will try to set up different kinds of traps. So, but normally when seen Matthias playing before, he's expert in navigating this.
He is. He's got good spidey senses. He's got good intuition. Don't let all of his talking fool you. He certainly knows where he's at and can make very good deviations in game. So Frank here with pretty weak queen's combination here under the gun, just going to easily get out of the way. Matthias not looking to open this one, although he does have the chip leader and the small blind. I was surprised based on the tempo of that last hand. I thought that this could be something that he does get involved with. Riku now could look to just pot-sized open this one. Gonna go for
stealing the button.
Yeah, going for the
good hand for Andrea. Not too shabby for Alexei, even if it's of course not a strong hand, but
yeah, I think he's more inclined to want to allow Riku to potentially collide with the chip leader, so just getting out of the way, allowing a little bit more opportunity for those two players to get the money in. Things do tend to slow down when you go three ways here, and Andrea has top pair with a gut shot and a flush draw. Could be a nice one to lead.
For Riku as well.
He goes for a size of sort of 2/3 pot here, about 135k, leave himself 350 back on the turn, which would set up quite a nice two-barrel.
I can imagine that Riku actually tries to take down this pot now, but it will be tough for Andrea to no, he waits.
Wants to find a card that shifts the equity in his favor. This bottom two can be fairly troublesome versus this type of hand. Against Andrea, he was...
Now we have a flush draw as well, Riku.
Yeah,
so
and a full wrap for Andrea.
Not flush draw. And two pairs.
Yeah, two options here, all in or call.
Let's say that
you can see that Andrea is a slight favorite here, but this is actually a close one.
I think Riku is a confident and capable enough post-flop player to just peel one off here. He does have position. He's going to be able to understand the range of his opponent quite well, but his hand is just has such little visibility on so many rivers. Any straight completing river is going to be a headache for him.
Yeah, I actually prefer ship it or walk away, but it's hard to walk away.
Yeah, I don't think with the nut flush draw and the two pair, he's going to be thinking about the fold. He is going to call and going to reassess on the river, hoping not to see a card of some sort of like 6, 7, 10, 9 queen. It is the jack of clubs, so I believe that's a flush for Andrea.
Yeah.
And by no means...
no one is happy, no one is happy.
No one really knows what's going on, but he's going to go for it.
Okay.
He believes that Riku will have committed with flush draws on the flop.
Yeah. Possibly, yeah.
Which is a fair assessment and assumption, I think.
Okay, guys, we have an idea. Good luck.
Because usually when you see checkbacks, if you're going to balance it and you're going to check back the nut flush draw, you want to have some kind of additional stuff. It's hard for him to have a set there or a 7-6 alongside the flush draw, so I think very stripped of flushes for Riku, and with that pot stack to pot ratio, just looking to seek the value. Knows he's not going to be up against a hand like Jack 8 very often either. So Riku navigating, and unfortunately one of the cards that crippled his chances.
Matthias finds the fold again, and Rico as well.
Yeah, too many will cards in that one. Just going to get out the way.
Interesting hand for Renars, but
yeah.
cut off.
Chip leader on the button. And a nice hand here for Andrea.
Double suited and fairly connected.
Yep. And a limp. Interesting, wasn't expecting that. His opponents are relatively deep stacked. benefit of limping can be that we get our opponents to be forced to play hands that we can dominate in the form of our two fairly strong suits later down the line. It does flop quite well with, I believe, top pair and a flush draw and the gut shot.
Also Frank with also the flush draw, so
and Alexei has bottom pair with a bottom end of the gut shot, not too much to work with there.
No, it will be problems for him. It will be problems for Frank as well, for sure. So Andre is actually checking.
Great card for Alexei. He improves to two pair, but it's still not going to be really enough equity because he's got nothing to support it to start leading into the field here.
And that's quite interesting. We saw that Rick was pushed in this kind of situation, but of course he's deeper.
Yeah.
So you just don't do that. So Frank hits.
Yeah, Frank hits the offsuit 9 out of absolutely nowhere and goes for the check.
There's nothing much he can do with all the straights out there. So
just happy to pick up the 4 big blinds and move on to the next one, really.
9.
Yeah, I think he had 9%. So on the turn.
He'll be very happy with that one, watching that back.
That's the fun part with Omaha. There's so many ways you can play the pots in different directions, and
so many stylistic differences between these guys. You're going to see the likes of Leander just kind of relentlessly applying the pressure, and Riku as well, whilst more than capable of that, a very selective player, you know, a very well-studied player.
Stop. Oh, sorry.
Might have a little bit of a dealer mishap, although it looks like things are going to be getting back underway. 4-card Omaha now, so normality is somewhat restored, but still the opportunity for fireworks, as always, in any form of Omaha. Andrea with a beautiful hand here in the cutoff, ace 10, 10, 9, double. Going to raise this time for the full size of the pot, applying max pressure to the remaining players. And
interesting hand for Frank as well, from the small blind, tags along. And Matthias folding. I thought he loved 4 cards.
Yeah, loves his beer a bit too much, I think, going for a little swig.
I thought it was apple juice.
So Frank does flop a pair with a gut shot and a flush draw, and he's up against a higher flush draw here. Even though he does have the best hand with a pair of kings right now, lots of opportunities for Andrea to catch up.
Andrea hit the 9.
Yeah.
Well, so yeah. We try to make something out of this.
Yeah, it could be quite a nice hand to start barreling. I think Frank's going to have a lot of hands like queens and jacks in this line, and that we can potentially get to fold. We've got future blockers to all sorts of different straights on the river with those 10s.
Yeah, ship leader in position. I think we will see a bet here. Wrong again.
And there is a set on the river, but a straight for Frank. Didn't see that with the jack 8. Sneaky, sneaky, improving to the second nuts. And he's got exactly the type of hand that he's looking to target here. Some kind of king 10, pocket 10s. Maybe even 8-6, although he does obviously have that as well. Goes for just under the size of the pot. And a very quick fold there from Andrea. Not biting.
It's quite impressive, actually.
Yeah, very quick fold.
You would think that maybe Frank would have made something earlier if he was in that range of the straight range. So yeah, I think that's a very quick fold. So if he gives it another minute, we might come to another conclusion. But yeah, Good one for Frank. He's been a little bit lucky now.
Yeah,
on the river.
somewhat of a loose pre-flop peel, I think, in this situation, out of position versus a player that is somewhat likely to be aggressive. We haven't seen the same sort of brand of play from the Georgian that we have from the likes of Celiander. Slightly different players from what I can tell so far from the navigation. Andrea is very much more of a pot control style of player, just trying to keep pots small and keep the variance down. As you'll see, Celiander with these types of hands that Andrea has been dealt, just blasting to the hills. Another limp from Andrea. With the type of hand that you really don't like being 3-bet with. Has decent playability, somewhat connected. Got a decent pair and also a suit. So just trying to, again, keep the sides of the pot small and navigate from there.
It's very interesting to see these different styles.
Yeah, absolutely. So an open-ender for Andrea. Frank has middle pair with the backdoor flush draw, and Riku with top 2 pair, looking at a stack-to-pot ratio of 2. Probably going to be looking to drive chips into this one. Looks like he's going to go for the check raise. Oh, he's going to lead. I thought it said check there next to his name. But yeah, two options really. Check jam or lead for, I would assume, the size of the pot, and that's what he's going for.
Yeah, I think that's right as well. There's so many scare cards out there, and you will get some information here from the other players as well.
Exactly,
so
and once you get short like this, you can't really look to take too many chances. Just kind of, it's a very honest lead. He's not going to have too many bluffs. The bluffs are going to be strong straight draws a lot of the time, or a hand like King, Queen, Jack.
Frank walks away.
And clearing out a decent amount of equity there. Oh, Andrea's actually gone for it. He's got...
Fair fight.
Yeah, he has the open-ended and backdoor straights, backdoor even a flush, yeah. So I think actually looks like Andrea should be favorite in this hand. Gets there immediately.
9-8, looking to fade a queen or 10. And it is the 3 of diamonds, spelling the elimination of a very strong player there. Riku hitting the rail. Having a little swig of tea. And potentially going to register the next tournament.
Yeah. So we're down to 5 players now. And Andreas continuing to build on his ship lead. And a very strong opponent is walking away with 6th prize. Renard's still on 16 big blinds, so there's still a lot of playability for him. Blinds now 10, 25, 25, and empty. And Andrea gets some air down to Matthias. 600,000 more in chips, 2.1 mil versus 1.5 mil. The question is if he's going for the back-to-back rings here in Tallinn. Good hand for Frank, cut off. He's King Queen, 1 suit. And Matthias with some secret cards for now. Let's see. Oh, he has also a very nice hand. Pair of 10s, suited spades.
Yeah, I think it's
Looks like he's 3-betting. And I think that Frank actually is kind of interested in this. It's a very tight spot. Some more playability from Matthias' side, of course, with the stack sizes. Frank knows that he's likely could be defining. You know, he finds the fold.
You surrender.
And Matthias tells him he surrenders. I don't think Frank is very affected of this. It's been around. Well played by Matthias. I think both plays was actually out. So 5 players remaining. This 1100 euro Omaha tournament here in Tallinn. More games going on in here. We have an 1100 pop 8 game going. We have a 5K going, and also we're coming down to just a few players still in the 555 tournament. So lots of action here in Tallinn, and Alexi picks up a very nice hand from under the gun. So interesting to see how he plays this. It's been a little bit passive, maybe not passive, not getting any cards, but now he's getting involved. Races to 75k, and a premium hand from Renars, and he's been very quiet, but I guess this might be the time where we can see some fireworks from his side, and that's exactly what's happening with Ace King suited with Queen 10. Cannot get much better than that. But Alexia also have a super strong hand, so this is going to be interesting to see. Actually, it's going to be hard for Alexia to get away from this. So the question is if he puts it in the middle already, or if he waits to actually see the flop. But we have some really premium hands up here. Alexi opens, and Renars is 3-betting with a really strong hand. So I think he opts to call Alexi to see a flop.
Yeah, just in case it comes something like ace paired board or something like that. Ace 3-3, ace deuce, and this will be enough. I think he had the 9, right? So
Yeah. So this is enough for him, actually. I think, you know. So
yeah, and Renars is going to have to find some help here, as the domination has changed hands. Alexi now in the driving seat with the pair. Renars not even with the backdoor flush draw there. It's going to be looking for an ace, a king, or a queen.
Yeah, the 10 is blocked, so yeah, not the best spot for Renars.
At least the 10 would give him the jack as well. An ace is very handy.
Yes.
Needs to fade a jack.
8.
That
So
is a 2-pair, the 8.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh dear.
Oh my god.
Ouch.
Yeah. Tough way to go for Renars, but that's Omaha.
That certainly is.
So we're down to 4 players, and yeah, Alexi is happy about that.
Certainly is. Gets the job done in the end, and is the one stacking the chips.
And that will make a big difference now for him as well, up to 40, over 40 big blinds. And now all of a sudden Frank, who's been having a healthy stack, is now in the bottom tier.
Yeah, but by no means needs to panic.
No.
Plenty of playability here. The structure is catching up.
It's just like one hand if he doubles through Andrea, and then we're totally changing chip leader. And
precisely.
So anything can happen. But now Matthias will for sure come over the top, and now also it's very different now, then down to 4 players. The aggressiveness and, you know, finding the right spots and maybe spot the weakness on other players. But
yeah, there's nowhere to hide now, right? You can get away with it in 6- and 7-handed PLO. Maybe, you know, if your VPIP is slightly too low. Alexi here, not sure what the decision is. Maybe he's thinking about a 3-bet with this type of holding versus Matthias, who we know is capable of wide opens.
He opts for the call, and I think that's kind of a good one because if it wouldn't surprise anyone if Matthias comes over the top one more time.
Wow.
And he hits the set here.
Yeah, top set. And such a dry board that you could see a check back here, protecting some hands like ace queen queen, ace jack jack, that also...
Lexi only have the gut shot 3, looking for the 3 or some running diamond, so he will walk away.
I think he will call with the double backdoor flush draw and the gut shot.
Yeah, possibly.
Not going to be up against 6-5 all that often, and he does hit the 3. It's going to be pretty nutted. A diamond gives him a very strong two-way draw. Wow, there we go.
Club and...
Yeah, that is the action turn card. Siliander with the quick check back.
Oh! Wow. Quads.
And Quadovicis, which is the best card in the deck for Matthias, because if it's a 4, a 3, or a deuce, then you know you think your opponent is still somewhat likely to have kings. Although when it's quads, and you're thinking going to be less combinations of king 4, king deuce, king 3 in that range, then all of a sudden this is going to be quite an annoying raise to face for Alexei, looking to seek the value now with his straight, looking to charge hands like ace king. Essentially
150, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's medium sizing there.
So he's just thinking now, Matthias, how can I? What is the sizing to get it all?
Yeah, exactly. What can I charge? A 6-5 or an ace-5?
Should I pretend the bluff here and just push it all in, you know, like, or make it a pot bet, or should I just try to get, you know, 400k in the middle or whatever? It's going to be very tough for Alexei here.
Yep.
So I would actually kind of oversize this bet a little bit from Matthias' side.
Does go for the raise.
Yeah, the big raise, yeah.
The issue is with a player like Matthias is that he is capable of even turning a king into a bluff if he knows that his opponent has got a straight, which is going to have the vast majority of the time. I think Alexei's going to have way more straights than he has full houses in this situation. Deuces and fours. Unlikely to be defending versus the large size pre. And also somewhat likely to check raise the flop, so...
Can he find the fold here?
Yeah. This is a very, very tough spot, especially on the king. Life gets a bit easier when it's a 4, a 3, or a deuce, but in this situation, your opponent is essentially representing quads or a hand like king 4, and both are very hard to have.
And also versus Matthias, that can be, you know, the person that actually can make this kind of move as well.
Oh yeah.
If you had a 5-6, I would think that we would see an insta call more or less, but with ace-5 it's a little bit more tricky, but so you can only beat the bluff, more or less.
Pretty much. And where are the bluffs coming from? That's what he's asking himself right now. If Matthias had a king in his hand, would he realize that the king is actually a bluff catcher itself and has to... There we go, he's asking him for the hand that he wants to see, a hand like ace-king.
He's extremely tempted to call.
Of course.
I totally understand him.
Yep.
He have a healthy stack as well, so he doesn't need to do this. But still. There are 4 players and they're going for the ring, right? So
they're going for the ring, they're going for the additional value of the package, the 5k package. And certainly gives a slight added incentive on playing for the win. And that means that you have to make aggressive plays sometimes as well. Theliander, as Alexei is staring him up and down, not even out of the side of his eyes, giving him the full business there. Looking him up and down, does make a disciplined laydown there, giving him credit for the kings or the king 4.
I don't think he will show the cards here, so Well done from Alexi. Oh, he actually shows the cards as well. Okay, now we can bluff next time.
It's setting up the tempo.
Yeah. But really a strong fold from Alexi. Really strong. But again, it is this hand or it's the bluff, right? So
pretty much. Pretty much.
And I don't think that Matthias would do something like that with Ace King, of course not when he opens Alexi with 150. So basically you should have a King Rag or King Kings or a bluff.
It would be an extremely high level move if he were to do that. And as you say, potentially somewhat unnecessary. He might even beat some value there. His opponent could be value betting a worse king.
Okay, now picks up the aces again.
Just with a little upgrade on the previous hand. Although,
and now he also should look a little bit splashy.
Trying to get those chips in as fast as possible.
Yeah, and I think Andrea is interested.
Yeah, I think he's going to have something to say about this on the button. Slight downsize from his opponent. Could look to just peel here, play in position. He does have still the advantage in chips.
Yeah, but he also really wants to have pot control. And for Matthias, it's kind of the opposite.
Yeah.
Or at least it looks like the opposite.
Yeah,
I'm sure he has some kind of control.
Frank gets out the way with some random trash in the big blind.
Actually, a bit surprised that Andrea is folding in that position versus Matthias, because if he gets this momentum, it's a super dangerous player.
He's allowing his opponent to have an easy ride here, have an easy route of picking up a lot of pots. And it doesn't mean that we have to start fighting back with, relentless 3-bets and things like that. Omaha is such a powerful game for position.
Yeah,
so
keep them honest.
Yeah, well, peeling in position, making life difficult post-flop is a key part of the skill in retaining that chip lead. And if he is going to miss a lot of V-pips here, especially as his opponent did size down the open.
Well, this could have been a decent Sviten hand.
Yeah, this one, for sure. Keep the ace and take 2 pulls of the 8.
Yeah. Okay. Not too much here. Let's see
back
if the
to
flop happens.
Like the slower tempo with the limp pot here. Set for Frank. I believe that's a little bit of equity added for Mateus. Yeah, it certainly is. So he's got 2 pair with a flush draw now. Frank looking to seek some value with his set. Does have that all-important 9 as well, blocking some hands that could potentially check back. The 9-7 on this board with no flush interaction could look to navigate to a turn card from time to time. So a nice hand, nice card and component to have. Queen on the river.
Makes no difference.
Yeah, the 4-liner. King 9 for Frank, improving to the second nuts. And now giving his opponent the opportunity to bluff with the missed clubs, the missed 7-6, these types of holdings.
And the hearts as well, so yeah.
This is nice from Frank, understanding that he's going to have a lot of hands like 10s, 8s, Jack 10 that potentially are
Queen Jack.
Fearful of this river, yeah. Snapped and King 9.
Well played by Frank. Well played. Basically what we talked about a little bit, trying to set the trap against the aggressor and again, Frank, lucky on the river.
Yeah, but also, as you mentioned, I think about half an hour or so ago, when you play like Suliander does, you need to be aware of when your opponents are setting their trap of their own. And Frank there with a very astute little move there. Lots of people look at their hand and say, well, I had a set and I've improved to a straight, so let's find another bet. But actually, potentially more valuable to allow him to fire with some of those misdraws. So excellently read hand by Frank.
Yeah, and a little bit of a mistake from Matthias. I'm trying to steal that pot, but I don't blame him. I would have done the same most likely.
Yep. Sometimes you feel compelled to because you've got no showdown, but then other times you think my opponent is Still going to be able to sniff this out a decent amount of the time. So Frank on the button now, looking to get back into things here.
Nice hand as well. So
going to limp. And Andrea, who has taken a somewhat of a back seat, which has been surprising to me. Having been the winner of the 5-5-5, I've thought he'd be coming to this final table brimming with confidence and playing a very tough, aggressive style. It's been a little bit on the opposite scale of things so far. Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised to see him have a very strong holding here if we do get to see that scanner.
Yeah, maybe ace king or aces or kings or ace king.
Something strong, connected, double suited, potentially with a large pair as well, is my guess. It does actually open it up a little bit with the ace king 9-9-7.
Total bricks.
Yeah, these are tough boards to navigate, especially out of position.
Oh, Frank has actually flush draw.
Yeah, with the top pair as well. This is a nice hand to potentially take a stab with.
He improves as well.
Yeah, by now 9 high flush for Frank. Going to play it safe one more time. And should now be looking to seek some value, looking to target some hands like two pairs, potential straights, maybe even aces could play in this fashion.
Yeah, small value, but no, I think he's
going
200k.
Yeah, he understands that his flush is essentially the nuts facing this line from his opponent. Very unlikely that his opponent is going to show up with too many better flushes in this line.
And some theatrics before the fold.
Yeah, you would think so.
There we go. Frank is building his stack.
Yeah, Frank is showing a lot of class here and is exuding confidence, and I can't say the same for Andrea. At the moment, the body language is a little bit deflated.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? He's in such a great spot. He's playing for a lot of money, but I'm just not getting a high tempo energy from him, as you see from the other side of the table, the likes of Ciliando and Frank that are just going about business with a lot more gusto.
Now we see Andrea more kind of defending himself, keeping the pots low and just trying to, it's more like waiting for others to make mistakes, but these guys, they don't make that kind of big mistakes.
And he is running the risk of getting run over, I think, at this stage, if he is going to stick with that strategy. Sometimes when you're up against capable and or aggressive opponents, you've got to fight fire with fire. Yet to see that from the Georgian. Opening into Alexi's big blind here. Alexi does have the double suited hand with, I think, more than enough connectivity to certainly defend blind versus blind in position. And already you can see now the blinds trickling up somewhat, that the significance of these pots are ramping up as Alexi has got less than 3 pots behind to play with and does flop a piece.
Oh, and Andrea
with the aces. But aces, once again, is... In fairness, he has...
Alexi have a monster here.
Yeah, it's a big hand. Top pair with the wrap and the backdoor hearts as well. Andrea does have the ace of diamonds, which is a very valuable card to be holding. Makes it less likely that his opponent is going to shove on him, although he doesn't have any interaction with the board pairs as well. So hands like 6s, 5s, jacks, jack 6, and even a jack X with straight draw opportunities such as Alexi's.
But the question here is now if we start to put pressure on Alexei, and how will he react to it? And he's trying, actually, taking a stab 110,000.
Go for this half pot sizing out of position, looking to knock out some of the hands with a little bit of equity, but maybe not enough to continue. Looking to kind of fold out gut shots, which are all going to have, you know, upwards of 20%
sure
equity.
That Alexei will for sure. He's only calling.
I think he potted, yeah.
Oh my. No, he potted, of course.
And putting huge pressure on this type of exact hand, which has 30% versus him, but just really cannot possibly call. No straight draw, no flush draw, just a pair over pair with the backdoor flush draw.
And as you say, and as you say now, Andrea is looking a little bit deflated, and he has to fold now a couple of pots as well. So he's lost most of the momentum, and the rest of the pack is coming up on his level of play. So while Andrea is sitting and waiting for the fold, I will leave over for Andreas again, and thank you for having me here in the studio for this time, George.
Always appreciated.
Okay.
Always appreciated, sir.
Cool. Okay, see you later. And here comes Andreas very soon. Bye.
Thank you very much, Krista. As we get back to Andrea, just mulling over this decision. Not been the easiest of rides for him so far on the final table. And yet another pot that is going to frustrate the winner of the opening PLO ring event. He did win the 550 only a couple of days ago.
Hello there, George.
Welcome back, kind sir.
Thank you. I'm high on gummy bears.
Excellent.
Yes.
That makes two of us. And Andrea does put the chips in.
Yeah, it's a call.
Oh, he called it.
Okay, so there's a little bit of politics to sort out. There might be a few chips behind. But the money has gone in with the bear aces here.
Wow. Did not expect that call.
Yeah, I was expecting if he were to get it in, he would have gone for the pot with the ace of diamonds and then would have been forced with the price he was getting. I think with the half pot, he just allows himself, he's dead on the turn.
Yeah.
The 3 of diamonds completing the straight, and it's going to be bad news. It's never going to have a flush when he tanks for that long, sir.
You have outs? No, we're dead.
Yes. No outs for Andrea, sorry.
Yeah, unfortunate situation now, and the winner of the 550, as I just mentioned, is facing a little bit of turmoil on this final table. It's really, nothing's really gone its way. He's struggled to connect. And yeah, just everything going against the Georgian, as I'm sure it wasn't, to take in such a commanding stack into this final table of around about 2 million to start, and is going to have some work to do, left with 1.2, but still 40 big blinds. Needs to hit the reset button, get his head back into the game, and try to fight his way back into it. As you see now, the chip counts
this is
are
even.
Absolutely.
We have some chants in the chat from our fellow reporter and colleague Callum Grant, cheering for Frank.
From Paris to Tallinn, in every card room I go in, my heart is pumping for Frank. Pumping for Frank.
There we go. George warming up for Sunday karaoke. Thank you, Callum, for giving us
excellent work, Callum.
Words needed. Liam also cheering for Frank, I think. Milkman has arrived. Look, this Callum is on fire. He's taking the Viz. It's just one-liner after one-liner, and we have missed something in this chat.
Taking
We're
the
not
vis.
checking it for a little bit, but now we're back.
He's playing an exceptional game so far. I think he's going to be really happy with this final table performance so far. But let's not get complacent. Still work to do.
Definitely so.
Definitely giving a
Here
great
he
account
comes
of
with the
himself.
queens.
So, defending with the double-suited queens. By no means the super premium queens, but enough to consider coming along for the ride from the big blind. Does turn 2 pair, and Matthias with a straight. Going to check it over once again. Matthias
is checking behind.
well aware of the fact that he's not going to have so much coverage on this board and is looking to protect with the clubs as well. So a perfect combo for the double check back trap. And Frank with a bit of confusion as to this line and is going to look him up.
I have 7
And that's
eight.
the benefit
I thought I
of
was betting ace 3.
Too many apple juices, is
that
it?
might be. I mean, he could be kind of joking around. It could be part of the.
Could be.
Part
Yeah,
of the
never.
shtick. You
never
can
trust the Cilia,
you
right?
can never rule that out. I thought he was playing just an expertly found double check back with the nuts and the nut redraw.
Yeah.
I think he's.
If he's
messing
bluffing,
around.
he's doing it really well now, though. I think
Certainly is.
he did not know that he had the nut straight. That's why I was a bit surprised by the just quick check on the turn with the nuts, but yeah, wasn't maybe intentionally then.
Maybe
But
not.
now on to the next one. 4 players left in the PLO5, 1100 euro buy-in. Ring event number 6 here in Tallinn. Looking to crown another ring winner. This guy already has one from 2 days ago. He's not wearing it though. He's not doing the Miss Rocky, you know, wearing all the bracelets on the final tables and everything. Not sporting the
maybe missing
jewels.
missing out on a bit of intimidation tactics there.
So they go again, right? Frank and Matthias.
Queen 10-10. Swing and a miss for Matthias. He's got an open ender. And Frank with
the
trips.
trips, yeah.
But certainly not a trips that we want to be fast playing here. Goes for the one-handed throw in there and chat to the guy on the right. And there is a straight for Matthias.
Yeah, got owned again then, Frank. Hoping the trips, but Matthias will get the better of this one. Let's see if he has to call off another 100 then.
Could Frank
History
actually
repeating itself.
turn this one into a bluff? He's still going to have hands like Queen 10, queens in this line from time to time. Kind of improved to 10-8 and 10-9, all unfortunate there for Frank, but does pay that man his money. And Mr. Celiander, with his image, does get paid off once again.
Quick reminder. It's important to speak English when we have the cards in front of us. Yes. Really important to speak English.
Is that the new rule?
Yeah, they just improved it just a couple of minutes ago. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, another reminder from the tournament director that English only during the hands. As soon as the cards are on the table, you're not allowed to speak Finnish or any other language preferred. Maybe they're all speaking Georgian, would you say?
Good luck to him. What a hand. Ah! The ace-5 deuce-deuce with the ducks.
I didn't even see it. There were
double
deuces.
suited and
Oh,
booted,
wow.
ready for the market as well. Although he does leave Frank the opportunity to open the action here with a very nicely playable ace-king, queen-4.
Just heard Cylinder say apple juice. Did you hear it?
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's
Just
picked,
4 letter. He spelled it with 4 letters, but yeah.
yeah, picked up on the ruse. Oh, 4-lettered apple juice. Okay, I see where you're going with that. So, double suited for Andrea. Let's see if his woes can turn. Doesn't look like it.
Not really.
Complete swing and a miss, and Frank, on the other hand, is licking his lips at this one.
Yes.
Although with that stone face.
Getting some chips back by the looks of it.
Yeah,
All is given to Cylinder for the last couple of hands.
Yeah, this is a tough point in the tournament for Andrea. You've come in full of hope, taking down your second ring in a matter of days, if not hours. And it's just all gone against him. Really important to reset, really important to remind himself, you know, why he's there in the first place. Final 4 out of 185 players, trying to find the positives here, because it's very easy to get a bit defeatist and down on yourself in this situation. You know, you just feel like you're impossible to win a hand anymore.
Yeah.
But that's all the short-term scenario. Nothing really in reality stopping him from going on to win this, and still has a very good chance. So let's see if he can keep it out of the way of himself and regroup. Frank with a bit of respite.
Now, double suited aces in the 4-card version for Andrea. Nice.
I think you've been having too much apple juice. Single suited, kind sir.
Oh, sorry. That's the gummy bears.
Yeah,
talking.
exactly, yeah.
Sugar high.
Those things hit hard. So a pot size re-raise, very comfortable scenario for Andrea, especially in 4-card. Going to have a much better equity advantage with this type of hand. And gets rid of the ties. Thanks to all of you guys tuning in. If you are here expecting some 5K action, the plan is to roll with that one after the finality of this tournament, after we've crowned a winner and another ring event winner here in the 1K. And, you know, just in any chance that it's over in 15 minutes, which I highly doubt, we're going to be continuing after the dinner break of the 5K, which is going to be local time at least in an hour and a half or so. So
yeah, I'll say earliest at 8:30 local time, an hour and 40 minutes. But I think this might actually take longer than that, because these guys are going on a 30-minute dinner breaks themselves in about 30 minutes.
Right.
So we will have a 30-minute break about 35 minutes from now, I think.
Back-to-back aces, just as I was saying, for the Georgian. Let's not get down in the dumps. This tournament is not over. We still are fighting fit. Finds aces second time in a row now, and we'll be opening the buttons for sure.
Most definitely. And everyone is quickly out of the way. Unfortunately, no action for Andrea with the 2 aces, double aces hands.
I attempt every now and then, but it's
What about yourself, George? You gonna enjoy the small dinner break? Do you have any plans? Do you have anything you're looking to eat today?
What haven't I eaten today? It's a bag of sweets. We've been to the food truck downstairs. I guess I've got to do. We went to the main hall, so I've got to do the quadfecta, right? And
with
go for
the hot dogs.
Yeah, the hot dog stand over there.
Full
I'm not sure if I could do the hot dogs. Those things are, I don't know. They just give me the heebie-jeebies a little bit, you know.
Okay,
So
okay.
I just look at them and I think, where is the nutrition? That's always
Same way you look at me.
You said it, not me.
The
pal.
guy in the food truck, he sees me and says, "No greens, right?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He knows my standard order: the smash without greens.
The smash without greens.
Maybe it's just calling me that. I don't know.
I don't know. It's a
smash head.
Rich coming from him.
True. Yeah, we found each other.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, yeah, now you can see in the background, 31 minutes until the break. So that is when these guys will go on a 30, roughly, minute break to have some nice
refreshments.
steaks upstairs, I think.
Oh yeah,
together with the high rollers.
They're invited to join, are they?
I actually fixed that during my
Did
little
you?
break. Yes.
Nice, good job. So you're just adding value all over the
place.
place.
I'm just saving time for the viewers as well, because these guys wanted a 45-minute break to eat, and then I said, guys, I'm going to fix you up with some good food. You're going to join the high rollers, and you'll be back in 30, guys.
Oh, so
chop, chop.
So we might see some tanking in the next 20 minutes or so, just making sure that I've got that steak locked up on the break.
Now, but the thing is that I promised all 4 of them, so even though if someone busts, they're still allowed to do dinner.
Nice.
So
you've just thought of everything.
Yeah,
really,
you see,
yeah,
I got it fixed. Might it be that I'm only thinking about food, but
yeah, exactly. Couldn't get us 2 spare tickets, could you?
We'll see what we can do.
Problem
is
back
that
of the
we are
line
on
of
a
the
30-minute delay, so once they have eaten...
true. Maybe we could get the scraps.
Yeah. Take a box for us, guys.
Exactly, please.
We could do a mukbang in the studio for you guys. All right, now then, Matthias taking down the blinds. And we are on the 5-card format.
Yeah.
Have you seen any pattern these guys play? I mean, 4 and 5 card versus anyone trying to not play so many 5 cards versus the opposite?
Yeah, it seems like Andrea, the Georgian, is much more comfortable in 4 card from what I can tell. There's not a lot of big collisions occurring. You've got, I think Matthias, I would say, is clearly the most aggressive player. Then you've got Frank, who's an extremely capable player, but is playing a very solid strategy.
Yeah.
And then the other 2, slightly towards the more conservative side from what we've seen. But you really can't base the strategy off of, the 50 or 60 hands that we've seen on each of these players.
Yeah, I actually asked Frank earlier today if he's really think that he can wear that shirt he's doing with V-pipping of like a 5% something.
Oh, is that what it says?
No, it says Degens on tour on his back.
Oh yeah.
Then you should supposed to have a V-pip of 75% if you're wearing that shirt.
You gotta make up for it, right? That might be from his friend Milko, I believe is in the chat.
Yeah,
Hello if you're watching.
Probably going to be a link soon in the chat with a link to buy the merch.
Yeah, exactly.
Get on your own.
Yeah, give us a 10% discount code at the very least for the tee up.
You have some greetings though in the chat, George, from Bratislava.
Pavel Chapluka, how are you doing, sir?
Welcome to the chat and to the show, the George Sanford show.
Well, not quite.
Matthias now with the Ace Jack Jack. Coming to 100, playing 20, 40k. Frank comes along.
Certainly does. Double suited, somewhat connected, just more than enough to be continuing. Interesting board for Frank. Would have been interested to see if he would go for the check raise there. With that 4, having some board interaction, the flush draw as well. Unfortunately, it's going to be unlikely that he's able to win this one now. The deuce arriving on the river, it's going to improve Matthias to a lot of full houses.
Yeah.
Does look to seek the value from the worst pocket pairs, potentially in the range of Frank.
2040. Was last hand already? Yes, big discounts.
It's really living up to this table image, right? Of being the...
I'm really...
He
does it so well that I'm not even sure how much of it is an act or not, you know?
Maybe it started as an act, but 10 apple juices later, maybe it's not an act anymore.
Then it starts to...
Yeah, 2040, Matthias. That is the new blind level since a couple of minutes ago. And also, of course, 40k big blind ante. So, yeah, price is going up.
Thank you, Pavel.
And Andrea sporting the NAS shirt. Cap
backwards.
Yeah.
Does he have your cape on the chair, George?
Oh, is that the official cape of the WSOP circuit?
He
Because
bought it. He
he
nicked
bought
it. it.
He got the last one. Jesus. I was going to turn up to the karaoke event with that on later on in the week.
The thing is that it was such a cool outfit until one guy comes in at a cartman today.
It can't be beaten.
It can't.
Yeah, I know. It's like a game of costume top trumps. I don't have the Uno card.
Yeah, exactly. Trump.
Yep.
All
Exactly.
right.
15 minutes break by the end of the level.
1-5.
15.
1-5.
So things still rocking and rolling here. As we expected the action to somewhat slow down a little bit, we did see the structure really catch up, and we are looking at a sort of 40 big blind average or so at this stage with 4 left.
Yeah.
Suliander's been doing a great job of hoovering up chips, and his aggressive image is certainly enabling him to get paid from especially Frank in spots where other players just unlikely to get that action, the likes of Alexei, for example.
Yeah, of course. This
Playing a bit more of a
nice
conservative style.
Hand, four-handed, and 4 cards.
Yeah, we've just got to get in the mix, and this is obviously more than enough. Andrea with the Rainbow Queens, but you know, it is a hand that you might consider folding versus a pot-sized open, but versus this 2.5x with the big blind ante in play, it's just a pretty reasonable price to go and hunt that set on the flop.
Yeah, no suits though.
Yeah, he is going to call.
To the flop we go, Andrea and Alexei. The ace and no queen for Andrea, so not the best flops for him.
2 pair for Alexei here with the backdoor flush draw and 2 overcards to the 8. Very strong holding at this stage. Likely to see a kind of middling sized bet. Let's go for the larger one.
160,000.
Unblocking spades, looking to just start shoveling in money versus draws straight away. And another swing and a miss for Andrea. These start to get quite frustrating.
Yeah.
He did pick up the aces twice in a row, which kind of kept his head above water, but now again, you know, just missing flops and facing bets. And his options have been severely limited and hampered by simply the card distribution that he's faced. It's been very difficult for him to navigate and you know, really make a name for himself on this final table, despite coming in with the overwhelming chip lead.
You can. But where's the last player? Like 8, 9?
That's what I asked.
I think you're done. I don't. At 8, yeah. Well, let's play. I can play as well. We can play this break with a 15, and then we. Yeah, if you wanna try to make one.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Yeah.
Like the next break, I'm totally okay.
Right, is going to take the ace jack deuce.
Yeah.
40,000.
I wonder how much of that is due to how engaged Leander was in terms of the conversation, knowing that potentially he's going to be on the slightly weaker side of things, because this is kind of a fringy open.
Oh, here we go from Andrea now.
Andrea is finding a hand to go to business with. Let's see if we can get a peek of those cards.
Not.
No, unfortunately not.
And with Frank blocking one of the aces, but still maybe he had 2 of them again. Or a very nice connecting hand. Yeah, Cylinder now more interested in talking about food, apparently.
which cut of steak he's getting on the break,
yeah,
maybe.
but he doesn't know this yet, because this is where I come in and negotiate with them soon, off camera though, I think.
Yeah, I forget about the Inception
This
style.
is where they started talking about taking a long dinner break, not thinking at all about us who wants to see as much poker as possible, right?
Yes, and when you have the...
We're not in Bahamas yet, guys.
Not quite.
Gotta work hard first. Give the viewers value for their money.
Got to work hard to stay afloat in the Bahamas.
Not like that, says Callum. And Liam, they're all rooting for Frank. Yeah, he's getting a bit short now on this table, so we're understandable that you're rooting for him to have a score and see if we can find an 8 on this one.
He does
Could've been a
find
good start,
flush
but
draw
was
and a
not.
gut shot.
Yeah.
And Ciliander with the ace of spades, backdoor flush draw, and a strong top pair here on a pretty disconnected low board with the 5 deuce. Very strong. Holding Frank straight out of the way with the gut shot and the flush draw. Interesting.
In the shadow there is no dinner break.
Not sure about that one.
They asked me to keep it like this without dinner break.
Yes.
We have this tournament as
Now we
well.
have a little bit of dinner break discussions again.
Because there is,
Of course, we want to keep the
5K
players happy as well.
You can't do it because some people have 5K to spend on a tournament. Yeah. That's what you're saying.
No, it's not because of those players.
Yeah, it's okay. Okay.
Thank you for your comprehension.
It's like I can see in the future now, because I know that decision will be overruled in 2 minutes by someone behind the cameras.
Yeah. Someone that...
Some short little fat guy just say, no, let them eat.
Come on.
I feel them. I felt
Follow
them.
me up the red carpeted stairs, sir.
Yes, I'm hungry too. Right then, Andrea. Probably not playing this 5-card hand. And Alexei throwing his one into the muck. What about these guys? Frank limping in, Ciliander
beating him in there with the raise, I think. Yeah.
4 raises, 120.
And Frank will definitely have to defend this hand, just a bit too much. He's going to be playing somewhat chippy V now. It's really not much ICM pressure on him getting this short at this stage.
Yeah.
So just looking to
for a
play the
low
call.
flop here. That's a deuce, jack,
That's
seven.
a jack and a
Jack
7.
for
So
both,
I think
and
the jack is
he
going to be
just
enough.
Chips it.
Yeah.
And the ace jack, of course, with backdoors for Matthias.
Yeah, he's going to be in as well,
Yeah.
and the cards are going to be on their backs very shortly. So, Team Frank in the chat, we're looking for a low turn card. We're looking for a low turn card. The 10 wouldn't be a complete disaster. Give us some opportunities.
Yes.
So 5, 6, 4. The 3 is also a good card.
8 of spades
8
is not.
Doesn't do much. There's the bottom end of the straight now.
Open-ended for Frank. Oh,
and that's gonna
not
be
like
the
that.
end of that. Unlucky for Frank. He gave such a spirited effort. Did really well. Was very much one of the more impressive players in the field from what we saw. Plenty of great moves, plenty of great plays, nice traps. He played with a nice fluid style of Omaha, and unfortunately crashes out in 4th after just a really tough couple of orbits for him. That's the way it goes sometimes in these short-handed duels. Just kind of getting on the wrong end of it, almost punished for being one of the players that was more inclined to defend and to see flops and to kind of fight for pots. Sometimes it just doesn't work out, but a decent score of 13,150 euros.
So, the updated chip count, well in front now with that big pot versus Frank Visser, Matthias Ciliander commanding chip lead on the final 3 now in this PLO 4-5 cards ring event from Tallinn.
GG indeed. A nice score nonetheless. It's going to be a bit of a sore one because he definitely was one of the favorites to take this one down, I think. Alongside Cilliander, that was the two I fancied to get this one done, but unfortunate table draw really, just with Matthias starting to motor through the field on his direct left, was just a little bit caged, a little bit forced, and a couple of semi-loose peels could have ended up costing him somewhat.
So, good news. You will now have a 30 minutes break.
Here comes the news to the players about the dinner break, that they actually are invited to eat with the big boys. Cilliander was complaining about the 5K guys getting dinner, but us not.
And apparently Therese is taking the the hero act.
Ah, apparently so.
Yeah.
She was contacted by me though, so.
Ah, I see.
I don't have the authority to do anything.
To hand
I have
out
to
cash.
Yeah. Supervisors.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, Teresa will be waiting for them in the Able Butcher in 15 minutes to welcome them along with the high rollers.
For a little taste of the VIP experience.
Yes, exactly. This is how it could be if you next time maybe you invest in the 5K events as well.
Exactly, when you pay more rake. Joking aside.
Yes, joking aside. Is Cilliander happy though? I didn't hear his reactions when I was out there, but hopefully he will take this decision.
Keeps his cards close to his chest, doesn't he, in more ways than one.
Yeah.
Matthias on the button, looking to put these chips to work now.
Yeah. Or maybe just looking to eliminate everyone so he can eat that dinner for himself,
exactly,
right?
He's got 4 portions. yeah. Alexei in the big blind, certainly going to be taking a flop with this one. Could even go for a 3-bet.
Yeah.
It does.
We do not see the hand of Matthias. Seems to be folding. Yeah, there we have it.
Yeah, no,
we can understand why he's folding.
That's not going to cut it.
No.
Just single suited, the deuce dangler. Want the cards working together when we're going to be defending 3 bets, especially from what we deem to be a slightly tighter range.
Yeah.
And those cards are good enough for him to feel like he made the right decision, I think. Ace Queen 7.
And the fans of Frank Visser, Callum and Liam in the chat are saying GG, Frankie boy, and I'm sure he's jumping straight into the next one. Maybe even, I think the 8 game is running, right? Should be a Visser thing.
That will be a, trademark Visser, that one.
Yeah.
So which tournaments do we have running, and do we have info on the winner of the 555? Is that still ongoing?
It's still ongoing, I think. It was 6 or 7 players left, like half an hour
3.
ago. Okay.
Krista.
All right, that
might be. I doubt it is fake news.
This little beautiful app we have, it's down, so I don't think we can maybe see it right now. We'll check some other sources and see.
Andrea, is he going to change? He's usually been limping these types of holdings. Looks like now he realizes that he's going to have to contend for the chip lead. He's going to open up. Goes for the pot-sized open. Matthias going nowhere with the ace, queen, 10, 10, 9. And lots of fireworks potentially on this type of board. Diamonds shared. Lots of the queen 10 and the kind of middling portions of woo. Hello there. So that is going to be a set for Matthias and 2 pair for Andrea with the quick check back. 2 clubs, 1 spade on the flop. He's got all red, so just looking to navigate to a turn such as this, and I think we're going to be seeing the chips fly, and he even picks up a gut shot alongside his top 2. And 340 in there. Let's see the sizing from Matthias. I'm expecting something relatively juicy.
200,000.
Goes for 200, and this could be a push in position from Andrea, having navigated to a safe turn card, even picking up the additional equity. As I mentioned, I think we could see him go with his hand here.
Yeah, this could be
wants to protect, exactly. Even if Matthias has got a hand like a weak flush draw, he could get to bet fold. Lots of straight draws available. And just not really much room to trap with this type of holding in 5 card. Does announce the raise, and you know, it's just a classic case of unfortunate timing for Andrea. He's really been up against it in the form of the setups that he's faced, the boards that he's faced in significant pots. They've just not really gone his way. And so all in, and going to be a quick call.
And Matthias will see that he's in very good shape. Just have to fade the 4 6s and one of the queens remaining. Otherwise, we will be heads up now in this 1100 PLO 4-5 cards ring event.
Yep, a 6 or a queen to take the overwhelming chip lead into the heads up. What's it to be for Siljander? Finland versus Georgia, and that's not going to do it.
No, unfortunately, our 3rd place finisher from Georgia, then the ring winner for just 2 days ago in the 555 PLO 4-5 cards, Andrea Gogelidze of Georgia, is out in 3rd place this time. But he will take down 18,300 euros for his effort. So nice couple of days for him still.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling a little bit sore about this one. Every tournament poker player will, you know, rue the slight misses, but in the grand scheme of things, coming over from Georgia, we debated about the flight length.
Yeah.
We kind of came to 4.5 hours, maybe 7 with the connection, but
yes.
You know, he's come a long way, and he's certainly not going to be going back.
Right, so getting ready for the heads-up action. The players have just asked for a minute or two, small little break to start the heads-up, and maybe they're not aiming for that dinner break then. They're going to play this one out before they go eat in peace, maybe.
Potentially.
So you see the chip count there, 4.1 million for Siljander and 1.5, I think it was, for Alexei. So yeah, commanding chip lead for Siljander.
All the momentum with Finland.
Yeah,
it's going to be my way of sitting on the fence here. But no, I think that Matthias will be a big threat for Alexei here, and Alexei is going to have to maybe change the style because his game has been solid and conservative. But when you take that into heads up, there's simply nowhere to hide. And if he's going to continue in that fashion and not adjust to the 1 versus 1, it could be a quick heads up.
Could be, yeah. We'll see about that. But sure, they are not. I mean, it's quite deep still.
Yeah, there's
so
still plenty
double
of play
up for Alexei, and we might be in for a long night. We have seen heads ups like this go on for hours. So we'll see what happens and see if they take this dinner break or just play it out before. But I think we're getting shortly back to the action. And yeah, let's go back to the table and start the heads up, the Finnish championship. We called it in the beginning when we had 18 out of 29 coming back today from Finland, and now 2 of them are heads up.
It almost feels like an inevitability with these pesky Finns. They just find a way to get it done in the 4 and 5 card realm. And here we have, once again, an all-Finnish heads up.
Yes, so Alexei Daniel Lindholm to your left in the white shirt, and to the right, Matthias Siljander.
A lot of kind of Swedish influence in that name, is that not?
Yeah, both of them have a bit of a Swedish influence. I think they might be from parts of Finland where they speak both languages, but at least I know Lindholm speaks Swedish.
Right.
And but preferably Finnish for both, I think.
Yeah. So, Alexei.
But I think they would understand if I went out there and said something not so nice to them, then they know. But if you say something and you just want to ask a question,
no, sorry, no
Swedish. All right. So first hand of heads up play.
H7-7. It's going to be a tough one for Alexei to find much of a continue here. Matthias happy to go for the small C bet here. Have a little prod at it. And we are playing now around about 30 big blinds as the effective stack. So Alexei with work to do to, you know, get a strong hold into this heads up, and at the moment very much the underdog, but locks up 21,150. They are of course playing for the 5k USD package on top, which is getting you half in form of the buy-in, half in the form of the hotel. Apparently they're going to have to find the money for the flights. Shouldn't be too much of an issue with these scores that they've got locked up.
No, not really, right? And as always with the WSOP, there are no deals allowed, so they are not allowed to make any deals money-wise. So they are playing for the 27 versus 41k in normal prize pool and the added package as well for the winner then.
10-10-8
Nice
is
flop for
Fritz.
Alexi.
And a gut shot for Matthias. 7 would improve him, although the 7 would be an unfortunate card, as Alexi would improve to a full house. Matthias just going to get out the way on this occasion. All over him, isn't he?
Yeah.
Saying, hey, did you have something there? He looked a little bit sheepish.
Yeah. So, George, you were talking about the 555 event. We're actually heads up in that one as well. We have a Finnish versus Dutch heads up. And for those of you who by any chance does not want any spoilers for that one, who's still in, now I already told the
nationalities at the very least. So the
Toni Niinivaara and Roy van der Reinst are heads up in the 555 No Limit Hold'em.
And it's currently Niinivaara with the slight advantage in that one.
Yes.
So plenty of play.
Third place for Raivis Pukurs from Latvia, and home country Risto Pärnät. Fourth place for 20k.
A legend of the late night karaoke scene, Ronnie Ulbrichtsen,
Yes,
coming
all the
in
way.
6th.
He actually came in dead last, 20th place today, starting day 2, and managed to spin it up to 6th place and 10.8k. That would be a lot of mega moolah.
But let's get back to the action as Alexi has gone with the 3-bet queens up against the King 8-7-6, and it's top pair.
And an open-ender, right?
For Syliander.
Yeah,
open-ender for Alexi. Could he be putting the rest of the chips in play?
Versus him too, right?
Syliander's top pair.
Will Syliander though go for this with only the top pair? Doubt it.
It's a tough spot. Heads up. You could be up against aces, could be up against a hand like ace, queen, queen, ace, jack, jack. They do go for the all-in, and it's a slight equity advantage.
Did not expect that call actually, but now here we are for the tournament. Matthias Syliander, 53% equities, almost the coin flip, but it is Alexi Lindholm who leads help to stay alive in the tournament. The 4 does not helping, not adding any additional outs.
For Syliander there, just to fade a queen, an ace,
and
or a 9.
And he fades it all. It's an elimination of Alexi Lindholm, and quick from 3 to 1. We have our winner in the 1100 PLO5 cards from Finland, Matthias Syliander, winner of the Kings of Tallinn main event just a year ago or so here in Tallinn, and now taking down another title and a ring.
Yeah, flying out of that one, weren't they? And Syliander did have the momentum. He's even saved the cards to flaunt for the winner's photo, taking down, as you mentioned, 41,000 plus the 5k package, plus the ring. And it's going to be another Finnish winner here in the PLO4/PLO5.
You can see this guy's won before, right? He said, give me the card, so take the photo, I'm going to go eat. So it's like just quick.
With the momentum he's on, coming in as the Kings of Tallinn main event champion as well, getting it done in the PLO4/5. A great run in 2025 for Syliander. And the cream rises to the top here. I mean, he brought a great game, the aggressive style. It pays off in this format. And it's just a question of whether people can hang with you. And unfortunately, the cards fell in his favor, and it's over so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. So we thought we might have a few hours more before we concluded this event. But now we have plenty of time to get ready for the next stream, because at 8:30 local time, that's where we're going to be back. We're going to have the winner ceremony with Syliander, then we're going to have a break, and then be back around 8:30 to start the coverage of the 5K No Limit Hold'em.
So we're going to be joining after the dinner break, which means that all the max late reggers, you know, the guys that are getting in there with a smaller percentage of the field left, are going to be in. So we're going to see interesting play there with the stack distribution flying around. Looking forward to that one with some of the top players from the region, and we can take you back for the winning ceremony here of the PLO4/5 ring event.
You have to say when you take the photo, so I smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner in our Pot Limit Omaha Ring event number 6. This is the 1K Omaha, and please give it up for Mattias Siljander from Finland. Ring event number 6. From Finland, Mattias Siljander.